You are watching a video on the JBU YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you don't miss our latest content. This girl cut off her long hair to disguise herself as a boy. Meanwhile, her younger brother put on a wedding dress, learning the bridal rituals in his sister's place. The two siblings risked their lives to deceive the entire royal family to save their family. In their past life, Liam was falsely accused of poisoning by Crown Prince Dylan, causing the entire Lor's family to be implicated. Watching her loved ones being sent to the guillotine one by one, Linali almost broke down. She regretted not realizing sooner that her younger brother was being bullied, and regretted even more not stopping him from joining the swordsmanship department. If there is a next life, she will definitely not let the tragedy repeat itself. Just as the freezing blade was about to fall on Linali, she woke up from the nightmare. Her nightgown was drenched in sweat, and she frantically touched her neck to reassure herself. Before she could regain her composure, Liam joyfully rushed over, crying and shouting, "Sister, you are awake!" Linali could not believe her eyes. She pinched her younger brother's cheeks repeatedly until she was sure the person in front of her was flesh and blood, then burst into tears of joy. Thank goodness. It wasn't good at all. Liam immediately corrected his sister. "You hit your head while practicing swordsmanship, ran a high fever, and fell unconscious. The whole family thought there was no hope and almost prepared for your funeral. Luckily you are fine. The opening ceremony is in a few days, so I don't need to ask for leave anymore." He muttered further, "And honestly, I didn't want to go anyway." The word opening ceremony startled Linari. The Liam standing before her looked much younger and more fragile than in her memories. Could she have returned to the exact moment right before her younger brother enrolled in school? The Lor's family was famous for swordsmanship. Bearing the heavy burden of an heir, Liam was forced to join the swordsmanship department despite his superior magic talent. Lacking talent with the sword, he was shunned and ridiculed by his classmates. Eventually, he became the target of the arrogant crown prince. To prevent the tragedy from repeating, Linari knew she had to change that future. Liam, at this moment, was also feeling frustrated about entering school. He softly said, "I truly admire your swordsmanship, sister. If you were a boy, you would definitely be more suitable to inherit the family than me." An unintentional remark from him suddenly helped Linari find the solution. What if she were a boy? She immediately laid out her plan. In Liam's eyes, it was an incredibly reckless idea. If they were discovered, the entire family would pay an unimaginable price. But Linali was extremely determined. "Don't worry, I will definitely make it." The two siblings immediately went to see their father. Before Linali could even speak, Marquis Lors emotionally hugged his daughter, repeatedly asking if she still felt uncomfortable anywhere. "Father, if you hug me any tighter, my back will break." Hearing his daughter cry out in pain, he quickly let go. Linali seriously said she had something important to discuss. Under the confused gazes of her father and brother, she unsheathed the sword hanging on the wall and brought the blade to her hair. Both of them were terrified, but it was too late to stop her. Soft, long locks of hair fell all over the floor. Linali decisively declared, "I will enroll in place of Liam." Marquis Lors was shocked to the point of speechlessness. "Next year you already have to marry Rick Walkman. How could you cut off such beautiful hair?" He was so heartbroken that he covered his face with his hands. Linali patiently explained that Liam had a talent for magic, so he needed to study his strength. Meanwhile, she was good at swordsmanship, and studying at Pontus would give her better opportunities to develop. Of course, her father did not easily consent. If the identity swap were exposed, the entire family could be executed. Just the thought of his daughter living in a department full of male students was enough to make him furious. "Father will absolutely not allow you to squeeze among a crowd of boys every day. Furthermore, you still have to learn the etiquette for a bride." Linali glanced at Liam and calmly suggested, "Then just let him learn in my place. After all, we look exactly the same." Her father still firmly opposed. In his opinion, instead of brandishing swords and dancing with blades all day, a daughter should seek her own happiness, but Linali had a different definition of happiness. A woman's happiness doesn't just consist of getting married. Moreover, since my hair has been cut this short, perhaps the Wakeman family wouldn't want to accept me anymore. Therefore, I beg you, father, please give me a chance. Witnessing his daughter's maturity, which was unusual for her age, Marquis Lors wavered for the first time. Perhaps he should not stop his children from choosing their own future. After a moment of inner struggle, he let out a helpless sigh. 1 year. If within 1 year, I realize you are not suited to be the successor, you must immediately drop out of school and return home to prepare for marriage. Thus, Liam miserably began to learn the etiquette for a bride. Meanwhile, Linali, carrying the agreement made with her father, officially set foot into Pontus Academy. To avoid attracting the attention of that arrogant man, she only wanted to quietly pass her school days. Unexpectedly, her extremely outstanding appearance quickly became a hot topic of gossip among the female students. Look, that guy is so handsome, I wonder which family's young master he is? Hearing the whispering around her, Linali wondered in surprise, was Liam always this popular with girls? Right at that moment, a commotion suddenly broke out not far away, as if some important figure had just arrived. Linali curiously looked back, and her expression instantly changed. The person leading the newly arrived group, she would recognize him even if he turned to ash. Crown Prince Dylan, the one who had destroyed her family and home in her past life. Following Dylan were the 3 heirs of the Empire's greatest families. Thanks to their background and immense power, even the Academy's teachers did not dare to easily offend their group. Just as Linali was about to distance herself from the drama, a familiar voice called her back. Even a weakling like you got admitted? It seems the quality of the swordsmanship department this year is nothing special. Dylan's voice was full of provocation. On the outside, Linali remained calm, but her heart was in her throat. She had clearly tried to avoid him, so why was she still targeted by him? Linali had no idea that Dylan was overly confident in his charm. Realizing that the girls' cheers today were quieter than usual, he listened to the conversations around him and learned that a new student had stolen the attention originally meant for him. That was why he felt like teaching the other party a lesson. Seeing Linali completely unfazed, Dylan found it even more amusing. How arrogant. What is your name? Liam Lors. Dylan pondered for a moment, then let out a contemptuous laugh. So you are from the family of that rude woman. Linali froze for a moment, then trembled with anger. He is the rude one, his entire family is rude. Of course, she only dared to scream in her mind, but her furious eyes betrayed her resentment. Dylan noticed this as well. He drew his sword and shamelessly challenged her, if I win, you must become my servant. Linali found this person utterly unreasonable. For the sake of her family, she had to endure. However, her forbearance only made Dylan push further, as he even disparaged the family she took great pride in. This time, Linali was truly enraged. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her sword. I accept. If I win, please withdraw your words, Your Highness. The duel officially began. After only a few moves, the nonchalant look on Dylan's face turned into shock. The slender figure of his opponent harbored such terrifying strength. Could he really lose to this brat? Once doubt crept in, it clung tightly to Dylan. His swordsmanship gradually revealed openings, while Linali's offensive became increasingly sharp. She had absolute confidence in her swordsmanship. Even the knight commander of her family had been defeated by her sword, let alone an undergraduate student like Dylan. Before long, the sword in the Crown Prince's hand was knocked away. Linali's blade stopped right before his neck. The scene left everyone watching utterly stunned. No one expected the arrogant Crown Prince to lose so quickly and decisively. Linali declared her victory and demanded Dylan fulfill his promise. He was clearly unsatisfied, but every word and action of the Crown Prince represented royal honor. In the end, Dylan could only reluctantly retract his insult. Don't get cocky, you were just lucky this time. Throwing back a threatening remark, he led the other 3 away. Linali grit her teeth in anger. Lucky? If your swordsmanship is poor, you should practice harder. Afterwards, she began to worry again. She hadn't expected to still attract the attention of the most troublesome person, fearing the upcoming days would not be peaceful. Sure enough, as soon as she entered the classroom, Lin Ali noticed her classmates deliberately keeping their distance from her. Behind her back, they whispered. No matter how slow she was, she realized she was being isolated by the entire class. Initially, Lin Ali had planned to make some friends on behalf of her younger brother, but it seemed this plan was about to fall through. Just then, a young boy actively approached her. I'm Agni. Your swordsmanship earlier was really impressive. I hope we can learn from each other from now on. Seeing Agni's outstretched hand, Lin Ali was so overjoyed that she was afraid he might change his mind. She immediately shook his hand. I'm Liam Lors, nice to meet you. Hearing the surname of a noble family, Agni suddenly became hesitant. Lin Ali quickly waved her hands. Don't worry about backgrounds, everyone is equal in the academy. Her friendliness caught Agni off guard for a moment. I see. Everyone told me not to hang out with you, I thought you were a bad person. Lin Ali immediately caught the key point in those words. It seems someone was deliberately trying to ostracize her. In the following days, thanks to Agni's straightforward personality, the two quickly became friends. But Lin Ali did not expect that this friendship would cause him to suffer. That day, she happened to see a crowd gathered around the fountain. Squeezing in to look, her face instantly turned pale when she recognized the youth lying dying in the pool, Agni. Anxiously pushing the crowd aside, Lin Ali was about to go down to save him. But a sword blocked her way, and the one holding the sword was none other than Dylan. Why did your highness torture Agni to this extent? Because this fellow ignored my orders and still intentionally associated with you, he must be punished. Only then did Lin Ali understand why she was shunned by everyone. Not only that, she had also implicated the innocent Agni. Hearing his painful groans, Lin Ali immediately knelt down to check his wounds. Hold on a little, I will take you to the infirmary. First, let me help you. Being ignored for the first time, Dylan angrily ordered his subordinates to take action. Looking at the descending blades, Lin Ali secretly cried out in dismay. They really wanted to take her life. However, the pain she anticipated did not come. A magic circle suddenly blocked the front, warding off all incoming attacks. The one who intervened was Kai, the white-haired mage who had always accompanied Dylan. Already enraged, Dylan lost his temper even more and shouted, Kai, what do you mean by this? The white-haired youth calmly replied, stop it. If this continues, someone will die. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Arnold quickly stepped forward to mediate. Stop arguing. If you make such a fuss, how can we host the heiress tea party tomorrow? Dylan suddenly thought of something, a calculated smile briefly appearing on his lips. He turned to Lin Ali, pretending to be gentle. What happened just now was indeed a bit too much on my part. To apologize, I invite you to attend the heiress tea party tomorrow. That invitation immediately caused a stir in the crowd, as only selected individuals had the privilege to attend the heiress tea party. Every member was the most outstanding student in the academy, and anyone lucky enough to receive an invitation would have a completely different status in future. But while everyone else yearned to attend the party, Lin Ali only felt wary. Her intuition told her that Dylan was preparing a much larger conspiracy. His next words made her feel even colder. Being able to join the heiress tea party and expand your connections, your father who holds the title of Marquis will surely be very pleased. Dylan deliberately emphasized her father's status, subtly warning her that given the gap in social standing, a Marquis' child like her had no right to refuse. Lin Ali bowed slightly and replied, thank you for your highness's invitation, I will definitely be there. Dylan smiled even more triumphantly. At 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, at the pavilion in the East Garden, we will be waiting for you. With that, he immediately led the group away. Before leaving, Kai looked back at Lin Ali with a meaningful gaze, which made her even more puzzled. She truly did not know why he had helped her. After taking Agni to the infirmary for treatment, Lin Ali returned to her room to wash off the dirt. The tension from the long day finally relaxed, causing her to make a fatal mistake. She carelessly forgot to lock the door. To make matters worse, the person who walked in was Kai. Lin Ali hurriedly pulled the curtain to cover her body. In contrast, Kai only looked as if he had confirmed his long-held suspicion, softly saying, as expected, my intuition was not wrong, you really are a girl. With no way to deny it, Lin Ali had to confess to disguising herself as her younger brother and earnestly begged him to keep the secret. However, Kai was curious about something else, so, what is your real younger brother doing? Knowing that Liam had to learn the bridal etiquette in his sister's place, Kai could not help but burst into laughter. He cheerfully said, I thought you pointing your sword at Dylan was special enough, but I did not expect your brother to be even more interesting. Lin Ali pouted in dissatisfaction, if you want to laugh at Liam, go ahead, why do you have to drag me into this? She earnestly pleaded again, as long as you agree to keep the secret, I can agree to any of your conditions. Any condition? Then I will reluctantly accept. Before Lin Ali could even rejoice, Kai changed his tone, but if one day I feel bored, I might accidentally let it slip. Therefore, you must try to keep me entertained. At the end of his sentence, he flashed a harmless smile. However, in Lin Ali's eyes, that smile made her spine run cold. This guy was truly wicked from head to toe, she was practically throwing herself into the wolf's mouth. The next day, as soon as she walked into the classroom, Lin Ali noticed that those who usually avoided her had suddenly become incredibly enthusiastic. Everyone scrambled to strike up a conversation. Recalling the Crown Prince's invitation yesterday, she finally understood just how influential the heiress tea party was. However, Lin Ali did not see Agni in the crowd. Hearing from her classmates that he was still recovering, a sense of guilt immediately overwhelmed her. 1. It was all because of her. Whether Agni still wanted to be friends with her or not, after this was over, she had to apologize to him in person. 2. Soon, the scheduled time arrived. As soon as Lin Ali appeared at the tea party, everyone looked at her with all kinds of gazes, examining, disdainful, and some were even openly waiting to watch the drama unfold. 3. This was clearly a trap. Fortunately, Lin Ali was prepared. No matter what happened, she would make sure the party ended gracefully. 4. Dylan was the first to speak, welcoming her on behalf of everyone. But as Lin Ali was about to sit down, he suddenly pointed to the servant's spot nearby, your seat is over there. 5. Didn't your highness invite me to attend the tea party? In response to Lin Ali's question, Dylan finally revealed his true intention. Perhaps you have misunderstood, my intention was to invite you to serve at the tea party. Mocking laughter immediately rang out around them. Lin Ali instantly understood what he was plotting. Forcing the heir of a marquis family to act as a servant was indeed an extremely effective insult. She tried to suppress her anger. At this moment, she was all alone, and if she spoke out in protest, she would fall right into the trap they had prepared. Therefore, she had to remain calm. Just as Lin Ali predicted, if she refused, Dylan would make an even more outrageous demand. Unfortunately for them, their plan was bound to fail. It is just pouring tea, what is so difficult about that? Lin Ali calmly accepted the maid's task, a reaction that took everyone by surprise. However, it only made them look forward even more to the moment she would clumsily make a fool of herself. No one knew that besides practicing swordsmanship, Lin Ali also enjoyed tasting various kinds of tea. Thanks to this, she had mastered a highly skilled tea brewing technique. The amber tea flowed from the spout, drawing a beautiful curve in the air before pouring neatly into the cup. From start to finish, not a single drop of tea splashed out. Her perfect movements left everyone around her in astonishment. Only Crown Prince Dylan's face darkened. Before long, Lin Ali finished pouring tea for everyone. She also noticed that Dylan's cup was completely different from the others, which was probably just a way to distinguish the Crown Prince's tableware. As she thought of this, chaotic images suddenly flashed in her mind. Everyone was pointing at her, accusing her of putting poison in the tea. Could that be what was about to happen? But in her past life, it was not until 3 years later that Liam was falsely accused, or perhaps her return to the past had changed the future. Dylan was about to raise the teacup to his lips, and Lin Ali could no longer care about etiquette. She snatched the cup and drank it all. A moment later, a sweet, metallic taste welled up in her throat, and she coughed up a large mouthful of blood. It was indeed poisoned, but this way, she would no longer be considered a suspect. Dylan stood frozen in shock at the sight. Only when the teacup fell and shattered on the ground did he finally snap back to reality. Lors, stay awake. He frantically called her name as Linali's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Before losing consciousness completely, she managed to think that it turned out this man could worry like this too. The entire party suddenly fell into chaos when someone realized that Linali had been poisoned. Those words inadvertently reminded Dylan of the scene of his mother being poisoned years ago. The terrifying childhood trauma rushed back, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. At that critical moment, Kai quickly cast magic to save Linali. Everyone around was extremely surprised, as someone normally as cold as him would actively step in to heal someone else. Kai offered no explanation. After administering first aid, he immediately picked her up and said coldly, "I will take him to the infirmary." The poisoning incident at the party was temporarily under control. However, things were far from over, as they still had to investigate who was the one behind the poisoning. Looking at the unconscious girl, Kai was both frustrated and helpless. Knowing full well it was poisoned yet still daring to drink it, she was truly reckless to the point of being infuriating. But that action also proved she was not the culprit. The mastermind only wanted to use her to assassinate the crown prince. Kai's gaze gradually turned cold. Whoever dared to play tricks in front of him would definitely regret being alive. Upon waking up, Linali had just opened her eyes when she heard a familiar voice. Turning her head to see Dylan sitting by the bed with a stern expression, she was startled and immediately sat up. Dylan coldly demanded an explanation. Linali felt a secret wave of despair. Could it be that he still thought she was the culprit? "I didn't poison it." "Then why did you know there was poison in the tea?" Of course, it was thanks to her memories of her past life, but she couldn't say that. After contemplating for a long time, Linali resorted to lying. "It was just intuition, Your Highness. Your teacup looked different from the others, so I felt something was off." Dylan was stunned. Was that all? Immediately after, he gritted his teeth in anger. "You were too reckless. Do you know you almost died? In your eyes, I must be a villain. So why did you still risk your life to protect me?" Linali was dazed. She didn't understand why Dylan was so distressed, but she still had to offer an explanation. She came to the academy to protect her family, so she had to prevent any unusual incidents from happening, even at the cost of her life. Unexpectedly, Dylan misunderstood those words as an oath of loyalty. He told her never to do such a foolish thing again, and that she must cherish her life from now on. Linali nodded blankly. So, she wasn't going to be executed? Dylan turned his face away, his ears turning red, and muttered a thank you. Linali was astonished. She didn't expect him to say such things, let alone blush to this extent, causing her to burst out laughing. Dylan immediately grew embarrassed to the point of getting angry. However, looking at her radiant smile, he suddenly realized the youth in front of him was actually so adorable. The very next second, Dylan quickly forced himself to sober up. The other person was a boy. What on earth was he thinking? By saving the crown prince, Linali became the academy's hero overnight, attracting a group of admiring female students. However, she could not feel happy. She clearly just wanted to live a low-key life, so why was she becoming more and more prominent? Agni cheerfully congratulated her and then thanked her. Thanks to her heroic deed, both of them were selected as reserve members for the swordsmanship and magic tournament. Linali could not help but be touched. Even though she had caused Agni much suffering, he was still willing to be friends with her. She excitedly held his hand, promising that they would do their best together. It was the most prestigious tournament among the 4 academies, where those with outstanding achievements would have the opportunity to join the Royal Knights. If she made it into the top 10, Linali believed she would definitely gain her father's recognition. She had no idea that a conspiracy targeting her and Agni was silently being prepared. Afterward, Linali happened to run into Kai and Eldic. Knowing that Kai was the one who had saved her, she quickly thanked him, fearing he might be displeased, but Kai seemed not to mind at all. "As long as you make me feel more entertained, that is fine." Looking at Kai's gentle and harmless face, Linali felt even more that he was secretly scheming something not so good. She was about to head to the training ground when she suddenly lied, saying she had forgotten her things and needed to go back to get them. In truth, she just wanted to find a quiet place to change into her training clothes. The mistake in the bathroom last time had taught her a very costly lesson. Just at that moment, a hand silently reached out from behind, tightly covering her mouth and nose. 3 muscular men appeared in front of Linali, wearing suspicious smiles before dragging her away. With just a glance, she knew they were not academy students, but who on earth were they? At the training ground, Dylan looked around anxiously. Liam had not yet arrived. Agni ran over in a panic, reporting that Linali had gone missing. Since his friend did not return after a long wait, he went to search, only to find her sword lying on the ground. Everyone guessed that Linali's reputation after the poison duel had made someone jealous and want to harm her. Dylan was worried to the point of going crazy but still refused to admit it. However, as soon as he remembered Linali's radiant smile, he could not sit still, immediately turning around and rushing out. At that time, Linali was tied up in a dark room. The 3 kidnappers revealed that someone had paid them to cut off one of her arms. Knowing their malicious intent, Linali had no intention of waiting for death. She suddenly lunged at one of the kidnappers to find an escape. During the struggle, the cloth gagging her mouth was slashed by a blade, and she immediately cried out for help. But right after that, a man violently threw her onto the floor. He raised his knife, preparing to strike down, when the door was suddenly kicked open. Dylan appeared like a saving god at the hairbreadth moment. Seeing Linali's torn collar, he instantly assumed she had been disgraced by them. A cold, murderous aura enveloped Dylan's entire body as he roared, "What have you done to him?" The 3 kidnappers quickly recognized the Crown Prince's identity. They charged forward simultaneously, intending to break through the encirclement and flee. Dylan immediately drew his sword, parrying one's knife before spinning to kick another away. His decisive and seamless sequence of moves left the remaining kidnapper stunned. He grabbed the man by the collar and flung him far away with one hand. Seeing Dylan anxiously running over to check on her, Linali finally realized he had really come to rescue her. However, her collar was torn, and the chest-binding cloth underneath was slightly exposed. If she were discovered, she would be in deep trouble. Linali tried to suppress the pain and stand up on her own, but to her surprise, Dylan thoughtfully took off his coat and draped it over her. She was stunned. Didn't this man hate her? Why was he being so gentle? Before she could even think, Kai, Arnold, and Eldick arrived one after another. Linali was curious about how they had found her. Kai quickly explained, "I have 2 white wolves, they followed your scent to this place." Dylan worriedly asked about her injuries and even offered his shoulder for her to lean on. However, his other hand reached out, absolutely terrifying Linali, because that position was directly in front of her chest. Dylan also felt something unusual. He opened his eyes wide, looking at her in disbelief. Linali was visibly panicked, thinking her secret was about to be exposed. Fortunately, Dylan did not think in that direction at all. He merely assumed Linali was injured in her chest. Kai, standing nearby, almost burst into laughter. Linali silently thanked Dylan's rare slow-wittedness. Playing along with the misunderstanding, she admitted she was injured. Who would have thought that upon hearing this, he would become even more anxious to inspect her wounds? Kai stepped in just in time to rescue her. "Don't worry, I will heal him." Linali felt a bit touched, but seeing the meaningful look on Kai's face, that emotion instantly vanished. Sure enough, he was still that wicked guy. The healing magic enveloped her body, quickly mending her wounds and restoring her skin to its original state. Kai even reached out to wipe the dust off her face. That caring gesture made Linali's heart beat fast out of control. She tried to move her leg, and the pain had completely vanished. Remembering how Kai had once detoxified her, she smiled sincerely, "Thank you, Kai. It's nothing, just a small matter." The atmosphere between the two suddenly became ambiguous. Standing nearby, Dylan felt more and more annoyed the more he watched. Clearly, he was the one who rushed in to save Lors, so why did she only smile at Kai? Not to mention, the soft sensation he had just touched earlier made him want to try it once more. Dylan immediately brushed off that dangerous thought. What on earth was he thinking? Lors was his brother, after all. Not long after, the mastermind behind the kidnapping was also found. However, because that person held a noble status, the final punishment was only limited to expulsion. Linali's life gradually returned to normal. Every day she practiced swordsmanship, and occasionally teased Agni. Once, while the two of them were praising each other, Kai approached. Hearing Linali use honorifics with him, he immediately asked her to call him by his name. This sudden intimacy made Linali flustered. Kai casually reminded her, "I know you are a girl." Linali was speechless, only able to shyly call his name, Kai. Unexpectedly, just hearing his name called made Kai happy, and he looked at her with a radiant smile. Dylan, however, found this extremely eyesore, so he loudly called out to Linali, "Lors, come duel with me." Linali did not want to at all, but since the opponent was the crown prince, she could not refuse. Arnold, standing nearby, found it more and more puzzling the more he watched. Why did both Dylan and Kai like to cling to Lors? It was true that Lors had a cute appearance, but... Hearing this, Eldik's face turned pale, and he quickly backed far away. Don't tell me you like men. On the other side, the match had begun. After 2.5 hours of struggle, Linali was one move short and was defeated by Dylan. She fell flat on her back, in so much pain that her whole body felt like it was about to shatter. Dylan stared blankly again. How could this guy be so beautiful? Even when sweating, he was still adorable. He quickly covered his nose, forcing himself to calm down. This was his brother. Linali didn't know what Dylan was thinking, she only wanted to become stronger. Right at that moment, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her side, as the fall just now had injured her waist. Just as Dylan was about to step forward to help her up, Kai was one step faster. Dylan instantly felt annoyed. You actually proactively helping someone up, that is indeed a strange sight. She was injured because of fighting you, so you must take responsibility. But I can heal her. The two immediately entered a tense confrontation. Realizing he did not have the upper hand, Dylan turned to look at Linali, waiting for her choice. Facing two terrifying faces, Linali was so scared that she backed up repeatedly. She absolutely would not answer a question that could cost her life like that. Finally, she gritted her teeth against the pain and stood up straight on her own. Seeing this, Dylan stopped arguing. He coldly announced the end of the practice session and turned to leave. The two scary figures finally stopped, and Linali let out a sigh of relief, collapsing exhaustedly onto the bed. She still did not understand why Dylan had come to rescue her and even showed such concern today. Could it be that the future had truly changed? No, she still couldn't let her guard down. Linali suddenly spotted a letter on the table. This was already the 100th letter Liam had sent. She thought her younger brother was just asking after her as usual, but unexpectedly, inside was an invitation to the Crown Prince's banquet. She almost fainted on the spot. With the banquet being held at this exact time, wouldn't she have to appear in female attire? However, she could not decline an invitation from the royal family. Her only choice was to hope no one would recognize her. She would just greet everyone and leave immediately. Linali returned home exhausted, where the maids had been waiting for her for a long time. She was about to say hello, but in the next second, they lifted her up and carried her away. She inwardly complained, at least they should let her rest for a moment. The maids complained once again that she had returned too late. Linali had no choice but to let them do her makeup and change her into her formal dress. Before long, the beautiful Lady Linali appeared as if stepping out of a painting. Her appearance was so captivating that even the maids couldn't help but stare in awe. Liam entered the room, and as the two siblings happily greeted each other, he noticed the problem immediately. "Sister, with your hair this short, the secret will definitely be exposed." Linali's eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly suggested that she could pretend to be ill to avoid attending, just like before. Unfortunately, she had forgotten that her younger brother was a magic genius. In the blink of an eye, her long, pinkish-white hair cascaded down her shoulders, looking exactly as it did before. Her younger brother was indeed incredibly talented, but as a result, she still had to attend the party. Liam politely offered his hand. "Let's go, my sister." Despite her reluctance, Linali placed her hand in his. As the carriage sped toward the royal palace, she repeatedly reminded Liam to always stay by her side. "You have said this 100 times already," Liam said helplessly, not understanding the anxiety in his sister's heart. If any conflict arose between him and Dylan, or if their identity swap was discovered, the tragedy of her past life could easily repeat itself. The carriage quickly arrived at the royal palace. In contrast to his nervous sister, Liam remained extremely calm. He held Lenali's hand, leading her into the real battlefield of the two siblings. The moment they appeared, the guests instantly fell into a stir. Rumors had depicted Lady Lenali as a rough girl, no different from a man. However, upon seeing her in person, none of the men in the grand hall could take their eyes off her. Lenali curiously looked around, secretly marveling at how wealthy the royal family indeed was. However, the gazes of those around made her feel self-conscious. She leaned close to Liam and whispered, "Do I look that bad? Why is everyone staring?" Liam replied, "How could that be? My sister is the most beautiful person in the world." This compliment made Lenali blush. But the moment she spotted a plate of roasted chicken in the distance, her eyes instantly lit up. Coincidentally, there weren't many people in a nearby corner. She just needed to slip over there, finish eating, and quietly leave. Thinking so, Lenali pulled her younger brother along. Unexpectedly, someone blocked their path, who turned out to be a female student who greatly admired Liam. Before the siblings could even react, another group of young ladies suddenly surrounded them. Lenali was stunned. She had no idea her younger brother was so popular. Just then, a commotion broke out at the entrance of the main hall. The Perseus group, consisting of the 4 most prominent male students in the academy, appeared all at once. Startled, Lenali intended to pull Liam away, but as soon as she turned her head, her brother was nowhere to be seen. She froze, wondering if she had just lost Liam. With no other choice, Lenali could only search for him everywhere. Before she could find Liam, she bumped into an acquaintance. Just as she was about to apologize, she looked up and realized the person in front of her was Kai. This time, she was truly doomed. Lenali intended to pretend they didn't know each other, but with just a glance, Kai recognized her. "You look completely different today. This is the first time I've seen you wearing a dress." He gently raised her hand and placed a kiss on the back of it. "Lovely lady, it is a great honor to meet you." Lenali had only just reverted to her female identity to attend the banquet, yet Kai recognized her immediately. He even proactively offered to escort her back to the main hall. That smile looked very gentle, but it sent a shiver down Lenali's spine. She didn't want anyone else to know her secret either, right? As expected, he was truly a devil. To protect her secret, Lenali could only patiently accept his request. When the two of them appeared together in the main hall, the guests whispered that they looked like a perfect match. Lenali, however, thought everyone was speaking ill of her, so she quickly let go of Kai's hand, bowed, and turned to run. Unexpectedly, Kai grabbed her arm, inviting her to dance. Lenali was too shocked to speak. A young lady's first dance could only be reserved for her fiancé. Kai clearly knew that, yet he still intentionally invited her. Flustered, she politely declined. Kai seemed regretful, but in the end, he did not force her. Lenali continued her search for Liam, but he was nowhere to be found. He wouldn't just abandon his sister and go home by himself, would he? Suddenly, someone called out to her. A young noble wanted to invite her to dance, but he was instantly pushed aside by others. Lenali panicked, wanting to stop them from arguing, but the crowd of men surrounding her only grew larger. Looking at the empty balcony in the distance, an idea suddenly came to her. Lenali smiled and said goodbye to the crowd, then ran out at full speed regardless of her high heels. She put one hand on the railing and decisively jumped over. Unexpectedly, Dylan was taking a stroll down below. Seeing the distance between the two of them quickly narrowing, only one thought remained in Lenali's mind: her life was over. When she held her head and sat up, Dylan was lying on the ground, becoming an involuntary cushion for her. This time, she was truly doomed. Lenali hurriedly stood up, trembling as she prepared to apologize. Dylan, famous for his hot temper, was about to rage and scold her. However, seeing her beautiful, fairy-like face, all the harsh words instantly got stuck in his throat. "Aren't you Liam?" Linali thought she had been exposed. After a moment of panic, she realized Dylan was misunderstanding that Liam had cross-dressed as a girl. That's right, Dylan was sometimes unbelievably naive. She quickly explained, "I am Liam's older sister, my name is Linali Lors." Dylan was dazed. This girl was no different from a female version of his brother-in-arms at the academy. If Liam really looked like this, it seemed he wouldn't be so unacceptable after all. He murmured, "So you are the one rumored to be." Dylan abruptly stopped speaking, but Linali had already remembered the rumors about her. "Does your highness mean to say I am a rude girl, no different from a man?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly remembered the identity of the person in front of her, immediately shutting her mouth and stepping far back. Dylan burst into cheerful laughter again. "You really are just like the rumors. Not only did you dare to jump down from the second floor, but you also dared to raise your voice at me." That gentle attitude made Linali even more terrified. As she bowed her head to apologize, she suddenly noticed a scratch on the back of his hand, so she quickly pulled out her handkerchief and carefully bandaged it. Looking at the girl intently focused in front of him, Dylan could not stop his heart from racing. After finishing treating the wound, Linali realized her actions were somewhat impolite. Dylan did not mind at all, and was even secretly delighted. Linali felt like trouble was coming her way again. Not only had she been rude to the crown prince, but she had also injured him, so it was best to run before he changed his mind and got angry. Right at that moment, her stomach suddenly growled. The atmosphere became extremely awkward, and Linali just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. On the contrary, Dylan laughed even more cheerfully. He had never met such an adorable young lady whose facial expressions changed constantly, making him only want to look at her more. With only thoughts of running away in Linali's mind, Dylan suddenly grabbed her hand. "Can we meet again in the future?" A few days later, Dylan proactively sought out Liam, shyly asking about Linali. Since the night of the banquet, he had always hoped to see her again. However, Linali, disguised as Liam, was pale with fear, thinking he had come to settle scores, so she quickly bowed and apologized. Dylan blushed in surprise. He did not expect Linali to still remember him. Looking at the face of the brother before him, Dylan had to admit that the two siblings looked exactly alike. Every time he thought of the girl from the banquet night, his heart fluttered. Then, Dylan suddenly thought he had figured it out. Indeed, he only liked this brother's face, such a cute face, who wouldn't be charmed by it? Hearing Liam hesitantly ask about the wound on his hand, Dylan immediately approached with a cheerful smile. Linali was stunned, not expecting that he was not only unbothered but actually seemed very happy. Arnold suddenly appeared and intimately put his arm around Linali's shoulder. At that moment, Kai and Eldic also arrived. Hearing them mention a top expert who was about to return, Linali curiously asked who it was. That person was the youngest swordsmanship genius of the academy. Thanks to his outstanding strength, he was specially allowed to join the Night Order early on. Currently, the entire academy was talking about him. Not only was he Dylan's longtime rival, but he also held a status that made the crown prince even more uncomfortable. He was Linali's fiancé. Noticing her unusual expression, Kai leaned in and asked, "What's the matter? Who is this person you all are talking about?" All three of them were stunned, and Kai looked at her in disbelief. It was her sister's famous fiancé. Linali could barely stand steady. Why had she never heard that Rick would return so early? This time, she was in deep trouble. A few days later, to prepare for the training session with the Night Order, all the students gathered at the private training grounds. Looking at the room assignment list, Linali was completely dumbstruck. Each room was for 2 people, and furthermore, everyone had to share a large public bath. She was going crazy. What on earth could she do to avoid being exposed? Suddenly, Kai took the initiative to approach her. "Do you want to share a room with me?" Everyone was astonished, but Linali, on the other hand, saw a glimmer of hope. Dylan thought Kai was just joking, but even though there was still a smile on his lips, his eyes were unusually serious. Kai continued to entice her. "My room has a private bathroom. That condition immediately hit Linali's weak spot. Kai already knew she was a girl, and having a private bathroom would help her avoid being exposed. It seemed this was indeed the most suitable choice. Seeing her still hesitate, Kai made the decision for her. So, from now on, you will share a room with me. Linali could not refuse that condition, so she had to follow Kai to his room. The room was much larger than she had imagined, with a huge bed placed right in the middle. Just then, Kai revealed his true colors. Shouldn't you repay me? I went to great lengths to help you hide your secret, yet on the night of the ball, you still refused to dance with me. Linali was flustered and about to explain, but then she remembered Kai's habit of teasing others. He certainly just wanted to see her flustered. She forced herself to calm down. So tell me, what do you want me to do? That serious attitude only made Kai more interested. Initially, he just wanted to find some fun to kill time. But now, he no longer wanted to yield Linali to anyone, not even the crown prince of the empire. At the next banquet, dance with me. Of course, you must appear in women's clothing. Out in the hallway, Dylan was rushing toward Kai's room. Clearly, he cared deeply about Linali, yet he kept hypnotizing himself that he was only attracted to women. Upon arrival, Dylan found the door was not fully closed. He quietly peeked inside and widened his eyes in astonishment. What on earth are these two doing? He even heard them mentioning bathing together. Just imagining two men sharing a bathroom was enough to make Dylan feel his worldview collapse. He immediately pushed the door open and barged in. What are you two men doing? Kai reluctantly let Linali go, complaining that he was interrupted at the critical moment. Dylan was shocked and asked if the two of them were in that kind of relationship. Just as Linali was about to explain, Kai intentionally put his arm around her waist suggestively. She froze, wondering what on earth this man was trying to do. Dylan was also heavily shaken. He asked Lors if he actually liked Kai, prompting Linali to immediately push Kai away and clarify it was all a misunderstanding. Dylan assumed he understood the situation, thinking Kai must be using his power to force Lors. Since his brother-in-arms couldn't resist, he decided he had to step in and save her. Dylan stepped forward and pulled Linali behind his back. Because of competing for her, the two of them almost fought, while the main characters still did not understand why they were angry. A day of training quickly came to an end. Because Dylan openly intervened, Linali had another headache about tonight's sleeping arrangement. As soon as she walked to the area where the new room list was announced, she had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Dylan had rearranged it himself. This time, the person sharing the room with Linali was him. She was completely stunned. Clearly, she wanted to stay away from Dylan, so why was the distance between them getting closer and closer? Kai was dissatisfied and immediately objected. Dylan solemnly declared that to Lors, he was too dangerous, and as the crown prince, he had a responsibility to protect his subjects. Kai bluntly exposed him. You just want to stay in the same room with him. Dylan defensively retorted, I'm different from you, I like women. Kai's gaze suddenly became strange, I like women too. Both Linali and Dylan failed to understand the implication behind those words. Despite her despair, Dylan pulled her directly into the room. The space inside was surprisingly spacious, but unfortunately, there was still only one bed. Dylan casually said, a bed this wide could easily fit 100 people. Linali was so frustrated she almost fainted. She was a girl, so how could she sleep with a man? Furthermore, her sleeping posture was terrible, and if she accidentally kicked the crown prince, it could be a major offense. I am not like Kai, I won't do anything to you. Unexpectedly, Dylan still misunderstood the situation between her and Kai, leaving Linali at a loss for how to explain. He suddenly told her to take a bath first. Your Highness, please bathe first. Dylan used his work as an excuse to let her go ahead. Seeing Linali still hesitating, he flatly commanded, go take a bath, now. She was too intimidated to say another word. Even though it was just a simple command to bathe, Linali still felt extremely embarrassed. Quietly praying that Dylan would not pay attention to her, she carefully stepped into the bathroom. As soon as the door closed, Dylan was filled with regret, scratching his head in frustration. Ever since seeing Linali's true appearance at the banquet, he had promised himself to protect Liam well. Only by doing so would he have another chance to meet his friend's older sister again. Dylan had no idea that the girl he longed for day and night was currently relaxing in the bathtub right behind the door. Linali gently patted her soft cheeks, reminding herself to be careful and absolutely never reveal her identity. As she stood up to put on her clothes, a spider suddenly dropped down right in front of her eyes. A terrified scream instantly echoed from the bathroom. Thinking his brother-in-arms was in danger, Dylan immediately pushed the door open and rushed inside. At that exact moment, Linali also dashed out, causing the two to collide heavily. Dylan's face flushed bright red with embarrassment. Linali reacted quickly, immediately turning around and running back inside, determined not to let him see her body. Fortunately, Dylan was slow-witted at the right time, as he only cared about what had just happened. Hearing that Linali was frightened by a spider, he spotted the tiny creature nearby, casually grabbed it, and threw it out the window. "It is all right now, I threw it outside." Linali peeked out from the door. That pitiful and timid face almost made Dylan's heart stop beating. In this lifetime, he felt he had nothing left to regret. Dylan quickly soaked himself in cold water to calm down. Recalling Linali's terrified look of insects, he couldn't help but smile, but the feeling of hugging her just now was strangely soft. "No, that's not right, he is a man." Dylan sighed in disappointment. No wonder Kai liked lores. Even the younger brother was this beautiful, so the older sister must be even more charming. He splashed water on his face again, unable to let his mind keep thinking about such strange things. Out of habit, Dylan was about to call the servants. Only then did he remember that no one was here today, there were only him and his brother in the room. Linali was still sitting outside waiting. Just as she was about to explain what had just happened, she realized Dylan's condition was not right. She reached out her hand to stop him, immediately feeling a burning heat. Was His Highness having a fever? Before she could finish asking, she was pressed down onto the bed by him. Only then did Linali realize Dylan was semi-conscious. She intended to get up to fetch some water and a towel for him, but the man held her tightly. His eyes, usually sharp, were now covered with a hazy layer. It seemed Dylan had mistaken the person in front of him for Liam's older sister. "I miss you so much, Linali. I finally get to see you again. Since the first time I saw you, I couldn't forget you. You are truly beautiful." That gentle and sincere gaze made Linali's heart flutter. However, right after confessing, Dylan tilted his head and fell fast asleep, leaving her alone with her wandering thoughts. Could it be that her cross-dressing secret had been discovered? The next morning, Dylan woke up dazed, the first image appearing in his mind being the girl from last night. He jumped up to search, but what caught his eyes was his brother-in-arms sleeping and drooling. Dylan was speechless. How could someone sleep so unattractively? The snoring echoed throughout the room, looking in no way like a woman. Sure enough, the girl from last night was just an hallucination from his fever. A long while later, Linali walked to the training ground yawning, secretly annoyed at herself for oversleeping. Recalling the sincere confession from last night, she had once thought her identity was exposed. But Dylan's unpleasant attitude in the morning showed that her disguise was still extremely successful. When Linali leisurely appeared at the training ground, she suddenly became the center of attention. Since Dylan and Kai publicly fought over her, many people assumed that Linali had seduced both of them. They even insulted her, calling her the disgrace of the academy. Linali could not understand why she was being targeted so relentlessly. Just then, Agni cheerfully ran over to greet her. Seeing Linali safe and sound, he was finally able to let go of his worries. In Agni's impression, she and Dylan had never been on good terms. This time, Dylan suddenly demanded to share a room with her, making him fear the crown prince was plotting something. Hearing Agni's explanation, Linali was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. "Thank you for caring about me." Her smile was so adorable that Agni suddenly felt his heart race. He hurriedly made up an excuse and quickly ran away. Kai, standing nearby, had seen everything. Because of Dylan, Linali unexpectedly became the main subject of the rumors. Meanwhile, Dylan still asked with a dazed look, "What rumor?" Kai looked at him with an utterly speechless expression. With that kind of intelligence, it's best if you stay away from me. Dylan was furious and about to teach him a lesson, but the training session had already begun. No matter how angry he was, he had to hold back his anger. On the other side of the training field, Linali and Agni were actively sparring. Believing he had caught her opening, Agni immediately rushed forward to press the attack. Unexpectedly, it was nothing but a perfect trap. Linali quickly swerved behind him, delivering a beautiful strike that sent him tumbling to the ground. Agni lay flat on the ground in disappointment. I thought I could win today. Hearing this, Linali smiled, not looking down on him at all. You have improved a lot compared to before. That encouragement immediately helped Agni regain his spirit. As the two were about to fight another round, he looked behind Linali in horror. A giant fireball was flying straight towards her, and the distance was too close for her to dodge. A violent explosion rang out, but the burning sensation did not appear. Linali looked up in fear, only to see a tall figure standing protectively in front of her. Even though they hadn't met for a long time, she recognized him instantly. With pale red, almost white hair and dark yellow eyes, that was Rick Walkman, her fiancé. Hearing everyone calling his name anxiously, Rick Walkman calmly assured them he was fine. It was only when he turned around to look at Linali that he realized her ankle was injured. He didn't even bother to respond to Arnold, who was greeting him, directly walking over to Linali, who was still dazed. Before everyone's astonished eyes, Rick slung her over his shoulder and carried her away. Dylan didn't even have time to react before his brother was carried off. Rick placed Linali down on the bed in the dressing room and began looking for medicine. Only then did she snap out of it and realize her ankle was injured. He gently pulled up her pant leg. Seeing that Rick didn't ask anything else, Linali was secretly glad that her identity had not been exposed. But right after that, she heard him call her real name. Linali, why are you here? She planned to play dumb to cover it up, but Rick asserted that he had not mistaken her. He was too familiar with your scent. After returning, you were the first person he went to look for, but you were not at home. Linali was extremely surprised. Their marriage was originally just arranged by the two families, so she had thought Rick Walkman had no feelings for her at all. In truth, Rick Walkman had liked Linali ever since they were children. He had even strived to become the cold and strong man he was today because of her. When Rick Walkman asked why Liam Lors did not enroll, Linali shrank back guiltily. However, she quickly came up with a very plausible reason to respond. She explained that she also wanted to become a knight. If only Liam Lors got to study here, it would be too unfair, so she had made a deal with their father to study for 1 year. Hearing this, Rick Walkman immediately frowned and advised her to return home quickly. However, Linali did not hesitate to flatly reject his advice. She had come to the academy to protect her family, so how could she easily give up? This matter was directly related to the lives of her loved ones, so she absolutely would not back down. Rick silently looked at her and sighed, declaring that he would force her to drop out of school. Linali panicked. If she returned, her family could be in danger. She suddenly remembered what Liam had told her. From the very beginning, he had been worried his sister would be discovered, especially by her future fiancé. Rick would surely see through her disguise, so to silence him, Liam had shown her a way. Not knowing if it would work, Linali had no choice but to try. She took a deep breath and said loudly, "If you force me to go back, I will not marry you anymore." Rick was thunderstruck. His only weakness had been firmly grasped by her. Yet, Rick really could not stand his fiancé being surrounded by men. Linali quickly emphasized, "Only for 1 year, I promised father that when the time is up, I will drop out of school immediately." Rick cast his eyes down. "A year from now, will you marry me?" Linali nodded immediately. Seeing this, Rick could only yield. She also didn't expect this method to be so effective. Did he really want to marry her that much? In her past life, Rick was always busy after their engagement. When the Lors family was framed, the engagement between them was also cancelled. Therefore, Linali did not know what he went through after that. As a child, Rick was very weak. Every time he was defeated by Linali, he would turn into a crybaby. Once, he asked with a sense of grievance, as expected, "You like strong men, don't you?" Lin Ali happily admitted it right away. To her surprise, Rick remembered those words. From that day on, he swore that he would definitely become the strongest. The weak boy from back then had continuously strived, eventually becoming a cold and handsome swordsman. Seeing Rick surrounded by everyone, Lin Ali felt that her current self was not worthy of him. After the training session, Dylan called Lin Ali to return to the resting room together. Rick immediately stopped them, claiming that a child of Marquis Lors did not have a high enough status to stay with the Crown Prince. Dylan openly protected her. "I believe his status is completely worthy." Seeing the confrontational aura between the two, Lin Ali was frozen with fear, wondering if they had an old grudge. She had no idea they were both jealous because of her. In the end, Rick still held the upper hand. He took Lin Ali to the room originally allocated to him, while he relocated elsewhere. As soon as he closed the door to his new room, Rick instantly showed an infatuated expression. Lin Ali looked beautiful with long hair, but her short hair was also incredibly adorable, truly worthy of being the woman he loved. However, she was currently surrounded by men, including two rivals who were extremely difficult to deal with, and Rick absolutely could not accept that. He had become strong to protect Lin Ali, and he would definitely not hand her over to anyone. The training session ended. As soon as Lin Ali returned to the academy, she happened to see Rick standing with a blonde girl. She was still wondering who the other person was when a harsh screech echoed from behind. "How dare you wear the same tie as me, get out of my sight." Both Lin Ali and Rick were stunned. This girl was so arrogant, she must have an extraordinary background. Lin Ali felt as if she had met her somewhere before. Right at that moment, there was another commotion from behind, and the Perseus group appeared all at once. The blonde girl who was extremely arrogant just now immediately changed to an infatuated expression. Dylan also just noticed her presence and asked in annoyance, "Why are you here?" The girl did not answer but ran over on her own, intending to link her arm with his. Dylan quickly withdrew his arm, completely ignoring her self-pitying expression before turning around and leaving. Witnessing that scene, Lin Ali finally remembered her identity. That was Cecilia, the Crown Prince's fiancée. Because of her tyrannical behavior in high society, often making other young ladies afraid to appear in public, Cecilia was also known as the poisonous flower. Lin Ali absolutely did not want to get involved with such a person. However, the very next day, she happened to run into Dylan and Cecilia again. Lin Ali intended to pretend she didn't see them, but she didn't expect Dylan to look as panicked as someone caught red-handed cheating. He quickly explained that even though he and she had an engagement, she shouldn't misunderstand. Lin Ali was bewildered, wondering what his engagement had to do with her. Cecilia also sensed something unusual. She wanted to pull Dylan away, but he decisively brushed her hand off. Just as Cecilia was about to continue speaking, she suddenly slipped and fell toward the stairs. Lin Ali reacted extremely quickly, immediately rushing forward to catch and save her. Dylan rushed over in a panic, but the person he anxiously checked on was Lin Ali, completely ignoring Cecilia who was right beside him. This unusual attitude left Cecilia utterly baffled. Why did her fiancé not care about her at all, but only worry about another man, and what did that gentle gaze of his actually mean? A moment later, Cecilia seemed to understand. She went to the garden alone, frustrated that Lors, with only a pretty face, dared to vie for attention with her. Heavy footsteps suddenly rang out. Cecilia turned around alertly, spotting a mysterious figure covered in a cloak. "I can help you get rid of Lors." Cecilia was not easily fooled. Why should I trust someone who doesn't even dare to show their face? The other person just laughed mysteriously. After a moment of hesitation, Cecilia told the opponent to state their plan. In the following days, Cecilia, who originally liked Dylan, repeatedly sought ways to approach Lin Ali. She did not understand what the other party was trying to do. While Lin Ali was still suspicious, Cecilia suddenly put on a bashful look. "I have a few words to say to you in private. It is not convenient here." She led Lin Ali into a room. Once she was sure there was no one around, Cecilia suddenly acted shy and confessed her feelings to her. Lin Ali was frozen with fear, remembering that this person was the Crown Prince Dylan's fiancé. As if reading her mind, Cecilia explained that although the crown prince loved her passionately, she could not return his feelings. Lin Ali felt like her mind could no longer keep up. Didn't Crown Prince Dylan always act like he hated Cecilia, or was he the type who acted colder the more he liked someone? Just then, Cecilia suddenly pulled her own collar down. Before Lin Ali could even react, she grabbed Lin Ali's arm, intentionally creating an ambiguous pose. Seeing Lin Ali still not understanding what was happening, Cecilia ripped open her collar and cried out loudly for help. In the next second, the door was burst open, and 2 guards rushed in with murderous intent. Seeing Cecilia's aggrieved appearance, they immediately drew their swords and ordered Lin Ali to surrender. Unable to explain the misunderstanding, she was forced to draw her sword in self-defense. She did not understand why Cecilia wanted to frame her, when clearly she had saved her before. The 2 guards coordinated their attacks, quickly pushing Lin Ali back. At the critical moment, Rick appeared as if falling from the sky, blocking the strike. From now on, your opponent is me. He unleashed a powerful sweep, knocking down both guards. Before Lin Ali could even sigh in relief, Dylan, Kai, Arnold, and Eldick also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Cecilia immediately ran crying toward her fiancé, accusing Lin Ali of attempting to humiliate her, and begging Dylan to demand justice. Lin Ali was at a loss for how to explain. She had no evidence, and who would believe her? Thinking about how offending Cecilia could lead to her execution and even implicate her entire family, tears of resentment welled up in her eyes. She had worked so hard to get a second chance, could she still not change her fate? Cecilia did not stop there. She continued to accuse Lin Ali of seducing the male students at school, demanding that Dylan expel her from the academy. At Lin Ali's most desperate moment, Dylan decisively spoke up. "Lors is my friend, I do not allow anyone to slander him." Lin Ali was astonished that he took her side. Even Cecilia did not expect this outcome. Dylan continued to coldly defend his friend. "Lors could not do such a thing. The only possibility is that you are framing him. Do you think I am foolish enough to believe you instead of my friend?" Cecilia was about to explain, but Dylan coldly declared, "With the authority of the Crown Prince, I sentence you to death." Everyone was terrified by that cruel decision. Cecilia trembled violently, hurriedly begging for mercy. She intended to expose the mysterious person, but her throat was suddenly choked by an invisible force. No matter how hard she tried, she could not make a sound, ultimately collapsing onto the ground in helplessness. The words "death penalty" plunged Lin Ali into absolute terror. In her previous life, it was exactly such a sentence that had sent her and her family to the scaffold. That horrific memory was still deeply etched in her mind. Dylan anxiously stepped forward to ask if she was all right, but his outstretched hand reminded Lin Ali of his cold and brutal demeanor from her past life. Under everyone's astonished gazes, she fearfully slapped his hand away, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Just as Dylan was about to speak, Lin Ali pleaded loudly, "Please, do not execute her." Rick immediately stopped her impolite behavior and quickly apologized on her behalf. "Please forgive Lin Ali's rudeness, Your Highness." He grabbed her hand, swiftly leading her away from the scene. Dylan could not understand it at all. He only wanted to help Lors. Could it be that he had done something wrong? Resentment constantly welled up inside him. In the end, he changed his order, no longer executing Cecilia but only imprisoning her in the dungeon. Arnold noticed Dylan's unstable mood and was about to step forward to comfort him, but was shouted at, "Don't touch me." Arnold could only awkwardly withdraw his hand. Only Kai, standing nearby, understood exactly what was happening. Dylan's old illness had relapsed again. Ever since his mother passed away, Dylan's temperament had become unusually hot-tempered. It was not until he met Lin Ali that he gradually changed for the better. Looking at this, Kai only silently hoped that he would never return to his fearsome self from before. One day, Rick Walkman came and knocked on Lin Ali's room door. Since he would soon have to go on an expedition, he wanted to see her one last time before leaving. Lin Ali smiled and told him not to worry, saying she was fine now. Rick earnestly promised that as soon as the expedition ended, he would immediately come to see her, and added that she must always remember he would always be her support. Lin Ali was surprised by his attitude, not expecting that Rick, with his cold exterior, could be so gentle. At the same time, a question still lingered in her mind: who on earth was the one who had harmed her? The guards had once interrogated Cecilia, but she had been placed under a silence spell by someone else. Whenever she attempted to reveal information about the mastermind, Cecilia would immediately lose her voice, and her body would suffer pain as if pierced by countless arrows. Therefore, Lin Ali had no way of knowing who the mastermind was. It was highly likely that this was also the person who had poisoned the tea party. The sound of birds singing suddenly echoed outside the window. Lin Ali quickly opened the door, recognizing that it was a messenger bird created by Liam using magic. She thought her father had sent a letter to check on her, but unexpectedly, inside was a cry for help from her younger brother. Dylan had gone all the way to the Lore's house and specifically demanded to meet Lin Ali. If she did not appear, he absolutely refused to leave. Lin Ali fell silent. Since the time she brushed off Dylan's hand, they had not seen each other for a while. She thought that simply avoiding contact would be enough, but she never expected him to come straight to her house. Could he want to punish her? Thinking carefully, that didn't seem right. If it were just to punish Liam, he wouldn't need to demand to see Lin Ali. The problem was that she couldn't return immediately, unless she used teleportation magic. Suddenly, a suitable person flashed through Lin Ali's mind. At the same time, Kai was quietly reading a book in his study when the butler came in to report a visitor. At first, he intended to turn the guest away, but upon hearing the visitor was Liam, an underclassman, his cold attitude changed instantly. "Let me greet him in person." As soon as Kai entered the living room, Lin Ali pitifully grabbed him. "Right now, only you can save my life." Kai was not in a hurry at all. He smiled dangerously, suddenly leaning his hand against the wall to trap her in his arms. "If you want me to save your life, the price will be very high." Lin Ali froze for a moment, then quickly understood. Kai was the magic genius of the Empire, so there was no way he would help her without compensation. She took a deep breath to summon her courage and said, "I understand, as long as it is within my ability, I will agree to anything." A look of surprise flashed across Kai's eyes, and then he sighed. She was truly terrifying, agreeing to anything without thinking of the consequences. Seeing that Lin Ali was still naive and did not understand the danger, Kai decided to teach her a lesson. He lifted her face up and slowly leaned in close. Lin Ali frantically pushed him away, blushing as she asked, "What are you trying to do?" Kai smiled as if teasing his prey, of course, demanding compensation. "I have helped you so many times, so a kiss as a reward is still very reasonable, right?" Lin Ali's face instantly flushed. It was true that Kai had helped her quite a lot, but using a kiss to repay him was still too much for her to bear. Kai still smiled. "This concerns your life, yet you cannot even do that?" He sighed again in disappointment. "It seems that up until now, I have only helped you, and you have never repaid me." Lin Ali immediately felt guilty. Finally, she had to promise, "At the next banquet, I will definitely dance with you." Seeing that Kai did not answer, she asked anxiously, "Is that okay?" Kai had clearly gotten what he wanted, but he still pretended to be at a disadvantage. "Helping you so much only to exchange it for a dance, I'm losing too much. But if it's you, I'll reluctantly accept." Afterwards, he finally asked what she needed help with. Lin Ali only said that she wanted to return home quickly, cleverly hiding the fact that Dylan was there. If Dylan and Kai were to meet, it would definitely not lead to anything good. Fortunately, Kai did not ask any further. He raised his hand, and a giant magic circle immediately appeared on the floor, stand in the center. Lin Ali breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to return home with peace of mind. Watching Kai focus on casting his magic, she suddenly felt that she had indeed relied on him too much. This time, he didn't seem to receive any worthy compensation. With Kai's unpredictable personality, what if he got upset and revealed her disguise secret? Lin Ali recalled the request from earlier and suddenly made up her mind. Taking advantage of Kai's inattention, she grabbed his collar, pulled him down, and kissed him hard on the cheek. Kai opened his eyes wide in surprise. He reached up to touch the spot she had just kissed. A person normally so calm and good at teasing others like him was rarely seen blushing. The magic circle began to operate, and just a few minutes later, Lin Ali was brought back home. Only then did she fail to suppress her panic. She had just actively kissed Kai, how could she face him next time? Before Lin Ali could force herself to calm down, the room door was flung open. Liam sensed the magic fluctuations and immediately ran to find his sister. He quickly used magic to make Lin Ali's hair long again, then urged, "The crown prince is already at the door, now we are just waiting for you to come out and save the day." After saying that, Liam handed his sister over to the maids, telling them to prepare her very carefully. Lin Ali weakly asked everyone to be gentle, but in the next second, a tragic scream echoed out of the room. A long time later, thanks to the skillful hands of the maids, Lady Lin Ali finally appeared looking gorgeous. Her parents just happened to arrive to check on the situation. Madame Lors immediately asked curiously about the relationship between her daughter and Dylan. Marquis Lors, on the other hand, suspected that Lin Ali had caused trouble at school, which was why the crown prince came to their house. She wanted to deny it, but recalling her past actions with Dylan, she swallowed her words. Her mother then made an even more shocking statement, "I am very pleased with the crown prince's appearance, it would be wonderful if he became our son-in-law." Marquis Lors turned pale, quickly warning his wife that such thoughts were extremely dangerous, especially since their daughter was already betrothed to Rick Walkman. Madame Lors shoved her husband aside and turned to ask Lin Ali which one she preferred. Facing her overly curious mother, Lin Ali felt she needed to make a serious clarification, "His Highness and I have absolutely no relationship whatsoever." She herself did not understand why Dylan was looking for her. Liam impatiently interrupted the family, "His Highness is still waiting for you in the garden." Lin Ali did not know what sudden whim Dylan had, but for now, she still had to meet him. This was the person who had executed her entire family in her past life. This time, no matter what, she had to be extremely cautious. In the garden, Lin Ali bowed, "I am sorry for keeping your highness waiting." Her beautiful appearance in female attire instantly captivated Dylan. Even though Lin Ali had spoken, he was still dazed and had not recovered his senses, muttering, "So beautiful, you are like an angel who has just descended to the earth." That frank compliment made Lin Ali blush. She told him to stop teasing her. Dylan softly replied, "Such words, I only say to you alone." The unexpected answer left her speechless, and the atmosphere grew hazy. The two sat down in the garden, but neither said another word. Lin Ali remained alert to Dylan's every move. He was her enemy from her past life, and she absolutely must not trust him. Finally, Dylan broke the silence. "What did you do today?" "Your Highness, that is my private matter." The atmosphere instantly turned freezing cold. No matter how slow-witted he might be, Dylan realized that she had no desire to converse with him. "Are you angry because of your younger brother's matter?" Lin Ali immediately shook her head in denial, but her expression clearly betrayed her anger. Dylan frustratedly ruffled his hair. "I really don't understand what you two siblings are thinking. Clearly, I am helping him, so why are you both angry?" Lin Ali did not want to endure it any longer. "Have you forgotten, Your Highness? You used to publicly bully my younger brother." Only then did Dylan remember the foolish things he had done. He intended to say that it was in the past. "It is true that at first I found your brother annoying and wanted to make things difficult for him, but recently I really—" Lin Ali interrupted, "Do you have any idea how much suffering that caused him?" In her past life, because he did not want his family to worry, Liam had always kept the bullying a secret. By the time Lin Ali realized it, it was already too late. All that suffering only began with a seemingly trivial comment of eyesore. "I am sorry," Dylan suddenly bowed his head, "everything was due to my weakness." He explained that Liam's hair color was identical to his late mother's. Every time he saw it, he was reminded of her tragic death, causing his emotions to spin out of control. Lin Ali did not expect someone as proud as Dylan to take the initiative to apologize. That painful expression also made her wonder what exactly he had gone through. In a moment of distraction, Lin Ali's foot slipped, and her entire body fell forward. Fortunately, Dylan managed to catch and hold her in time. The close proximity startled Lin Ali, making her push him away. But Dylan pulled her into his arms once more. "Please let me hold you for just a moment longer. If others see us, they will misunderstand." "Then just let them misunderstand." Dylan reached out to caress her face. "Lin Ali Lors, I like you. The older sister of his best friend had made the proud crown prince so infatuated that he could not extricate himself. When they were alone, he finally mustered up the courage to confess, "I like you, from the very first moment we met, I was captivated by you." Lin Ali pushed him away in fear, loudly stating that she already had a fiancé. Dylan still refused to back down, continuing to express his feelings. Just as her heart wavered, Lin Ali suddenly remembered what Cecilia had once asserted. Dylan loved her passionately, yet he could still sentence his fiancé to death without blinking. Lin Ali bitterly asked, "When your highness is no longer interested in me, will you execute me just as you once planned to execute Lady Cecilia?" Without waiting for Dylan to explain, she turned and ran away in regret. What did she just say to the crown prince? He was someone who could coldly order the execution of his own fiancée. Perhaps subconsciously, Lin Ali believed that Dylan would not punish her, which was why she dared to be so disrespectful. Since when did she start trusting him? She frustratedly held her head. He was the one who had ordered the execution of her family, so how could she forget? While Lin Ali was still in turmoil, Dylan caught up and grabbed her wrist tightly, speaking loudly, "I will absolutely never execute you. Whether I still like you in the future or not, please do not deny my feelings for you right now." Carrying the memories of her past life, Lin Ali could not believe his words. She looked up, intending to confront him, but saw Dylan looking at her with a hurt expression. That appearance was completely different from the brutal person in her memory. Lin Ali did not know that this stemmed from Dylan's childhood. Growing up deprived of love, he had never learned how to love someone. Now, having finally met someone who made his heart flutter, he cherished those feelings even more. He softly said, "I don't expect you to reciprocate, I just want you to know my feelings." In a hidden corner that neither of them noticed, Liam was watching excitedly. He did not understand since when his sister and the crown prince had such a relationship. But the more he watched, the more Liam felt something was wrong. The atmosphere between the two of them seemed extremely tense. He quickly called out, "Sister, where are you?" Hearing her brother's voice, Lin Ali immediately took the opportunity to say, "Goodbye, Your Highness, please excuse me, I shall leave first." Looking at the siblings standing next to each other, Dylan suddenly felt something was not right. Was Lors at the academy really that tall? His voice also did not seem to be this deep. That night, Liam excitedly asked about the relationship between the two. He said, "I thought His Highness was a terrifying person, but I didn't expect him to be so warm. It feels just like stepping into a romance novel. Honestly, you two look quite good together." Lin Ali instantly lost her composure. "Don't talk nonsense, he and I can never be together." Her intense reaction left Liam extremely puzzled. "Why do you reject His Highness so much? Previously, you insisted on disguising yourself as a boy to enter the academy. Are you hiding something from me?" He gently held her hand and continued, "We are twins, you can tell me anything." But returning from the dead was so hard to believe. Would Liam believe her if she told him? Seeing her hesitation, Liam smiled reassuringly, "No matter what happens, I will always be on your side." Those words made the girl, who always tried to be strong, finally break down. Lin Ali threw herself into her brother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably, "Thank you, Liam." A moment later, she told him everything, from how she had been reincarnated, how their entire family had been executed by the crown prince in their past life, to the things she was doing to prevent the tragedy from repeating. Liam believed his sister, but he doubted the conclusion about the mastermind. In his opinion, Dylan was a clumsy person who didn't know how to hide his emotions, someone who wore his heart on his sleeve and could not have planned such a flawless frame-up. Lin Ali was shocked and asked, "Do you mean someone else wants to harm our entire family?" Liam nodded, then pointed out an important detail. The moment he was framed, her engagement to Rick Walkman was cancelled, and their family was executed, all precisely when he was away on an expedition. If Rick Walkman had been there, he would have definitely stopped it. The Lors family and the Wakeman family were two of the families with the strongest military power in the empire. The marriage between Lin Ali and Rick Walkman would tighten the relationship between the two households, bringing benefits to the entire country. As the crown prince, Dylan has no reason to weaken the nation's strength, so the culprit who harmed the Lors family must be someone else. Lin Ali immediately understood this. At that time, she had no opportunity to calmly analyze the situation, only assuming that the cold crown prince had planned everything, which made her resent him. Now, with Liam's help, perhaps she will truly find the culprit behind it all. A few days later, before Rick officially set off on the expedition, he and Lin Ali were invited to a banquet. On the carriage, Rick stole a glance at her and secretly thought she was incredibly lovely today. But the moment he imagined other men also gazing at her like that, his face instantly darkened with jealousy. Lin Ali noticed that Rick Walkman was unhappy, thinking she had somehow angered him. The two of them quickly arrived, and Rick Walkman's appearance immediately captivated the noble young ladies. Only when the 4 members of Perseus showed up one by one did their gazes shift to the newcomers. Upon seeing Dylan, Lin Ali awkwardly turned her face away, since not long ago, he had just confessed his feelings to her. Unexpectedly, she accidentally made eye contact with Kai, and Lin Ali instantly remembered her previous promise to dance with him. She had completely forgotten about it. She had to find a way to handle this. Rick Walkman was still angry, and her relationship with Dylan was awkward. Lin Ali suddenly had an ominous presentiment. She only appeared at the banquet in her female identity, yet the entire evening quickly turned into an emotional battlefield. Not only did 2 prominent men compete to invite her to dance, but the unpredictable magician also boldly took her away. At this moment, Rick was looking around with a grim expression. Lin Ali thought he disliked attending banquets, but in truth, he was annoyed because she was too beautiful, attracting far too many eyes. Just as Rick was looking for an excuse to take her away, Kai casually walked over to greet them. Right in front of her fiancé, he took Lin Ali's hand and placed a kiss upon it. Rick immediately stepped in front of her. Thank you to the Gracia family for sending the invitation tonight. Facing Rick's murderous gaze, Kai remained completely unbothered. He didn't expect Rick to attend the banquet either, but in truth, as long as Lin Ali came, it was already enough. Rick immediately claimed his ownership. I am her fiancé, so of course we must attend together. Is that so? I thought you would use work as an excuse to hide your lovely fiancé at home. The atmosphere between the two instantly grew thick with the smell of gunpowder. After a brief confrontation, Rick decisively led Lin Ali out of the hall. In the past, he used to think Kai had no interest in women, but it seemed his opponent now had his eyes on Lin Ali. The slow-witted girl of course did not notice anything, only wondering, we just arrived, why are we leaving already? Because I don't want anyone else to see how you look. This unusual line of thought made Lin Ali misunderstand that Rick was calling her too ugly to appear in front of others. She instantly grew angry and glared at him. If you don't want to dance with me, just say so, and I will go find another dance partner. Seeing Lin Ali truly intending to leave, Rick Walkman instantly lost his composure and quickly grabbed her hand. He stammered that he simply did not want others to see her beautiful appearance, and furthermore, if the partner were not her, the dance would hold no meaning for him. Lin Ali's mind momentarily went blank. Was Rick Walkman really the type of person who could utter such sweet words, or had she misheard him? Placing her hand over her wildly beating heart, she tried to appear calm and apologized for her misunderstanding. I was too impatient just now, I am sorry. That gentle demeanor instantly melted Rick Walkman's hardened heart. Lin Ali then took the initiative to hold his hand. It's rare for us to attend a party together, let's go dance. A moment later, to the soothing music of the grand hall, the two gracefully moved to the rhythm. Lin Ali was surprised that Rick danced quite well. She had thought he only knew how to swing a sword. You also dance very well, it's just that your hands are calloused from sword practice, you should take care of them in the future. The overly blunt remark made her puff her cheeks in anger. If he didn't know how to praise others, he should have just remained silent. Look at them, they look so good together. Their dance quickly attracted the attention of the guests, including Dylan. Watching Rick hold Lin Ali in his arms, he secretly wished that the one dancing with her was him. But when he saw the happy, sincere smile on Lin Ali's face, Dylan suddenly felt that desire was ridiculous. She could not even avoid him fast enough. Noticing the crown prince's unusual behavior, the young ladies nearby whispered among themselves. Rumor had it that His Highness was very interested in Lady Lin Ali, and during the recent break, he had even gone all the way to visit the Lord's family. Kai happened to walk past and overheard their conversation. The revelation that Crown Prince Dylan had visited the Lor's family during the holiday made everything click. Recalling how Lin Ali had suddenly run to him for teleportation assistance, Kai instantly understood the whole situation. On the other side of the room, Lin Ali and Rick Walkman had just finished a dance. Although this was her first time dancing at a banquet, thanks to Rick, she had spent a highly enjoyable evening. Suddenly, Kai's voice rang out from behind them, "Lady Lin Ali Lors, may I have the next dance?" Rick immediately stepped forward to shield his fiancée. While Lin Ali had indeed made a promise to Kai, under these awkward circumstances, she truly could not bring herself to agree. Kai did not wait for an answer, directly grabbing her hand. "It is too crowded here, let us go somewhere else." A magic circle appeared beneath their feet, its powerful mana fluctuating, and the two instantly vanished from everyone's sight. Seeing this, Rick gritted his teeth in anger. What on earth was that guy trying to do? When they appeared in another garden, Lin Ali still did not understand why Kai had to act like that. It was true that she had agreed to dance with him, but taking her away so boldly like this was just too much. Kai calmly asked, "If that man were still there, would you have danced with me sincerely?" The question hit her weak spot, making Lin Ali flustered. "Who told you to invite me right in front of Rick? How was I supposed to answer in that situation?" Only now did she realize that they were surrounded by a magnificent sea of flowers. The garden is so beautiful. This is the only place Kai loves in the family mansion. He wants to dance with her in a place undisturbed by anyone, a place belonging only to the two of them. Lin Ali blushed deeply upon hearing this. Kai led her into a dance in the middle of the flower garden, just like a prince in a fairy tale. But gradually, Lin Ali felt something was wrong. Why wasn't Kai looking at her? During a spin, Lin Ali almost lost her balance. She complained in dissatisfaction, but only received silence in return. At that moment, she finally understood. "Are you angry? You are completely different today. You are just imagining things. I am not angry," Kai said, a cold smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. "But you are hiding something from me, aren't you?" Lin Ali was bewildered. What had she hidden from him? Kai assumed she was playing dumb. During the break, Dylan had come to find her. "You enjoyed taking advantage of someone clueless like me, didn't you?" Lin Ali was shocked. How did he know? Just as she was about to explain, Kai coldly interrupted her. "Do you still remember what I once said? If you make me feel bored, I will reveal your secret. Right now, I really feel extremely bored." There was one thing Lin Ali couldn't understand. Why was he so angry? Kai let out a sigh. "Do you really not understand? In your eyes, what am I? A convenient tool to be used whenever needed?" Lin Ali hastily denied it, but he gave her no chance to explain. "Do you truly not understand my feelings?" Looking at her innocent face, Kai suddenly felt exhausted. At first, he found her slow-wittedness quite amusing, but now it only made him feel bored. Just as Kai was about to turn and leave, he noticed Dylan standing and eavesdropping in the distance. He immediately changed his mind and deliberately asked Lin Ali, "Every time, I am the one who helps you fulfill your wishes, so why do you always prioritize Dylan? Only your attitude toward him is different. Is it because he is the crown prince?" Lin Ali parted her lips but did not know how to answer. It was because she was terrified of being executed by Dylan, but even if she said it, would Kai actually believe her? Noticing the hesitation on her face, Kai finally asked the question he had been leading up to, "Do you like Dylan?" Recalling her past interactions with Dylan and his sincere confession that day, Lin Ali's face instantly blushed red. She hastily protested out loud, "I don't like him." She simply did not want to be executed by the crown prince. Having achieved his goal, Kai let out a cold laugh. "Come out, Dylan. Eavesdropping is not a good habit." The rustling of leaves echoed as Dylan stepped out awkwardly. "I was just passing by." Lin Ali's eyes widened in shock. "Why is the crown prince here?" Kai looked as if he was watching an entertaining play. "You heard the entire conversation just now, didn't you?" Seeing Dylan standing there in a daze without responding, he frowned in annoyance. "Then let me tell you something interesting, which is this young lady's secret." Just because Lin Ali secretly met with the crown prince, Kai was actually planning to expose her secret of disguising herself as her younger brother. Seeing that he was about to speak out, Lin Ali hurriedly reached out to cover Kai's mouth. If the Crown Prince found out that Liam at the academy was actually her, the worst-case scenario would be her entire family being executed. Having no other choice, Lin Ali grabbed Kai and pulled him away, a sudden action that left him stunned. She had chosen him, which immediately made Kai happy, and he even turned back to give Dylan a victorious smile. "Goodbye, Dylan." Watching the two walk away hand in hand, Dylan felt a tightness in his chest. Since when had their relationship become this close? He couldn't help but wonder about the secret Kai hadn't had the chance to reveal. Reaching a deep corner of the garden where she was sure no one was around, Lin Ali finally let go of his hand. She asked anxiously, "I'm sorry for suddenly dragging you away, are you still mad at me?" Kai turned his face away, softly murmuring, "I wasn't angry in the first place." Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise rang out. Lin Ali lost her balance, pushing Kai down and pinning him beneath her. Her bottled-up emotions finally exploded as she gripped Kai's shoulders tightly. "Please look straight at me when you speak. I am slow to understand, so if you don't make it clear, I will never know what you want." Tears welled up in her eyes. "Do you hate me now? Is that why you always find ways to tease me?" How could Kai ever hate her? He gently wiped the tears from the corners of Lin Ali's eyes. "I'm sorry, perhaps I went too far, but you look very adorable when you cry." Hearing this, Lin Ali became angry again. "You are teasing me again." "You misunderstood, I'm not teasing you." Kai looked straight into her eyes, his voice more serious than ever. "I have never joked with you, not in the past, and never in the future." Even though the confession was so clear, the slow-witted girl still did not realize it. But at this moment, Kai did not mind. He lifted a soft lock of her hair, gently placed his lips upon it, and calmly declared, "I am ready." He wanted Lin Ali to lean on him more, wanted her to feel free to act spoiled, and ideally, one day be unable to leave him. After parting with Kai, the scene from earlier kept playing in Lin Ali's mind. She felt that he was completely different today. While lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out beside her. "You are Liam's twin sister, right?" Lin Ali turned around in surprise and recognized Arnold and Eldic. However, in her capacity as Liam's sister, she was supposed to have never met them. She politely introduced herself, while thanking them for taking care of her younger brother at the academy. Arnold immediately said in a friendly tone, "Just call me Arnold. I heard that Dylan has been crazy about you lately." Before he could finish, Eldic pulled his ear and whispered to remind him that Lin Ali was already engaged. Knowing she was already taken, Arnold immediately declared that he would advise Dylan to give up. Looking at his friend who was carefree to the point of being thoughtless, Eldic sighed helplessly and introduced himself. "I am Eldic, from the magic department. Normally, I don't have much contact with the Lor's family, so I look forward to your help in the future." Since they had other matters to attend to, the two chatted briefly and bid farewell to Lin Ali. As soon as they left, Rick ran over in a panic. He asked if Kai had done anything to her, or if that guy had found out about her disguising herself as a man. Lin Ali's entire body froze. How could that be? Kai absolutely does not know. Hearing his fiancée call another man directly by his name, Rick grew jealous again. He believed Lin Ali lacked the awareness to keep her distance, and since she was engaged, she should have known to be more cautious. Lin Ali could not understand why simply calling Kai's name made him so angry, and she retorted, raising her voice, "If you dislike me calling other people's names so much, from now on, I will call you Walkman. Speaking of keeping distance, all these years you have done nothing but go on expeditions and never came to see me. You have no right to blame me." Rick wanted to explain, but in this matter, he indeed had no right to criticize her. Seeing Lin Ali walk away in anger, he offered to take her home, but she coldly refused. "I do not want to go back with you." Sometimes, Lin Ali truly could not understand what Rick was thinking. He often got angry for no reason without ever explaining why. As she stepped onto the carriage, she noticed that the driver seemed to have changed, perhaps they had just swapped shifts. Lin Ali did not think much of it. Not far away, Eldic silently and pensively watched the carriage carrying her depart. When the carriage entered the suburban forest, a sudden violent jolt occurred. The wheel sank into the muddy ground, making it impossible to continue, forcing them to repair it for a while before setting off again. Lena let out a helpless sigh. She muttered to herself that today was truly not a smooth day at all. Just then, a sudden knock on the door resounded from outside. A gentle voice came in. "I heard your carriage cannot continue. If you do not mind, you can." The man suddenly stopped talking when he saw the people inside. It was Lena Lors and His Highness Dylan. Thanks to Dylan's unexpected assistance, Lena temporarily transferred to his carriage to head back together. She did not expect the Crown Prince to actively help others. Dylan, worried that Lena might misunderstand, truly did not know she was inside that carriage. Had he known beforehand, he might not have meddled, only for both to end up in such an awkward situation. Recalling what had just happened in the garden, Dylan was still curious about what secret Kai had intended to reveal. Not in a position to ask directly, he probed, "What did you and Kai talk about?" The sudden question made Lenali's heart skip a beat. Avoiding his gaze, she replied guiltily, "It has nothing to do with your highness." Dylan's gaze immediately dimmed. He murmured, "True, I am not your fiancé, nor am I your friend. I have no right to know." That self-pitying look left Lenali astonished. Was this really the cold-blooded, murderous crown prince from her memories? But there are some things that still need to be made clear. "Your Highness Dylan, please allow me to say a few rude words." Under his puzzled gaze, Lenali reproached, "Please do not make a face as if the whole world is at fault. Until now, your Highness has always obtained whatever you wanted, perhaps you have taken it for granted. But we are human beings with our own thoughts and feelings, not objects for you to seize using power or heavy-handed methods." Lenali did not know that the truth was completely the opposite. Dylan understood that better than anyone, because the things he craved usually never belonged to him. It had been like that since he was a child. His mother was always neglected by the emperor, often sitting by the window and sighing. When Dylan was young, he once took the initiative to comfort her, promising to stay by her side forever. In return for the child's sincerity was only a cold gaze. "I wasted my effort giving birth to you." Those words were like a heavy hammer striking straight into Dylan's heart. Since then, he no longer dared to force anyone to respond to his wishes. He had even grown accustomed to receiving nothing in return. Hearing about Dylan's unfortunate childhood, Lenali could not help but feel heartbroken. She blamed herself for speaking too harshly and was just about to apologize. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, and the panicked neighing of horses rang out. Realizing the abnormal situation, Dylan signaled her to duck down and pulled the curtain to look outside. "An ambush, we are surrounded." Without hesitation, he gripped his sword, preparing to fight, instructing Lenali strictly not to go outside. Before stepping down from the carriage, Dylan took off a necklace and placed it around her neck. "Take this, it will protect you." Despite Lenali's protests, he decisively rushed out to confront the enemy. The situation was worse than Dylan had anticipated. The number of ambushers was huge, and his bodyguards had already been lured away beforehand. A leader sneered, "Who would have thought the crown prince himself would show up? If you stand still obediently, perhaps we will give you a quick death." Dylan's face darkened. They came for him, and he was the one who had dragged Lenali into danger. But to protect the one he loved, he absolutely would not back down. Even if he received nothing in return in the end, it was fine. The battle broke out immediately. Facing the fierce offensive, Dylan remained calm to defend. In just a moment, the first few who rushed forward were defeated by him. The leader shouted, "Don't panic. We have them outnumbered, he can't hold out forever. Kill the crown prince and the woman in the carriage." Dylan's pupils contracted. Their target was not only him, but also Lenali. Anger instantly flared up as Dylan madly grabbed one of them. "Who sent you?" His only response was a barrage of continuous attacks. No matter how strong a single person was, it was difficult to fight against so many opponents, and Dylan gradually fell into a disadvantage. He had to find a way to help Lenali escape safely. Inside the carriage, she also discovered that the necklace Dylan had given her was by no means ordinary. The stone mounted on it carried protective magic, capable of blocking almost any attack. Why did he give such a precious item to her? Clearly, Dylan himself needed it much more. The ear-splitting sound of clashing metal pulled Lin Ali back to reality. Outside the carriage, Dylan was surrounded by enemies, panting heavily and clearly pushing himself to the limit. An assassin suddenly rushed toward the carriage, but Dylan reacted quickly, spinning around and throwing a dagger to take him down. Even though his strength was nearly depleted, his resolve to protect Lin Ali never wavered. Watching this scene, her heart was in turmoil. Why did he have to go this far? Compared to a marquis's daughter like her, the crown prince's life was clearly far more important. Lin Ali suddenly noticed two swords lying in the corner of the carriage. If she joined the fight, she might expose her disguise, but if she stood by and did nothing, Dylan would sooner or later lose his life. What she feared most quickly happened. While Dylan was pinned down by the crowd, an assassin quietly slipped behind him. At the critical moment, Lin Ali did not hesitate anymore. She swung her sword to block the fatal blow. "Your Highness Dylan, you left yourself wide open from behind." Seeing his astonished gaze, Lin Ali explained. "As the eldest daughter of the Lor's family, I cannot sit by and watch someone fight to the death. If I only wait for others to protect me, I will tarnish the honor of a knightly family." Despite the risk of exposing her identity, she still stepped forward to save the crown prince. The education deeply engraved in the bones of the Lor's family did not allow her to abandon someone risking their life before her eyes. The assassins surrounded them once again. Dylan could only warn. "Don't overexert yourself. If you see danger, you must run away immediately." But as the battle continued, the worry in his eyes gradually turned into astonishment. Lin Ali's swordsmanship was fast, steady, and decisive, showing absolutely none of the weakness of a noble lady. An enemy suddenly launched a surprise attack from behind. Lin Ali confidently backed away, but she had overlooked one thing. The opponent's blade pierced through her skirt. She stumbled, almost falling down. Right at that moment, Dylan rushed over in time to catch her. "Are you okay?" Lin Ali nodded. She immediately used her sword to slash off the cumbersome part of her skirt, then continued to charge forward into battle. That decisiveness and outstanding swordsmanship completely won Dylan over. Incredible! Her strength was by no means inferior to any student of the swordsmanship department. But there was one thing that puzzled him. Lin Ali's moves and techniques were almost identical to Liam's. Could it be because the two were twin siblings? There was no time to think now, the most important thing was to find a way out. The enemies were too numerous, and if this dragged on, their stamina would surely be depleted. As expected, after multiple waves of attacks, signs of fatigue gradually appeared on Lin Ali's face. One attacker immediately took advantage of her panting and thrust his blade directly at her neck. Lin Ali reacted quickly, dodging the strike, but the necklace Dylan had given her was slashed and severed. Instinctively, she reached out to catch it, but that brief opening was enough for the enemy's sword to lunge forward. In the nick of time, Dylan snatched a crossbow from the hands of another man and pulled the trigger toward Lin Ali. A painful cry rang out, and the assailant attempting to ambush her collapsed. A gap immediately opened up in the encirclement. Dylan seized the opportunity, mounted his horse, and pulled Lin Ali up with him, holding her with one arm while guiding the horse into the forest with the other. As the two were about to disappear among the trees, an assassin reacted quickly, throwing a knife at them. Fortunately, the blade only left a small scratch. Not knowing how long they had been running, Dylan only dared to stop once he was sure they had shaken off the enemy. He whispered, "We will temporarily hide here, the guards will find us soon." He took his cloak and handed it to Lin Ali. Realizing her thigh was exposed because her dress hem had been cut, she immediately accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." Recalling the dangerous battle just now, Dylan reproached, "Why were you so reckless?" Lin Ali, refusing to back down, retorted, "Could Your Highness alone defeat all of them?" Dylan said solemnly, "But you could have died." Lin Ali replied, "I would like to return those exact words to you. Your Highness is the one who should remember your status, you are the crown prince of this country." Dylan calmly replied, "If I cannot even protect the woman I love, how can I talk about protecting my people?" The straightforward confession made Linali's face flush red, and she stammered, "We have only met a few times. How could your highness already like me?" Dylan himself did not understand the reason, but Linali was constantly on his mind, and he wished she would always be by his side. If that was not love, what else could it be? Linali's mind was in turmoil, but she still stubbornly retorted, "You are the crown prince. You cannot carelessly confess your love to someone who is not your fiancé. Then do you want me to hide it in my heart for my entire life?" Linali had a headache. It seemed almost impossible for the two of them to communicate. Finally, she raised her voice, pointing directly at the issue, "Please, your highness, do not say you like me as naturally as breathing, because I absolutely cannot handle it." After speaking, she covered her blushing face in embarrassment. Dylan was stunned by the unexpected answer. Even the white horse standing nearby snorted as if in mockery. The two looked at each other for a long time, then burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere from earlier instantly dissipated by half. Linali shook her head. Honestly, now was not the time to argue about this. Looking at her bright and relaxed smile, Dylan's heart skipped a beat, as this was the first time he had seen Linali smile at him. He knew she had a fiancé and had thought of giving up, but the more he tried to restrain himself, the deeper he sank. In his daze, Liam's smiling face suddenly flashed in his mind, causing Dylan to immediately break out in a cold sweat. Why on earth did he think of that guy? Right at that moment, he noticed Linali's breathing becoming rapid. Before he could even ask, she collapsed, her body going completely limp. "My leg hurts so much." Dylan panic-strickenly pulled back her cloak to check, his expression changing instantly. Strange patterns had appeared on Linali's right leg. She had been affected by a slow-acting poison. The assassin's weapons must have been coated in poison. If not removed quickly, Linali's life would be in grave danger. Dylan knew his body had a certain resistance to poison. Hesitating for only a brief moment, he made his decision. Before Linali's confused eyes, he slowly lifted her injured right leg, his voice firm and leaving no room for refusal. "You might hate me for this later, but for now, bear with it." Dylan leaned down toward the wound, intending to suck the poison out directly. Seeing him risk his life to save her, Linali wanted to stop him in a panic, but she did not even have the strength to open her mouth. Her consciousness gradually faded into darkness. When Linali was brought back to the Imperial Palace, Kai immediately used magic to treat her. He did not know what she had gone through, only knowing that he had to do everything possible to save her. But as the toxin on Linali's leg gradually dissipated, Kai's expression became even more serious. A long time later, he tiredly walked out of the room, and everyone immediately gathered around to ask about the situation. Kai said that Linali was temporarily out of danger, however, the poison in her body was combined with a forbidden spell. After a few more treatments, the poison and the effect of the forbidden spell would probably disappear completely, but the wound might leave a scar. Dylan felt a weight lifted. He said, "Thank goodness, I'm going in to see her." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was pushed hard to the side by Kai. "You say it's fortunate, even though she might carry that scar for the rest of her life?" Kai's face darkened, the anger in his eyes impossible to conceal. "Dylan, do you even have the right to visit her? Don't forget who caused her injuries." Arnold quickly stepped in to intervene, saying that Dylan was also a victim of the raid. Dylan fell back into self-blame, constantly muttering, "It was me who harmed her." That reaction only made Kai angrier. Ignoring Arnold's intervention, he scolded Dylan for always acting without thinking of the consequences, only bringing trouble to those around him. "It was the same last time, you even got Linali caught up in so many strange rumors. If you can't protect her, don't go near her anymore." Dylan retorted defiantly, "On what ground are you telling me that? What are you to her?" The sudden question made Kai freeze. After that, he seemed to come up with an explanation. "I did that all for Liam. Hurting Linali is no different from hurting Liam." That confusing statement made Dylan even more suspicious. Why would Kai bring up Liam at a time like this? Could it be that Kai actually liked his brother? Not knowing how much time had passed, Linali slowly woke up. Her family members immediately surrounded her in worry. Rick Walkman hugged her tightly and said, "You are fine, that's truly wonderful." His reaction surprised Lin Ali a bit, but wasn't this hug a little too tight? It hurts. Hearing her groan, Rick Walkman quickly let go of her. Her parents immediately asked about her condition, and Lin Ali reassured them, "I heard that I was poisoned and fainted, but I am fine now." Suddenly remembering what happened before losing consciousness, she anxiously asked, "Where is His Highness Dylan? Is he injured?" A childish voice chimed in, "His Highness is fine, you don't need to worry, meow." Lin Ali fell silent in surprise. Did that cat just speak? The little cat raised a paw, "Sister, it's me, Liam." Lin Ali's eyes instantly lit up. "How did you turn into this? It's so adorable." Liam explained that if he appeared in his true form, he feared the Crown Prince would notice something amiss, which was why he used transformation magic. Lin Ali secretly admired her younger brother, thinking he truly was a genius for being able to use such magic. After that minor incident, Rick guiltily apologized, "If only I had insisted on taking you home back then, none of these things would have happened." Lin Ali disagreed. It was because she was throwing a tantrum that she insisted on going alone. The two of them started arguing over whose fault it was, making Liam so annoyed that his hair stood on end as he growled. "That's enough, you two. Instead of arguing over who is to blame, shouldn't we be talking about the information regarding the ambush?" Speaking of this, Rick indeed had some important news. All of the perpetrators involved in the ambush had disappeared, and there was not even a single corpse left at the scene. He suspected that the opposing side had an extremely skilled mage. Only such a person could completely erase all evidence in such a short period of time. Rick declared that he would definitely find the culprit, as he would absolutely never allow anyone to hurt Lin Ali. His words deeply moved her. Because the ambush targeted Dylan and Lin Ali, Rick's expedition was temporarily postponed. He prepared to return to the Night Order to investigate clues, reminding her to get plenty of rest before he left. After Cherik left, Liam added, "The poison they used was combined with a forbidden spell." Lin Ali was horrified. "Is it that extremely dangerous dark magic?" Liam nodded. "Normally, all related books have been destroyed, with only a small portion managed by the royal family. However, somehow, someone is still able to use the forbidden spell. They even used it to manipulate consciousness, controlling others to attack both of you." Lin Ali's first reaction was that she had accidentally been dragged into the assassination attempt on the Crown Prince. Liam, however, did not think so. The culprit's target was not only the Crown Prince but also you, and they have wiped out all evidence. Perhaps they wanted to kill both you and His Highness, then make everyone believe the Lors family plotted rebellion. The reason is highly likely that they want the Lors family to fall, while weakening the absolute power of the royal family. This speculation perfectly matches what Lin Ali had experienced in her past life. Finally, the two siblings managed to trace a faint clue of the mastermind. Liam decided to search for more information to clarify the matter. Lin Ali immediately demanded to go with him. This matter directly concerned her life, so she could not just sit still and wait for someone else to save her. A moment later, a person and a cat stealthily poked their heads out from the corner of the hallway. They happened to overhear two maids gossiping about Crown Prince Dylan. "This is the first time I have seen His Highness so quiet. If only he were like this on normal days. No wonder, he was raised by that wicked queen. Even after being treated like that, does His Highness still not hate his mother? The more I think about it, the more pitiful he seems." Realizing the two maids were walking toward them, Lin Ali quickly hid in a room, fortunately unoccupied. Since the room was too dark, Liam used magic to light it up, and immediately after, a massive portrait appeared before their eyes. Both siblings were simultaneously astonished. The woman in the painting had a face that looked unbelievably like Lin Ali. Before they could even think, a maid's suspicious voice echoed from outside, "That's strange, did you hear something?" Seeing them about to push the door open, Lin Ali panicked as there was absolutely nowhere to hide in this room. At the same time, Liam hurriedly cast a spell. The door opened, and the two maids were surprised to find no one in the room, even though they had clearly just heard a noise. Lin Ali did not understand why she had not been discovered either. Looking at her body, she realized she had turned into a cat. Liam breathed a sigh of relief that he had cast the spell in time, and the two cats immediately hid in a dark corner. Seeing the portrait on the wall, the two maids began to gossip again. They said the late queen had an extremely beautiful appearance, but her heart was as wicked as a demon's. She had intense passions for everything, yet time and again, she was cold to her own son. She also possessed an extreme desire to monopolize the emperor. Rumor has it that out of jealousy, she once eliminated a concubine and her child. Just because Dylan's face resembled the emperor's, she even almost killed her own son with her own hands. For some unknown reason, the empress eventually drank poison to end her own life. Since that day, Dylan's temperament had also become erratic. Lin Ali never expected that Dylan had almost died at the hands of his own biological mother. As she was feeling deeply sympathetic for his tragic childhood, she suddenly heard two maids whispering about her. How strange, why is the crown prince so infatuated with someone who looks just like the empress? Well, it makes sense, with that brutal schizo bloodline, who could ever truly love his highness? The two of them burst into high-pitched laughter and quickly walked away. The room became quiet again, but their words kept echoing in Lin Ali's head. Perhaps it was only because she resembled the queen that Dylan was so stubborn in pursuing her. However, despite still hating what Dylan had done in her previous life, she felt extremely uncomfortable hearing others ridicule him. Even Lin Ali herself did not understand this feeling. To avoid being detected once more, Liam decided to investigate alone. He told his sister to return to her room to rest, as the transformation spell would automatically wear off after some time. Lin Ali immediately panicked. Do you mean I have to return by myself in this appearance? The imperial palace was too vast, and as expected, Lin Ali quickly lost her way. She walked around the corridor in despair, only able to repeatedly cry out meow meow. Finally, she spotted a door that looked quite similar to her own room. It must be this place. However, as soon as she sneaked in, Lin Ali bumped straight into someone's leg. Why is there a cat here? Looking up and seeing Dylan, she immediately froze. Is this the crown prince's room? There was no time to daze off, she had to run away immediately. But as soon as Lin Ali turned around, she was picked up by Dylan. It was so soft, and had a sweet scent too. This sudden action completely paralyzed her mind. Dylan had no idea about the identity of the cat in his hands, happily stroking its soft fur. Are you lost? He sighed. Either way, I really envy you for being able to wander around so freely. If I turned into a cat too, would it be easier for me to meet that person? Looking at the cute, soft little cat, Dylan couldn't help but bend down and give it a kiss. The next second, a soft pop sounded, the transformation spell wore off, and the cat in Dylan's arms instantly turned back into Lin Ali. The two still held each other tightly, their eyes locked as if time had stopped. It took a long moment for Lin Ali to stammer, unable to utter a word. Dylan tilted his head, completely bewildered. Am I dreaming? Why would Lin Ali appear in my arms? The more he thought, the sadder he became, wondering if it was because he missed her so much that he saw her here. Lin Ali immediately seized the opportunity. Yes, this is a dream, your highness must be exhausted. Surprisingly, Dylan actually believed it, shaking his head slightly. So it really is a dream. Have I lost the ability to distinguish between dreams and reality? How could she possibly appear in my room? Then, he reached out to caress Lin Ali's cheek. I failed to protect you that day, I caused you to suffer. I am sorry. Lin Ali's heart raced, she had not expected Dylan to be so straightforward. Perhaps because he believed this was only a dream, he opened his heart like this. Dylan wanted to say more but hesitated. He thought to himself that if he continued, he might only annoy her. I have always wanted to apologize for forcing myself on you so many times. Even knowing you have a fiancé, I still selfishly imposed my feelings. It must have been very difficult for you. He lowered his head helplessly. I am truly sorry for everything. I only wanted to see you smile, but it seems I always chose the wrong way and only made things worse. Seeing that sorrowful expression, Lin Ali could not bring herself to abandon him. Having only met a few times, she could not comprehend what kind of love Dylan was talking about. Could it be that he was merely seeking his late mother's affection through someone who shared the exact same face as the queen? Since childhood, Dylan had never been loved, so he did not know how to love someone, only knowing how to act impulsively. He had to survive in loneliness like that all this time. But his past had nothing to do with Lin Ali. She slowly stood up and said, "Your Highness, I must leave. It is time to wake up from this dream." Seeing the person in his dream about to depart, Dylan quickly grabbed her hand. Lin Ali did not resist at all, she naturally fell back onto the bed. The two looked at each other in silence, their hearts fluttering in unison. Dylan pleaded earnestly, "At least in this dream, please do not go anywhere. Just stay by my side for a moment, alright?" Lin Ali asked in a gentle voice, "Your Highness, are you seeing me as someone else?" Dylan was stunned for a moment, but still firmly replied, "I do not see you as anyone else." Lin Ali patiently said, "I believe your Highness does not truly like me, perhaps because I resemble the Empress. You are merely seeking the maternal love you never received." Dylan immediately protested, "I truly like you." Lin Ali opened her eyes wide, "Why do you say you like someone so easily? Those words should be reserved for someone truly important. Even if your Highness yearns to be loved, I am not a substitute." She firmly continued, "I am sorry, I cannot return your feelings." Dylan lowered his head, almost in despair, "The person who truly loves me will never appear. In this world, no one loves who I really am, they only love the power I possess." Lin Ali shook her head, "That is not true, that person will definitely appear. It is just that your Highness must also change." She recalled Liam's words, if there truly was someone behind this, letting Dylan continue his willful ways would only repeat the tragedy of her family being executed. This was perhaps the best time to change him. Dylan's hands gripped the blanket tightly. "What should I do?" He suddenly looked up, "If I become the person you like, will you stay by my side?" Lin Ali walked toward the balcony. "Your Highness already knows the answer. Right now, you are changing. You have apologized for the things in the past, so please resolve them clearly with the others. If you are as straightforward as you are now, there will surely be an outstanding person who accepts the true you." Having said that, Lin Ali stepped over the high balcony railing, leaping down as gracefully as a fairy returning to heaven. Dylan sat in a daze, thinking that it seemed he had to let go of her, Lin Ali. Even though he was rejected, he did not feel as miserable as he had imagined. Not long after, Dylan fell into a deep sleep. Outside, Lin Ali was falling rapidly toward the ground. Liam rushed over in a panic, chanting a spell while spreading his arms. A pair of wings appeared behind Lin Ali's back, helping her float in midair. However, catching his sister from such a height had nearly depleted Liam's magic. He complained, "Could you eat a bit less? You jumped from so high that I had to use a lot of magic to catch you." Blushing, Lin Ali changed the subject, "What have you investigated?" Liam replied seriously, "I've found out some things about the forbidden spell. Let's talk after we return to the room." Before leaving, Lin Ali glanced back at Dylan's room. If he had truly changed, perhaps by then, she would be able to. Returning to the room, Liam began to analyze. The black rose on his sister's thigh was indeed caused by a forbidden spell. This type of magic had been strictly banned by the royal family hundreds of years ago, and related books were also managed by them. Perhaps hundreds of years ago, someone had secretly learned and passed it down. Back then, only those with immense power could access controlled books. To cast such a spell also required an extremely powerful source of magic. Lin Ali rested her chin in her hand, deep in thought. Great power, strong magic, two names immediately came to her mind, Eldic and Kai. But she quickly shook her head. Both of their families were pillars of the country, there was no reason for them to betray the crown prince. Liam continued, "All the records regarding the poisoning incident at the Aris Tea Party, your kidnapping, and other events seem to be managed by the Eldic family. If we can get a look at those reports, maybe we will find more clues." Lin Ali frowned, "Even if I were to get down on my knees and beg, Eldic might not let me see them. I have almost no connection with him anyway." The vacation quickly came to an end, and Pontus Academy once again entered the days of study. The campus was crowded with students, and of course, the 4 members of Perseus were present. Normally, they were always harmonious, but today anyone could see that Dylan and Kai still had conflicts. Understanding the situation, Arnold immediately pulled Eldic aside. Dylan looked at Kai and said sincerely, "Thank you. Back then, you were the one who clearly pointed out my flaws and stubbornness." Kai arrogantly raised his chin. "It's nothing, I was too emotional back then." Then he bowed his head, "Sorry for losing control and using magic to attack you." While Dylan was still moved, Kai ruined the atmosphere. "You being this straightforward looks a bit disgusting." Dylan coughed, turning around to look deep. "I think I need to grow up and change." Kai was puzzled. "Did something good happen to you? Because of Lin Ali?" Dylan sighed. "No, I was rejected by her." Kai was even more astonished. "You confessed?" Dylan recounted everything, a confusing explanation that Kai could not fully understand. He only thought of that slow girl, whom Kai once believed Dylan's direct approach would work on, but unexpectedly, even he was rejected. Dylan remained quite calm. Although completely rejected, he felt it was for the best, as she had shown him the direction to move forward. Kai observed silently in deep thought. It had been a long time since he last saw Dylan with this expression, looking just like the brave, bright boy of the past. Ever since his mother took her own life with poison, Dylan had completely closed off his heart. If he truly returned to his former self, Lin Ali would surely gradually fall for him. Kai determined that he could not let that happen. Under a tree, Lin Ali, disguised as the short-haired Liam, was waiting for someone. Before long, Dylan ran up to her, panting heavily. Before her surprised eyes, he bowed deeply. "I should have apologized to you sooner. I have hurt you so many times, and a single apology cannot make up for it, but from now on, I will definitely change." He said somewhat shyly, "Liam, if you don't mind, can we become friends?" Lin Ali looked at him and asked, "Can your highness promise not to continue hurting others?" Dylan immediately swore on his honor. After a while of talking, the two of them finally became friends. Lin Ali still couldn't completely trust him. Everything would depend on his future actions. Dylan, however, recalled Lin Ali's words in his dream, wondering if he had mistaken her for someone else. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Could the one he actually liked from the beginning be Liam? No way, how could he possibly like a man? Just then, the Inter Academy tournament officially began. The 4 academies of the Empire will send students to compete in swordsmanship against each other for the championship. Despite the high risk of injury, countless students still excitedly registered. Among them were Agni and Lin Ali. The two entered the waiting room to prepare, only to unexpectedly see Dylan sitting on the ground with a childish, sulking expression. Lin Ali was astonished. "Is your highness acting like a spoiled child?" Agni almost lost his eyes in shock. How does Liam dare to speak to the crown prince like that? Dylan turned to him. "You are Agni, right? Can you help press my back a bit?" Agni was so scared that he stammered, "Me? Really?" Lin Ali understood her friend's awkwardness and immediately scolded Dylan. "Agni is scared. How could an ordinary person dare to casually touch the crown prince's body?" Dylan was slightly disappointed, as it seemed to be true. "I am sorry, I did not think it through." Agni was even more astonished to see Dylan actually apologizing. Lin Ali excitedly stepped up behind him. "Let me help. You just need me to press on your back, right?" She placed both hands on Dylan's back and applied force. He turned pale from the pain but still forced himself to endure. After all, he was a man and could not admit he could not take it, especially since Liam had offered to help. Lin Ali leaned down and asked, "Your highness's back is so stiff. Does this feel good?" Dylan grit his teeth to endure, his heart suddenly in a panic. Why was his heart beating so fast? He had just been rejected by Lin Ali. Could he have immediately fallen for her younger brother? After helping Dylan, Lin Ali went to the infirmary to find Kai. Before the match, he needed to help her suppress the forbidden spell. Kai asked helplessly, "Are you really planning to participate in this condition?" Lin Ali replied excitedly, "Of course, my goal is to defeat everyone to win the championship." Kai crossed his arms. "With me here, I don't know where you get your confidence from. If you get injured again, I won't heal you anymore." Lin Ali laughed. "Kai, you say no with your mouth, but you still treated me just now." She stood up with confidence. I will definitely win. Looking at her excitement, Kai could only sigh and whispered in her ear, if you get injured again and need my help, this time you must pay a fee. After saying that, he planted a firm kiss on her cheek. Lin Ali stood frozen, watching Kai's departing figure. Still holding the ointment he gave her in her hand, she wondered what that moment actually meant. Daytime fireworks bloom across the sky, marking the official opening of the annual tournament. The first team to enter the arena is Pontus Academy, led by the 4 members of Perseus. The second team is from the all-boys Aruba Academy, the third is the Magic School, and finally, the Girls Academy led by Jessica. The special guest of this tournament is Rick Walkman, known as the strongest knight in the Empire. His appearance makes the crowd cheer fiercely, even overshadowing the beautiful lineup of the Girls Academy. However, young people always enjoy looking at beautiful girls. Especially Agni, who, the moment he sees Jessica, is completely captivated and cannot take his eyes off her. Senior Jessica is the strongest in the female academy. Word has it that after this tournament, she will join the Royal Guard. She is also incredibly beautiful, truly someone we can only admire from afar. Looking at that expression, Lin Ali knew that Agni had fallen in love. Right at that moment, Arnold suddenly spread his arms and called out loudly, Jessica. Before everyone's eyes, he and Jessica hugged each other, leaving the audience completely stunned. Jessica blushed and pushed Arnold away. I told you not to do that in front of everyone. After that, she gracefully introduced herself, Hello, I am Jessica. Arnold smiled so widely his eyes squinted. Jessica is my childhood friend. Don't look down on her just because she's beautiful, her swordsmanship is even better than mine. He looked at her and teased, You seem even more beautiful than before, as expected, a beauty only grows more stunning with age. Arnold's hand sneakily wound around Jessica's waist, but she quickly avoided it and coldly turned her face away. Even if they were childhood friends, he shouldn't casually put his arm around a woman's waist. Arnold quickly apologized, Don't be angry, we used to hold hands all the time in the past. Jessica coldly replied, That is in the past, now we are rivals, please do not perform such impolite actions. Lin Ali unconsciously stood next to Dylan, and both of them exclaimed in unison. They did not expect that someone so good at flirting like Arnold would also meet a girl he could not conquer. Kai and Eldic looked at the two of them like they were looking at two fools. Both of them said, You are wrong, actually Jessica likes Arnold very much. Dylan and Lin Ali were equally astonished, she likes him, yet she acts so cold? The two of them completely fail to understand the relationship between men and women. Eldic pushed up his glasses and said, Arnold is completely different from the two of you, his level is much higher. The words felt like a needle piercing straight into their hearts. Eldic explained that Arnold was well aware of Jessica's feelings, so perhaps he deliberately maintained such a playful attitude when being around her. Hearing this, Dylan and Lin Ali asked back in unison with surprise, Deliberately? While both of them were still confused, Jessica had already walked over. She smiled and greeted, First time meeting you, you must be Liam, right? Lin Ali froze for a moment. Jessica continued, I heard that you have an appearance as beautiful as a girl, and at the same time, you are very skilled in swordsmanship. She looked at the tournament bracket and said, If there are no surprises, we will meet in the third match. At that time, please do not hold back and fight with all your might. Jessica politely bowed. In Lin Ali's eyes, this girl was both strong and confident, seemingly certain that she would win her way to the third match. Lin Ali seriously replied, Of course, I will also do my best at that time. However, Jessica misunderstood that Liam was calmly looking down on her because she was a girl, so she secretly resolved absolutely not to lose. Just a simple greeting had pushed the competitive atmosphere between the two of them to its peak. Watching Jessica leave, Lin Ali thought to herself that if they had met under her female identity, perhaps they could have become friends. In the evening, Lin Ali went to the private room that Rick had arranged for her. As soon as she sat down on the bed, the wound on her thigh suddenly throbbed with a needle-like pain. Normally, she felt nothing there, and it only flared up occasionally. Fortunately, Kai had given her some ointment. Lin Ali took off her trousers and carefully applied the medicine. Right at that moment, a tall man with a bare upper body stepped out of the bathroom. Rick, who had just finished bathing, froze in shock upon seeing the scene in front of him. Linali was also panicked, wondering why he was in her room, and shirtless. The two stared at each other in silence, as she hurriedly crossed her legs to cover the areas that should not be exposed. Rick Walkman was the first to look away. Linali, why are you in my room, and why did you take off your pants? She immediately protested, I was just applying medicine. At the same time, Dylan stood in front of a strange room, seriously looking at the room number. This must be Rick Walkman's room, and he intended to find him to talk. As the Crown Prince visiting in person, Dylan felt that he had indeed changed a lot, just as Linali had said. But the knock on the door startled the two inside. Dylan's voice echoed, It's Dylan. I have something to say to you, is it convenient right now? I'm coming in. Linali immediately panicked, her mind going completely blank. When Dylan pushed the door open, the room was completely silent and no one was in sight. He slowly walked inside, wondering if Rick was not here since the door was unlocked. Just as Dylan was about to leave, he suddenly heard a very faint sound coming from the wardrobe. Inside the wardrobe, the two of them were pressed tightly against each other. Rick pressed close to Linali's body, causing her to look up and weakly whisper, Why did you hide in here too? He turned his face away, replying awkwardly, My body just moved on its own, sorry. Even if it killed him, Rick would never admit that he had intentionally hidden with her. Even though Linali was dressed in men's clothing, he still did not want any other man to see her in this awkward state. The extremely close distance made it incredibly difficult for Rick to control himself. Meanwhile, Linali unconsciously stared at the firm physique right in front of her, her face flushing red. She gently reached out and touched his chest. Seeing that Rick did not react, her fingers boldly slid down those well-defined muscles. He trembled slightly and took her hand. Linali, do you know the current situation? I am a man, if you touch me like this, how am I supposed to endure it? Their lips gradually drew closer. Right at that moment, the wardrobe door was opened. Dylan looked at the scene in front of him, temporarily at a loss for words. I heard a noise in the wardrobe, what are you two doing in here? Rick immediately placed his hand to cover Linali's exposed thigh. Then he stepped out, only saying, Liam, quickly put your pants on. He disappeared behind the bathroom door, leaving Linali alone with the Crown Prince. She smiled embarrassedly, I'll go put my pants on right away. Dylan nodded, but his eyes unconsciously lingered on the pale legs. On Linali's thigh, a black rose clearly appeared, emitting an ominous aura. His pupils contracted. That was the forbidden spell mark, identical to the one on Linali's leg. Dylan stepped forward quickly, grabbing her hand. Why does your leg also have a forbidden spell? Are you really Linali? Was it you from the very beginning? Linali stood frozen, speechless. Seeing her only trembling and stepping back, Dylan did not press her further. He slowly let go of his grip, leaving the room with a flurry of doubts. After that day, Dylan always wore an anxious expression. Could Liam really be Linali? Why did she have to disguise herself as a boy to enter Pontus Academy? The memories between the two of them flashed back one after another. If that was truly Linali, he had done too many terrible things to her. No wonder she did not like him, and might even hate him. But another thought made Dylan rejoice. Clearly, he was the one who had been deceived, yet knowing that Liam could be Linali made him feel so happy. Arnold looked at him. You've been very strange lately. If something is on your mind, just tell me. After all, I have plenty of experience with women. Dylan hesitated, then leaned in close. If, and I'm only saying if, Liam were a woman, then what? Arnold waved his hand dismissively. Are you stupid? Liam's swordsmanship is so formidable, how could he possibly be a woman? But immediately after, some details suddenly crossed his mind. Both of them fell into a deep silence. It was indeed hard to believe, but that black rose was absolutely identical to the mark on Linali's leg. Dylan grew even more troubled. How should he face this situation now? On the training ground, Jessica was continuously swinging her sword. She accidentally sprained her ankle, and the sharp pain forced her to her knees. Jessica panted heavily. She told herself she would not stop just because of this small pain. To become a knight protecting Lord Arnold, she absolutely could not afford to lose here. She continued her intense training. Arnold had appeared at some point, stepping closer and speaking up, "Jessica, stop here for today. If you keep going like this, you will exhaust yourself." He approached closer and said, "I will spar with you. If you lose, today's training session must end." Jessica immediately wanted to refuse. "I must become stronger." Arnold sighed, "Swinging your sword without proper technique like that won't make you stronger." He decisively drew his sword. "Let me train with you." The two swords clashed like thunder. Jessica had to use all her strength just to block the first strike, while Arnold remained incredibly relaxed and composed. In just the blink of an eye, he stepped close. The sword in Jessica's hand was knocked away, and the match ended immediately. The rain poured down heavily. Jessica gasped for breath, as expected of Lord Arnold. He asked coldly, "Your right leg is injured. You purposely protected that leg so no one would notice, didn't you?" Jessica retorted, "I can still participate in the tournament. This minor injury is nothing." Arnold insisted, "It clearly hurts. Though it is a pity, you should still give up." Jessica's expression changed instantly. "I don't want to. I will absolutely not give up." Arnold frowned. "Why must you insist on becoming a knight? Your family background is excellent, and you are beautiful. After graduation, there will be plenty of suitors. Even without being a knight, you can still live a happy life." Cold rain poured down on Jessica, extinguishing the hope in her heart at the same time. "Because I like you." Arnold was stunned. Jessica choked up and continued, "I am only the daughter of a count, certainly not qualified to be your wife. Even so, I still want to be by your side, so I decided to become a knight to protect you. If I achieve good results in the tournament, I can become your knight, right?" She turned away in pain. "But if I am a useless knight, can I still be with you?" "This is the only way I could think of." Having said that, Jessica ran off into the rain, leaving Arnold standing there alone. Right at that moment, a voice rang out, "Your joke went a bit too far." Eldic was standing under a nearby tree. Arnold smiled faintly and replied, "Since when did you start eavesdropping?" Eldic spoke seriously, "You know Jessica's feelings for you, if only you could be a little gentler." Arnold replied in a cold voice, "My family is surrounded by danger, and we don't know when we will be attacked. I don't want to drag her into this, nor do I want her to be in danger." He lowered his eyes, "Because I love her too." In another room, Jessica sat alone under the heavy rain outside the window. Arnold's rejection caused her deep pain, but she still had no intention of giving up. He was strong, decisive, yet caring, so she truly could not stop loving him. A sudden pain in her leg interrupted her thoughts. Just as Jessica bent down, a suspicious man suddenly appeared. She immediately drew her sword in defense, but he showed no fear and slowly approached. "I am here to help you." Magic power surged in his hand and enveloped Jessica's right leg. She clearly felt the pain gradually subsiding. This way, she would be able to go all out in tomorrow's match. However, the person in front of her was too suspicious, and she had no idea what he was planning. He smiled and said, "I also want to tell you a secret about your next opponent, the secret of Liam. You will surely be interested." The night passed quickly, and the tournament entered its third match. Jessica from the Girls' Academy entered the arena with a confident, upright posture. Her opponent was Liam from the Pontus Academy. Despite having a feminine face, Liam had defeated his previous two opponents thanks to his outstanding swordsmanship. Up in the spectator stands, Dylan was still deep in thought. If Liam were truly a woman, then the one he had feelings for from the very beginning had always been Lynn Ollie. This proved that he had never liked men. The two stood facing each other on the field like two female warriors about to duel. Lynn Ollie said, "Lady Jessica, as agreed, I will go all out." Jessica's face immediately darkened upon hearing that form of address. Both drew their swords simultaneously, and the moment the referee gave the order, Jessica charged forward, her blade flashing. Lynn Ollie raised her sword to parry, but a single blow was enough to make her hands tremble. Jessica's strength erupted like a tigress, fierce, decisive, yet beautiful. Faced with the perilous onslaught, Linali kept retreating. A single slip caused her cheek to be grazed. Looking at her opponent, Linali realized something was wrong as Jessica had lost her mind to anger. As their swords clashed closely, Jessica gritted her teeth and asked, "Liam, you're a woman, aren't you?" Linali widened her eyes. How did Jessica know? Had the secret already leaked out? She still tried to deny it. "I am a man." Jessica grew even angrier. "You still dare to lie? I have worked so hard just to be by Lord Arnold's side, yet you casually disguise yourself as a man and stand on the arena. I absolutely will not accept this." Her attacks became more fierce, constantly forcing Linali to retreat. Even knowing she was disguised as a guy, Linali still could not understand why Jessica was so furious. If this continued, she would lose. Right at that moment, the forbidden spell on Linali's leg suddenly flared up, the intense pain causing her face to contort. A terrifying voice suddenly echoed in their ears, "Jessica." Linali quickly looked around. Whose voice was that just now? Meanwhile, Jessica painfully clutched her chest as her body suddenly moved on its own. The sword completely refused to obey her will. She shouted, "Liam, run quickly. I can't control my body anymore." Suddenly putting more strength into her grip, she knocked the sword out of Linali's hand and raised her blade, preparing to strike. In that critical moment, Dylan rushed forward with bloodshot eyes, while Arnold simultaneously appeared to shield Jessica. Dylan pulled Linali behind him, demanding furiously, "Jessica, did you just try to kill him?" He swung his sword, but Arnold immediately blocked it. Arnold said, "Dylan, how can you point a sword at a girl, especially when she is the one I like?" The two men stood face to face to protect the ones they loved, making the atmosphere on the field as tense as a stretched bowstring. Dylan bellowed, "Arnold, lower your sword." Arnold remained calm and said that the one pointing a sword at a girl was him. Dylan immediately announced that the match was over and the result was cancelled. The spectators instantly erupted into whispers. Jessica used her sword to support herself to stand up, angrily stating that she had clearly won, and furthermore, this match should not have taken place. She pointed directly at Linali and shouted that Liam was an imposter, and she was actually a woman. The entire arena instantly exploded with chatter. Jessica added that she had absolutely no right to participate in this tournament. Having no other choice, Arnold used a precise hand strike to make Jessica lose consciousness immediately. He sighed softly, telling her to stop talking and sleep for a while. He then carried her on his shoulder and apologized to everyone around. He explained that she was not in her right mind at the moment, hoping everyone would overlook it. Dylan frowned. Why did Jessica publicly reveal Liam's true identity? Moreover, there was an unusual feeling about her, as if she was being controlled by someone. He spoke coldly, "Arnold, hand her over to me. After she wakes up, I have many things to ask." Arnold refused immediately. Dylan's face turned cold. This was no longer a friendly request but the command of the Crown Prince. Arnold showed no fear, replying, "Even if you use your status to force me, I will not hand her over." Dylan grew angry and barked, "Arnold, do you intend to disobey my order?" A soft voice rang out, "Dylan, don't do that. You must not hurt others arbitrarily. Do you still remember your promise to me?" Thanks to Linali's persuasion, Dylan finally sheathed his sword. But the whispers from the stands were still like invisible violence, weighing down so heavily that she could not breathe. Linali was on the verge of collapse as everyone doubted her, and any explanation would probably be futile. Dylan placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. "Liam, go back to your room and rest first. I will put an end to this matter." Linali gritted her teeth, realizing this was the only chance to end all misunderstandings. She decisively took off her coat. "If I knew it would turn out like this, I should have proven it sooner." Then Linali continued to unbutton her shirt. Dylan gasped in shock, wondering if she was planning to expose her body in front of everyone here. He thought to himself, absolutely not, only he had the right to look at her. But when the shirt opened, inside was only a completely flat chest, looking exactly like a male. The entire audience immediately fell into dead silence. Rick, sitting in the stands, was also so astonished that he stood straight up. Dylan became even more stunned. Just a day ago, he had seen the forbidden spell mark on Liam's leg and believed it was Lin Ali in disguise, but the scene before him completely overturned all his speculations. Was this person really Liam after all, and had it all just been his one-sided imagination? No one knew that flat appearance was actually created by Kai's magic. After the incident in Rick's room, Lin Ali went to Kai and told him everything. Of course, she left out the part where the two of them almost kissed in the wardrobe. Hearing this, Kai only found it amusing. So you were finally found out? I really want to see Dylan's expression with my own eyes. Lin Ali, on the other hand, was so worried that she was about to cry. Everything is over. Dylan saw the forbidden spell. My identity as Lin Ali is completely exposed, and I will definitely be executed. Kai said seriously, if it were the old Dylan, that might have happened. But the current Dylan absolutely will not execute you, he might even be secretly happy. In his heart, Kai already knew that Liam was actually Lin Ali, but he did not intend to tell her Dylan's thoughts. Lin Ali pleaded, what do I have to do to hide it? Kai lifted her chin and asked, I have a way, do you want to know? She immediately agreed, please save me. Kai continued, just present evidence in front of Dylan that you are a man. Lin Ali was bewildered, could it be that she had to prove it by stripping? Kai suddenly pushed her down onto the chaise lounge and leaned over, I told you that you had to prepare yourself, didn't I? He unbuttoned his shirt and whispered, a man and a woman in a room alone together, whatever happens is not unusual. Lin Ali's face turned bright red, why did you take off your shirt? Kai leaned both hands beside her, if someone else did this, wouldn't you even know how to resist? Lin Ali's mind went completely blank, to the point she forgot to resist. Kai smiled, you don't want Dylan to know you're a woman, right? I will help you, so taking off your clothes to cast the spell is fine. As Kai reached out, Lin Ali still tried to struggle, you can't. Magic light danced on his hands. This was a specific spell Kai had learned just for her, helping Lin Ali show a flat chest in front of the entire audience. Back at the arena, Dylan was still lost in thought. As expected, the person in front of me is Liam, but why does he hope so much that you are Lin Ali? Seeing Lin Ali about to reach for her belt, Dylan immediately rushed over to stop her. Are you planning to take off your pants? I already know you are a man, there is no need to take them off. I will not allow it. He quickly closed her shirt, as if wanting to hide her from everyone. Arnold, who was carrying Jessica, looked over as a teleportation magic circle suddenly appeared around him. Dylan called out, Arnold, where are you going? I have not finished speaking. Arnold turned back, saying, Dylan, give me some time, I will definitely return. Having said that, he disappeared along with Jessica. Dylan did not understand what his friend was planning, but for now, he still had to treat Lin Ali's wound. He took her hand and pulled her along, Liam, let's go to the infirmary, your wound has not been treated yet. Under a shady tree, Arnold sat beside Jessica. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes, and a familiar handsome face immediately appeared. Jessica, are you awake? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? She sat up, her voice raspy, I'm sorry, Lord Arnold, I lost. But why aren't you asking me anything? Arnold spread his hands, at that time, you were enhanced by a type of dark magic, right? You took such risks all for me, I still understand that. His voice softened, but Jessica, I don't want you to continue doing dangerous things for me. I don't want to see you suffer. Jessica trembled, do you still want to leave me behind? Am I not even worthy of becoming a knight to stand by your side? Arnold immediately pulled her into his arms. No, after what happened yesterday, I have thought a lot. What I mean is, from now on, let me protect you. He held her tighter. Jessica, be my girlfriend. If it was bound to end up like this, causing you to get hurt, I would rather you be mine from the very beginning. That way, I can protect you rightfully. Jessica tremblingly held his hand. That way I can stay by your side, right? Arnold gently pushed her back. Just staying by my side? I won't be satisfied that easily. Before Jessica's astonished eyes, he slowly leaned in and kissed her. As they parted, Arnold said, "Don't look at my usual careless attitude. Once I have you, I will never let you leave, even if I have to die." Jessica only stared blankly at his radiant smile. "You don't need to worry about anything, just trust me." He hugged her into his arms again. While the two of them were sharing a deep moment, Kai was treating Lin Ali in the infirmary. He whispered, "I only created the concealing magic to prevent Dylan from finding out, but taking off your shirt in the middle of a crowd like that was truly too reckless." Kai finished the spell and lifted her chin. "We had an agreement. If you get hurt and need my help, you will be punished." Lin Ali blushed and pushed him away. "I'm sorry, I won't do anything reckless again." But the magic suddenly faded, and her chest gradually returned to its original shape, stretching her shirt. Whether Kai did it on purpose or not, Lin Ali panicked and hid under the blanket. "What should I do? Without the chest binder, I can't wear tight clothes." Kai calmly said, "Now that it's just the two of us, it doesn't matter if you don't wrap it. After all, we've already seen each other naked before." He smiled suggestively. "Also, the punishment begins now." With that, Kai leaned down and kissed her collarbone. Lin Ali's face turned bright red as she stammered, "What are you doing? Why did you kiss my neck?" Kai stood up and replied nonchalantly, "Because I wanted to. If there is a next time, the punishment won't just be a simple kiss like this." He added, "I'm going to get the chest wraps for you. Wait here, and absolutely do not wander around." Not long after Kai left, Dylan's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door, "Liam, are you in there?" Lin Ali panicked completely. Now that her concealing magic had worn off, how was she supposed to face him? She rushed to block the door, crying out, "Your Highness, please don't come in." Dylan heard the noise and immediately felt saddened. "Indeed, you are still mad at me, even though I promised to change, yet I failed to do so. Whenever it comes to you, I seem unable to control my emotions." His sincere confession made Lin Ali blush slightly. She softly replied, "I am not angry about that. Thanks to your Highness, I was only slightly injured." She gently placed her hand on the door, as if touching his warm chest. She whispered softly, "Thank you for saving me." Dylan lowered his voice pleadingly, "There is one more thing I want to apologize to you in person. May I open the door?" Hearing this, Lin Ali panicked instantly. Dylan gently pushed the door open but saw no one in the room. In fact, she was hiding behind the curtain. He sighed sadly, "Do you still not want to see my face?" From behind the curtain, Lin Ali quickly spoke up, "That is not it, it is just not very convenient to meet right now." Dylan grabbed the curtain and said in a low voice, "That works too, just listen to me. I once asked if you were Lin Ali, perhaps it was all a misunderstanding and I doubted you too easily." "I am sorry." Lin Ali swallowed hard as if making up her mind. She softly asked, "If I were truly a woman, what would your Highness do?" Dylan was stunned, not yet prepared to accept such a thing. He stammered, "But Liam, you are truly a man, and I absolutely do not like men." Just then, Kai entered the room holding a chest binder. Seeing the scene in front of him, his expression instantly turned cold. Kai spoke coldly, "What are you two doing? I already said he is undergoing treatment, Dylan is not allowed to enter." Dylan was about to explain, but the moment Lin Ali saw the chest binder, her eyes lit up. She immediately pushed him out, saying, "I need to change, Your Highness please go outside first." Dylan still did not want to leave, saying he had not apologized directly. Lin Ali pointed at her face, telling him he had already apologized to her face and she had forgiven him, so he should leave quickly. The two kept pushing each other back and forth while talking, making Kai's face grow even darker. Was Dylan really determined to fight him for this person? After the incident, Jessica was taken in for questioning. However, like Cecilia, she was under the influence of a forbidden spell, causing her memories to be disordered, so she could not provide any clues about the mastermind. Thanks to Arnold's protection, she was quickly released. To investigate the truth, Lin Ali went to Eldik's dormitory, where detailed records of all cases were kept. Rick Walkman accompanied her. Eldik was not pleased that the two had arrived without an appointment, leaving them standing outside awkwardly. However, because he still considered them friends, he invited them both into the living room. Looking at Eldik's back, Lin Ali recalled Liam's analysis of someone with superior power and magic. No matter how she looked at it, Eldik was highly suspicious. Rick leaned in close and whispered, "Lin Ali, my relationship with this guy isn't good enough for us to sit and talk privately like this." Ignoring him, she immediately threw him under the bus. "You already talked to Kai last time, so go ahead and chat with Eldik this time." Rick lowered his voice anxiously. "What on earth are you planning to do? And why did you ask for the records room location?" Lin Ali did not answer. She took a deep breath, clutched her stomach, and put on a convincing act. "My stomach hurts so bad, I can't take it anymore, I have to go to the restroom." Saying that, she immediately bolted toward the end of the hallway. "Excuse me, I need to borrow the restroom for a moment." Rick was left with no choice but to sit opposite Eldik. Eldik raised his teacup and asked, "You two came to find me because you have some business, right?" Rick could only nod blankly, causing the atmosphere to quickly turn cold. Eldik sighed. "It seems the one looking for me is Liam, but he has been gone for too long. Could something have happened to him in the restroom? I will go check." Rick quickly stopped him, trying to think of an excuse. Liam has had weak intestines since childhood, and also suffers from a sensitive condition. The atmosphere became even more awkward. Eldik seemed sympathetic. "Then that must be really tough." Rick silently apologized to Liam in his heart for casually making up an illness for him. Eldik looked at him. "You look like Liam's guardian. I recall you are Lin Ali's fiancé. I met her at a banquet before. I thought she was a beautiful, quiet young lady, but I did not expect her to cause so much worry for others." Rick reminisced about the past. Lin Ali had been mischievous since childhood. The moment you took your eyes off her, she would immediately disappear. "I love that bright, sun-like smile of hers, and I do not want to yield her to anyone else. But I also know that if it weren't for the engagement, perhaps I wouldn't be able to keep her." Eldik took a sip of tea. "I thought their marriage was merely decided by their families, which was quite surprising." Speaking of the engagement, Rick casually asked, "I have never heard about Eldik's fiancé." Eldik's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. "I do have a fiancé, but it has been a very long time since we last met. Perhaps she doesn't even want to see me." The atmosphere turned solemn once again. Inside the quiet archives room, Lin Ali stealthily poked her head in. She had to quickly find a clue while Rick kept Eldik busy. Before long, she found the document regarding the poisoning incident at the heiress tea party. But upon opening it, Lin Ali was instantly shocked to find that the pages containing information about the suspect had been torn out. Could Eldik be the only one with the authority and ability to do this? Suddenly, a very faint sound came from beside the bookshelf. Lin Ali spun around. "Who's there?" A figure cloaked in black stepped out with an unpredictable smile on his lips. In his hand, he held the torn pages of the file. Without saying a word, he turned and headed toward the window. Lin Ali immediately gave chase. She was certain that this was the very person who had caused her family to be executed in her past life. The black-clothed man muttered a spell, and the bookshelf instantly collapsed, falling straight toward Lin Ali. She could not dodge in time. In that critical moment, a red-haired figure rushed forward to shield her. Rick had arrived just in time. He gasped for breath. "Thank goodness, Lin Ali, you're not hurt, are you?" The moment she opened her eyes, she immediately looked toward the window. There was no one left, only the door slightly ajar under the twilight, and the person in black had already escaped. Lin Ali leaped up, needing to give chase. As she grabbed the window frame, preparing to jump down, Rick quickly held her back. "What are you trying to do? Calm down. Let me go, we can't let him escape." After a moment, Lin Ali finally cooled down and realized the person stopping her was Rick. He asked her seriously, "Who was that, Lin Ali? In the end, what secret are you hiding? Not just this time, but also pretending to be Liam, the assassin's ambush, and you stripping your shirt off in the middle of the tournament. Why did you do so many reckless things? Tell me the reason." Lin Ali turned her face away. Rick asked in disappointment, "Can't you tell me? Am I not worthy of your reliance and trust?" He was clearly her fiancé, yet she chose to trust Kai more. He also knows you are cross-dressing, doesn't he? Lin Ali hastily explained to him. Kai finding out about this was purely an accident. Rick stepped forward and grabbed her shoulders. Then tell me everything. I can face it together with you. Lin Ali hesitated deeply, wondering if she should reveal everything. Since this engagement was decided by their families, did she really have the right to drag Rick into danger? Seeing her continued silence, Rick's face flushed with heartache. I'm sorry, I can't keep helping you anymore. You must return home immediately. Lin Ali was stunned and immediately protested, I am not going back. We agreed on a 1-year period, you must let me act freely. But Rick remained resolute, I will not continue to indulge you any longer. Lin Ali turned away, using her old trick, then I won't marry you, is it fine if we break our engagement? She believed Rick would definitely choose the engagement like last time. Sure enough, he showed a troubled look, his voice also lowering, alright, I understand. Lin Ali was initially pleased, but his next sentence instantly plunged her into a cold abyss. Then let's not get married anymore. If staying at the academy puts you in danger, I can give up the engagement. I don't want you to suffer any more pain. She asked anxiously, why? Don't you value the alliance between our two families the most? This has nothing to do with the families, I have never thought of it that way. Rick looked straight at her and continued gently. Lin Ali is the most important person in my heart. If marrying causes you to face more danger, I would rather not marry. Lin Ali was dazed, then turned her face away. You always say I am important, but you never came to find me. Why are you still saying such things at this point? Rick placed his hand against the wall, trapping her in front of him. Because I wanted to become a man worthy of Lin Ali, only by constantly getting stronger can I rightfully stand by your side. Since the day I met you, there has only been one person in my heart, always and only Lin Ali. Her face blushed hot. What do you mean? Rick lifted Lin Ali up like a child and placed her on the table. I like you, I have liked you since the very first time we met. Only because the fiancé was Lin Ali did I value this marriage. Her eyes widened. Lin Ali had always thought the engagement was merely a family decision, so Rick was forced to accept it. She asked directly, then why do you always seem so annoyed every time we meet? Rick turned his face away, because I am nervous. During the banquet, I also saw that you were not happy. He hurriedly explained, because I like you, I don't want other men to see you looking beautiful, no one wants the person they love to be stared at by others. Lin Ali did not dare to look straight, I didn't expect you to like me that much, it seems I misunderstood you, I'm sorry. Rick stroked her cheek, I know you only see me as a childhood friend, so from now on, I hope you can truly see me. He slowly leaned down, lifting her chin, I hope you will love me too, choosing me because I am Rick, not because of a family engagement. Their lips were about to touch when a voice suddenly rang out, what are you two secretly doing in here? Lin Ali panicked and pushed Rick away. Right at that moment, Eldick walked in, looked at the messy room, and asked what had happened there. As Lin Ali was about to explain, he cut her off, telling her to help clean up first and they would talk later. When she prepared to leave, Rick suddenly grabbed her hand and declared he would keep loving her until the day she loved him back. Sometime later, 5 of them gathered at the Grand Square, Rick, Lin Ali, Liam in his cat form, Dylan, and Kai. To investigate Eldick, Lin Ali had specifically brought her younger brother along. Eldick's bewildered look in the archive room suggested that the mastermind might actually be someone else. Unless he truly knew a cloning spell, such a coincidence would be impossible. Lin Ali originally intended to continue her secret observation, but unexpectedly, the 3 men had already spotted her. Immediately, both Rick and Kai stood on either side of her, relentlessly questioning her. Meanwhile, only Dylan remained as cheerful as ever. He seemed completely oblivious to the tense and suffocating atmosphere that was enveloping everyone. Before long, Eldick noticed the group. He asked in surprise why everyone was gathered there. Lin Ali quickly explained that they heard the senior was about to go to the Eastern Kingdom. Eldick sighed and asked if they weren't planning to come along, as he was only going to meet his fiancée. Lin Ali and Liam were both stunned, as no one had expected that reason. Dylan, however, showed great interest, saying that traveling far together sounded very fun. Kai smiled, deliberately glancing at Rick, and remarked that he also couldn't let someone else steal away the person he cared about. While Lin Ali was still nursing a headache, a gentle female voice suddenly called out to Lord Liam. Arnold brought Jessica over and explained that he had brought her because she wanted to apologize to Liam. Jessica bowed deeply, expressing her sincere apology for what happened during the tournament, admitting she had not only mistaken Liam for a woman but had also nearly cost him his life. Lin Ali shook her head. It's fine, look, the wound on my face has been healed. The two looked at each other and smiled like longtime friends. Finally, all the main characters set off for the Eastern Kingdom, except for Cecilia. Inside a carriage, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Lin Ali stole a glance at Rick Walkman. As someone who had been through countless battles, he naturally noticed that gaze. The moment their eyes met, she blushed and looked away. Kai observed them back and forth, guessing that something must have just happened between them. Dylan did not look at Lin Ali, but instead focused intently on Liam in his cat form. This cat looked very similar to the one he had encountered in his room, making him really want to hug it. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently. The driver panicked. Your Highness, there is a monster ahead. A giant winged white beast appeared not far away. Everyone immediately got off the carriage, preparing for battle. Just then, a petite purple-haired girl suddenly appeared on the beast's back. Stop, I thought it was an intruder, but it turns out to be an acquaintance. Hearing her voice, Eldic turned around in surprise and rushed forward. Noah, I've finally met you. The purple-haired girl's face did not show any emotion. She calmly replied, yes, it has been 10 years, Eldic. In the warm room amidst the snowy region, everyone sat neatly, waiting to hear the story. Eldic was the first to express his longing. It's been 10 years, and you still haven't changed. The others stared at him in unison, not understanding what his words meant. Eldic then explained, Noah is my fiancée, she is also 17 years old just like us. Everyone was astonished. No one could tell that the childish-looking girl before them was already 17. Noah lowered her eyes. 10 years had passed, yet her body still remained like that of a child. She calmly asked, what did everyone come here for? Surely not just to watch the snow? Eldic replied seriously, I specifically came to find you. But Noah immediately turned her back, but I do not want to see you. Lin Ali asked in confusion, you two are betrothed, why is your relationship so strained? Eldic's face darkened, you can see it too? It is all my fault, I did something terrible to her in the past. Noah coldly added, it was Eldic's family that banished my entire family to this remote place, just because I used a forbidden spell. Hearing about the forbidden spell, Lin Ali immediately became tense. Dylan also remembered hearing about an exiled family, but he never expected it to be the family of Eldic's fiancée. Eldic's voice trembled, it's not Noah's fault, she only used the forbidden spell to save my life. The more Lin Ali listened, the more confused she became. What on earth had happened between them? Noah said, up until now, those old matters are no longer important. Did everyone come here just to bring up the past? Eldic immediately grew anxious, as your fiancé, I want to have a serious talk with you. Noah sneered, looking at my body like this, do you still want to get married? You should wake up. She placed her hand on her chest, since I was 10 years old, my body has not grown anymore. Eldic knelt down on one knee, gently holding her hand. It is all because of me, will you still not tell me the exact reason? Noah withdrew her hand, avoiding his gaze. It is all in the past, let's not mention it anymore. I became like this because of exile, not because of you. How could someone like me be worthy of you, the next successor of the family? Eldic immediately replied. It is fine, I will definitely find a way. Noah abruptly interrupted him. Let's call off our engagement. Eldic was stunned by those words. The people sitting around listening to the story were also incredibly shocked. Lin Ali found this scene terrifyingly familiar. Meanwhile, Rick silently thought that Eldic was even more pathetic than he was. Arnold and Jessica, the only couple who had confirmed their relationship, could only sigh. Eldic spoke with absolute determination. I will not call off the engagement, no matter what happens, I absolutely will not. This was the first time everyone saw Eldic blush, and even Noah was surprised. But she quickly turned away, knowing that saying more was useless. With a blizzard raging outside, they couldn't return, so they had to stay for the day. The door closed shortly after, leaving Eldic standing all alone in the freezing wind. A moment later, Linali, Liam, and Miol walked down the quiet hallway. She was lost in thought. Eldic was indeed involved with the forbidden spell, but Noah did not seem to be his accomplice. Liam suddenly jumped out of his sister's arms. If this family once managed the forbidden spell, there might still be records left. I will go find them. After saying that, he ran off in an instant. Right after, two dogs appeared, their goofy eyes seemingly telling Linali to follow them before they turned around and ran. She chased him to a room. From inside, Kai's voice echoed, "Don't just stand there, these two are waiting for you to play, come on in." Linali stepped inside, but as soon as she sat down, two dogs rushed over and licked her face. By the time she regained her senses, she realized she was lying on Kai's lap. Linali quickly sat up to apologize, but he gently pressed her back down. Kai looked down and smiled. "Finally, it's just the two of us." Linali blushed, wondering if he was planning to do something that others shouldn't see. The fireplace crackled nearby, and the two dogs had already fallen fast asleep. Kai stroked her hair and gently asked about the matter between her and Rick. Sure enough, nothing could escape his eyes. "Your thoughts are too easy to guess, everything is written all over your face." Linali whispered, "Perhaps Rick Walkman and I will call off the engagement." The corner of Kai's mouth curved slightly. "So what do you plan to do next? Will you make it clear to your family?" She said sadly, "I don't know either. The engagement is a matter decided by both families. I don't hate Rick Walkman, but he suddenly said he liked me, leaving me not knowing how to face it for a moment. Moreover, currently I still have so many things to do to protect my family." Linali suddenly smiled, as expected, "Being with you makes me feel at ease. It seems I have said too much, please don't mind." Kai leaned down, "Then come to me, marry me." Linali blushed deeply. He gently stroked her head, "I'm not joking. You know my feelings, I truly like you." Kai gently kissed Linali on her forehead. She touched the spot where his warmth still lingered, her mind unable to react to what had just happened. Once she finally understood, Linali jumped up in a panic. "Sir Kai, do you like me?" She almost bumped into him, but Kai quickly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. He whispered, "I won't let you run away anymore." Linali blushed and protested, but he paid no attention. Kai leaned down to kiss her, then gently pressed her back down onto the bed. "I don't want to keep waiting for someone as slow as you." Linali shyly turned her face away, not daring to look him in the eyes. Kai gently kissed her earlobe, and when she raised her hand to cover her mouth, he planted a kiss on her small palm. In a panic, she used all her strength to push Kai away and quickly turned to flee. Linali looked back at him, her eyes guarded as if facing a dangerous beast. On the corridor, Dylan was walking leisurely when the room door suddenly burst open. Liam covered his red lips, running past in embarrassment without noticing him. Dylan intended to chase after him to ask what happened, but Kai appeared from behind and stopped him. "Even if you catch up, what do you plan to do?" Dylan asked with displeasure. "What did you just do to Liam?" Kai replied frankly, "Just kissed him a few times." Dylan was stunned. "You just kissed Liam?" Kai continued, "You didn't hear it wrong, I confessed to him, and also kissed him." Dylan became agitated. "But Liam is a man, do you like men?" Kai crossed his arms. "What is wrong with a man liking another man?" Then he sneered, "I almost forgot, you are the crown prince, who must bear the responsibility of continuing the royal lineage. To you, this is indeed a serious issue." Dylan immediately retorted, "You also have to carry on the family lineage, Carter. I still have an older brother above me, so no one expects the second son to succeed, but Dylan is different. Instead of worrying about me, worry about yourself. After what happened with Cecilia, you no longer have a fiancé." Dylan clenched his fists. "No need for you to be nosy." Kai continued, "You also like Liam, don't you?" Dylan turned away in embarrassment. "I don't like him." Kai replied, "Then you have no right to chase after him." Dylan was extremely puzzled. what does liking or not liking have to do with having the right? I just want to comfort him as a friend." After saying that, he ran off, leaving Kai standing alone. Lin Ali walked down the empty corridor, her face flushing red. She could not believe Kai actually liked her, but his expression was so serious that it didn't seem like a joke. Could this be her rare stroke of romantic luck, with Dylan, Rick, and even Kai all confessing their feelings for her? But in the end, what do liking and loving really mean? Lately, Lin Ali has only been focused on protecting her family and changing the future, leaving absolutely no time to think about a sweet romance. If there were no arranged marriage, who would she love? A cat's meow echoed from behind as Liam ran over, and Lin Ali immediately scooped her younger brother up. He spoke rapidly, but she couldn't quite understand everything. Suddenly, a mysterious blue light appeared, forcing both of them to squint their eyes. The light swiftly flew forward. Lin Ali immediately chased after the light, leading them down to a dark basement. The light slipped right through the gap of a door. Lin Ali and Liam cautiously stepped forward. Although she suspected this could be a trap, she ultimately decided to open the door. A fire suddenly flared up brightly inside. A petite figure was quietly sitting cross-legged on a chair. That was Noah. She calmly said, "Lin Ali, Liam, I have been waiting for the two of you for a very long time." Lin Ali was astonished. Noah not only recognized her disguise but also saw through Liam in his cat form. Noah smiled gently, "I am not a cannibalistic witch, so please rest assured." She reached her hand towards the fire. "I have always been waiting for the only person who brought back the memories of rebirth." Lin Ali's expression changed. "Why do you know who I am, and what else do you know?" Noah said seriously, "I can tell you everything, but knowing too much will put you in danger." Lin Ali did not waver at all. Noah closed her eyes. "After your family was executed in your previous life, everyone present on this trip died. Dylan, Kai, Eldick, Rick, and even Arnold and Jessica who were far away did not escape." She raised one finger, showing that only one person survived. Lin Ali's heart tightened. Did she mean that after my family was executed, Dylan also died? That was impossible. Liam immediately transformed back into his human form to stop his sister from losing her composure. Noah stepped forward, reached out a hand and said, "My name is Noah, and I come from the timeline before you were reborn." Lin Ali widened her eyes in shock. Noah explained further, "We came from the same world but in different ways. I used a forbidden spell to return, which is why my body cannot grow any larger, and my magic power is almost entirely gone. Every time a forbidden spell is used, a corresponding price must be paid." Liam frowned and asked, "Will it affect the caster's body?" Noah raised her hand, and a purple light flared up. There are two ways to pay the price. One is for the caster to bear it themselves, and the other is to sacrifice an offering, which can be a living person or a part of the body, as long as the value matches the spell. Lin Ali immediately recalled the bodies that had disappeared after the raid. Liam asked, "So what did the person behind this use as a sacrifice?" He must have prepared the offering in advance. Liam suddenly thought of a terrifying issue. "Lady Noah, you just said that except for one person, everyone will die. That means the person behind this is currently inside this mansion." Lin Ali quickly asked for the identity, but Noah looked troubled. She explained, "The forbidden spell left on Lin Ali's leg allows that person to sense you." As expected, the one who caused the incident during the tournament was also him, and the voice ordering Jessica back then was indeed his. Liam analyzed, "Through this trace, can he read your thoughts, sister?" Noah nodded. The more Lin Ali thought of him, the easier it was for the opponent to know what she was thinking and track her down. "If I reveal his identity now, he will immediately come to kill all three of us." The two siblings looked at each other, extremely troubled. Noah turned her back, "But this room has a special magic circle that can partially block the connection." Her eyes grew sorrowful. "Due to the price of the forbidden spell, I cannot leave this land. I also do not have enough magic power left to defeat him. The only ones who can change the future now are the two of you." Noah clenched her hands. This time she must stop that person. Outside, Dylan was running all over the corridor looking for Liam. Damn it, where did he go? He didn't do something rash just because Kai confessed to him, did he? Arnold and Jessica came over and asked, "Dylan, are you looking for someone?" Dylan quickly asked, "Have you two seen Liam?" Arnold looked out the window. "It seems I saw him going outside, but maybe I was mistaken. With such a heavy blizzard, he wouldn't go out." Dylan immediately put on his cloak. Arnold panicked. "What are you trying to do? Going out in a blizzard is very dangerous." But with bloodshot eyes, Dylan rushed away. "Liam, please don't let anything happen. I am coming to save you." Meanwhile, Linali was completely unaware. She was still worried about the words of Noah, who stood very close behind and seemed to be able to read her mind. When she returned to the living room, Arnold immediately called out, "Liam, are you still in the mansion?" Linali replied in confusion, "If I'm not here, where else would I be?" Everyone fell silent because there was indeed a fool who had run outside. Arnold quickly explained, "Dylan thought you were outside, so he rushed into the blizzard to find you." Linali was astonished to learn that Dylan would brave such danger just to look for her. She suddenly remembered when she fled from Kai's room, he had tried to chase after her but was left behind. Arnold immediately wanted to organize a search party. "This is too dangerous, we must go find him right away." However, Eldick quickly stopped him. "This matter cannot be known to anyone else. Do you understand the consequences?" Linali stood in the corner, secretly making up her mind. "I will go, Dylan ran out because of me." Everyone turned to look at her at once. Eldick shouted, "Have you lost your mind too? At first we only needed to save Dylan, soon we'll have to rescue both of you." Kai also advised, "Liam, calm down. With such a heavy blizzard, that idiot Dylan will surely turn back halfway, he isn't that stubborn." But Linali knew Dylan was the type of person who would forget his status and life to save someone. She immediately rushed out of the room. "I cannot leave him alone." Linali ran so fast that she knocked Rick aside, grabbed her cloak, and dashed outside. Rick could only call out, "Liam, where are you going?" Noah suddenly appeared. "Don't panic, I can sense everyone's location within the territory." But as soon as she cast her spell, her expression instantly changed. She could not sense anything outside the mansion. Someone had clearly sealed this place. Noah realized she had been careless. The mastermind seemed to have anticipated that Dylan and Linali would cause trouble, and had set things up in advance. Arnold intended to go out with Jessica to search, but Noah immediately stopped them. She demanded that no one leave the mansion, and she would find a way to handle Dylan and Liam's situation. In the blizzard, Linali was so small that she was almost swallowed whole. As she walked, she wondered to herself, Dylan had executed her entire family, and in the end, he himself had died. But putting all of that aside, why was she now risking her life, rushing into the freezing blizzard just to find him? "Dylan, where are you?" Linali accidentally slipped, her body about to fall into the abyss. A hand suddenly grabbed her tightly and pulled her up. Amidst the white snow, she finally saw her savior clearly. Dylan panted, "Liam, I finally found you." Linali's heart beat violently, almost failing to hear his words. Dylan shouted angrily, "Why did you rush into the blizzard? Do you not care about your life anymore? I searched everywhere for you." Linali immediately retorted, "Clearly your highness was the one running around. I came out here to find you." Both were stunned to realize they were looking for each other. They took temporary shelter in a narrow tree hollow, their freezing bodies pressing close together. Dylan looked at her with worry. "Why did you run out? Just now, if I hadn't caught you in time, you would have fallen off the cliff." Linali dared not look directly at him, knowing that if he could not find her, Dylan would definitely continue to risk danger. She tried to change the subject, but he said, "Of course I will keep searching, until I find you." Just as Dylan reached his hand toward her cheek, snow from the branch fell straight onto his head. Both were stunned for a moment, then looked at each other and burst into laughter. Amidst the freezing weather, that laughter brought a touch of warmth. The storm grew heavier, and if they stayed here, both would freeze to death. Finally, they spotted a church standing amidst the snow in the distance and immediately ran toward it. Under the colossal church, the two of them appeared even smaller. Dylan pushed the door open and stepped straight inside, raising his hand as a spot of light slowly floated up, illuminating the entire space. Linali was amazed. It turned out His Highness also knew how to use magic. In the center of the church was a statue of the goddess, surrounded by vibrant stained glass windows. Lin Ali, like a child seeing a beautiful sight for the first time, ran around everywhere. "This is the most beautiful church I have ever seen." In Dylan's eyes, the church was indeed beautiful, but he only had eyes for Lin Ali. She was even more beautiful than all the surrounding scenery. She excitedly called out, "If it weren't for a wedding, we probably wouldn't have the chance to visit a place like this." "Have you ever been here, Your Highness?" "Of course." "That is wonderful. I wonder what it feels like to have a wedding here. Do the bride and groom have to stand in this spot?" Dylan stepped forward. "Then do you want to experience what it feels like to get married?" He pulled the hood of her cloak over Lin Ali's head, like a wedding veil. She looked up, staring at him in confusion. Dylan turned his gaze toward the goddess statue. "I swear before the goddess, to only love one person in my entire life, to always support, respect, and cherish them as the most important thing." He lifted Lin Ali's hand, gently kissing the back of it. "In sickness and in health, we will face everything together, and not even death can part us." Dylan lifted her chin, slowly drawing closer. "Liam, do you swear before the goddess that you will love me?" Lin Ali snapped out of it, angrily pushing him away. Dylan immediately realized he had crossed the line. "I'm sorry." The atmosphere became both awkward and ambiguous. Lin Ali glared at him. She was currently disguised as a man, so why was he doing this? Could Dylan really be interested in men? In the basement of the mansion, Noah was teaching Liam magic. He frowned in concentration, finally managing to grasp the new spell reluctantly. Noah used ink to draw a giant magic circle on the ground. "With my current magic power, I can only cover the entire mansion, but that should be enough," she said with determination. "I will absolutely not let you harm Lin Ali and the others." A barrier was erected. On the other side of the mansion, Kai looked out the window and reached out to touch it, his palm instantly pushed back by an invisible force. He frowned. "A barrier preventing us from going outside? Why?" Arnold walked over. "Kai, do you also want to go out and look for Dylan and Liam? This is truly worrying." Kai replied with irritation. "Dylan running out there is all because of what you said. You should reflect on yourself." Arnold immediately clasped his hands in apology. "I'm sorry, I completely regret it now. If something happens to the two of them, what should I do?" Kai only glanced at him, then looked out the window and sighed. If only jealousy could stop Lin Ali from running after Dylan. He had never thought that one day he would harbor such shameful feelings. Arnold tried to comfort him. "Don't worry too much, Dylan is very strong. Even without us, he will surely get through this." Meanwhile, in a distant church, the flickering firelight chased away the cold of the night. Lin Ali and Dylan were sitting near the steps, talking to each other. Lin Ali softly said, "This is the first time I've known that Your Highness can use magic." Dylan casually replied, "Anyone can do this level of magic, only you are too useless." Lin Ali buried her face in her knees and mumbled, "Out of everyone, indeed only I cannot use magic. But when it comes to swordsmanship, I will absolutely not lose to anyone." Dylan burst out laughing. Yes, right at the first meeting, I lost to you. Was it not because Your Highness intentionally caused trouble?" After talking for a while, Lin Ali suddenly went quiet, and then a soft snoring sound echoed. She had fallen asleep. Lin Ali's sleeping posture was still extremely chaotic, almost rolling into the fire, making Dylan quickly pull her into his arms. Looking at the fast asleep person, he fell into deep thought. Liam was a man, he could not like him, but even so, Dylan was hopelessly desperate to be by his side. He was the crown prince, knowing this feeling would have no result, wanting to still be able to stand behind Liam as a friend in the future, he had to bury it deep, not letting anyone know. Dylan softly whispered, "Liam, do you know? It seems I have truly fallen in love with you." After the blizzard came the warm sunshine. The candle in the church burned all night, as if trying to protect those it wanted to protect. The morning light fell upon her face, waking Lin Ali up. She felt an arm tightly wrapping around her waist. Turning her head, Lin Ali saw Dylan still fast asleep, his entire body pressed close to hers. Her face instantly flushed hot, wondering if he had played any tricks last night. Lin Ali used all her strength but still couldn't push him away. She didn't understand why a person could be so heavy. Right at that moment, the church door was flung open. Rick led a group of people barging in, and upon seeing his fiancée lying in Dylan's arms, his eyes nearly popped out. Linali had not yet realized the danger, cheerfully saying, "Everyone arrived so late, the sky is already bright." Only a moment later did she suddenly remember that Dylan was still hugging her. Rick's expression grew more and more terrifying. He stepped forward and firmly pulled Linali out of Dylan's embrace. That sudden movement also startled and woke the crown prince. Dylan asked in daze, "Is it already morning? Where is my Linali?" Rick gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could swallow him alive on the spot. Eldick quickly rushed over to check on him. "Dylan, are you injured anywhere?" Dylan answered half asleep, "No, I am still alive." Rick stood nearby but said nothing. He approached to embrace Linali and then turned around to leave. Previously, he had endured it because Dylan was the crown prince, not wanting to directly confront the opponent's feelings. But now, having confirmed that Dylan indeed had feelings for Linali under her male disguise, he could no longer remain silent. When the group returned to the mansion, Arnold immediately ran over and hugged Linali and Dylan tightly. "It is so good that both of you are all right. It was all because of my careless words, I am so sorry." Linali struggled to breathe. "I get it, let go of me quickly, I am about to suffocate." Arnold finally let go of them. As she sneezed, he hastily said, "You two should take a hot bath quickly to warm up your bodies." Dylan intended to follow Linali, but was immediately blocked by Kai. "Dylan, are you satisfied now that you put Liam in danger? No matter how much you like him, you must be careful not to get him hurt." Dylan calmly raised his hand and flicked Kai's forehead hard. "This has nothing to do with liking someone or not. If you were the one in danger, I would still go save you." Having said that, he lightly patted Kai's chest and walked away. Kai's expression darkened completely. The Dylan of the past had indeed returned. Entering the room, Linali immediately threw herself onto the bed, planning to get a good night's sleep. But a sudden knock sounded at the door. "Liam, are you asleep yet?" She instantly became alert. What was Rick doing here? Ever since he found the two of them, he had been unhappy. Could he be here to demand answers? Linali quickly pulled up the blanket to pretend to be asleep. Rick opened the door, pulled up a chair next to the bed, and asked, "Liam, are you asleep?" She lay perfectly still, cold sweat breaking out all over her body. But what was placed on Linali's head was not a sword, but rather a gentle hand. Rick whispered softly, "As expected, Linali is still cute even when she's asleep. I won't let anyone steal you away, not even Prince Dylan." He held her hand, pressing it to his forehead. "No matter what, it is good that you are safe. If anything happened to you, my living alone would have no meaning. Before, I asked you to choose me because I didn't want to yield the status of your fiancé to anyone else. I was truly selfish. I have liked you since we were kids. I've never thought about what it would be like if my wife weren't Linali." Linali still kept her eyes closed, gritting her teeth in embarrassment. How could he calmly say such things that made others blush? Rick sighed. "If I could say these words directly, I wouldn't have to suffer. I really don't want anyone to snatch my Linali away." He leaned down and kissed the back of her hand. The wet sensation made Linali unable to hold back. There was saliva. The atmosphere instantly became dead silent. Rick blushed and stepped back. "Did you hear everything?" Linali sat up abruptly. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop, it was your voice that woke me up." Rick panicked. "Forget everything." Having said that, he hastily ran away. Linali sat on the bed, holding her cheeks. How could she forget? It turned out that Rick had always thought of her that way. Late at night, Noah curled up by the large window, her eyes filled with anxiety. Eldick walked over, carrying a blanket and gently covering her. "Your mana is depleted, and your body is very weak. You will catch a cold if you stay like this." Noah asked, "What are you doing here? Did you come specifically to show concern for me?" "I heard that you helped find Dylan and Liam, so I came to say thank you. It's a small matter, and it wasn't just my doing." Now that you're done speaking, please go out, I want to be alone. Eldic did not leave. Was it a small matter? You are still the same as before, never hesitating to exhaust yourself just to help others. He recalled 10 years ago, when he was gravely ill, Noah had used a forbidden spell to save him. A brilliant light radiated beneath her feet, and magic power constantly flowed into Eldic's body. A maid happened to see this and dropped her water pitcher. Consequently, the fact that Noah used a forbidden spell was exposed. Back then, Noah held the hand of young Eldic, gently comforting him, "Do not be afraid, I am here. You will definitely get better." Eldic said, "You used a forbidden spell to cure my illness, which stopped your body from growing. You always want to shoulder everything alone, never letting anyone see your weakness. 10 years have passed, and you are still the same gentle Noah of that day." Noah's heart was in deep conflict. She did not want him to continue being gentle, nor did she want him to enter her heart once more. Otherwise, she would fall in love with him again past any cure. Noah withdrew her hand and said, "Please leave, I no longer like you." Eldic did not answer, only lifting her small hand. "Even if you hate me, even if you want to break the engagement, I still hope that from now on you will allow me to continue loving you." He placed a kiss on her hand. Noah blushed deeply. In truth, she still loved Eldic immensely. She softly spoke, "You are only bound by past responsibility. I became like this because back then, I failed to save you." In the previous timeline, after Lenali's family split up to take action, war spread across the empire. Noah ran frantically through the streets searching, and finally saw Eldic lying motionless. She rushed over to embrace him. "This couldn't be happening, you are lying to me, right? Please open your eyes, Eldic." But her tears could not change anything. Noah could only hold his already cold body. If only she had arrived sooner, perhaps Eldic would not have died. She looked at the imperial palace burning in a sea of fire, where all the glory of the empire was turning to ashes in the war. If this continued, the country would sooner or later face destruction. People, things, everything would be lost, and Noah would also be killed by the mastermind behind it all. The last thing she could do now was only one choice. A giant magic circle appeared beneath her feet, and infinite magical power distorted time itself. To save Eldic, Noah used all of her magic, even sacrificing the future of her own body, to cast a forbidden spell to turn back time to 3 years ago. The price was almost completely losing her magic, her body stopping its growth, and being permanently imprisoned on the snowy mountain. However, she could only bring everything back to the past, without the power to change the future herself. "I hate myself for being useless, I am not worthy of being your fiancé. This appearance of mine is completely unworthy of you." Eldic said nothing, only starting to chant a spell. Light enveloped Noah, and her tiny body gradually transformed into a beautiful, mature young woman, with her clothes changing accordingly. She could not believe her eyes as she looked at her long, slender hands. "Why has my body changed?" Eldic explained, "Since arriving here, I have been researching ways to restore your body. I haven't completely mastered it yet, so for now, the spell can only be maintained for a short while. In the future, I will definitely find a way to return you to normal, and then marry you. Therefore, I don't want to hear well-intentioned lies, I only want to hear your true thoughts." Noah's body slowly returned to its small form. She threw herself into Eldic's arms. "I like you too, so please stay by my side, don't die. Rest assured, I won't die. I will always stay by your side, and I don't want to just stand by and wait for you to save me. I want to face everything that happens in the future with you, whether in health or in the face of death." The next morning, the group prepared to return. Arnold laughed. "Eldic, remember to stay and love Noah well. Don't worry about us, everyone, let's go, don't get in the way of their two-person world." Noah whispered into Lenali's ear, "Absolutely do not let your guard down. You must survive, only you can change everything." Noah gently touched the forbidden spell mark on Lenali's leg, secretly leaving behind a magical connection thread. "If that person continues to use this mark to give orders, I can hear a part of his thoughts and transmit them back to you. However, this connection is very weak and can only be used when absolutely necessary." Lenali and Liam confidently replied. At this moment, Kai suddenly stepped forward, you have something to say to me, right? Let's ride in a carriage alone. Rick Walkman immediately stopped him. No way, Liam must be protected by me. Lin Ali had a headache, wondering if she was forced to choose between one of the two. Just then, Dylan appeared, and she felt as if she had seen her savior, immediately grabbing his hand. I will sit with His Highness. Rick and Kai's faces darkened simultaneously. On the carriage, Dylan curiously asked to hold Liam the cat, but the boy shook his head violently. However, Dylan's disappointed look, resembling a stray cat, made Lin Ali soften. Only for a moment. Liam turned back to look at his sister in horror, but in the end, he was still handed over to the Crown Prince. Dylan smiled brightly, gently petting the cat, surprising her with how much he loved animals. Seeing him like this, Lin Ali felt that he was also somewhat cute. But she quickly reminded herself that the mastermind behind everything was still nearby. She could not just focus on her feelings and forget her goal of changing the future. Returning to the academy, Liam seriously analyzed the situation. Based on recent events, the mastermind wants to drag our family into the crime of assassinating the Crown Prince, but their ultimate goal remains unclear. Noah said he was in the mansion that day, but everyone present belonged to prestigious families, and killing Dylan would bring them no benefit. Unless His Highness has another royal sibling. Lin Ali was skeptical, arguing that even if that were true, there must be clear evidence to prove their identity. Liam pointed to his eyes and said that the royal family has an innate characteristic of red eyes, though of course, this is currently just a hypothesis. He warned her that they still do not know who that person is, and her thoughts might be overheard. From now on, she must be careful in her actions to avoid losing her life. Lin Ali lowered her head in silence like a scolded child. Liam's face turned serious, but we will soon know who he is, as long as we meet Cecilia. Liam's ability to take action was always very high. No sooner said than done, he brought a bouquet of sunflowers straight to Cecilia's mansion. However, the butler refused to let him in because she had not been receiving guests lately. Since the previous incident, Cecilia had no longer participated in any gatherings. Liam could understand this. She was afflicted with a curse that would cause her death if she spoke the truth, so it was normal for her to be afraid of communicating with others. Now that he had learned a new magic spell, perhaps he could break the forbidden spell on Cecilia. Liam did not give up easily, so he handed the bouquet of flowers to the butler and decided to depart. If Cecilia was indeed cursed, it proved that she knew the true identity of the mastermind. Just at that moment, the entire city was bustling with preparations for a major festival. On every major occasion, the emperor and the crown prince always appear before the public. Agni is extremely excited because he and Lin Ali have been selected for the guard unit. However, Lin Ali is worried. How could the mastermind behind the scenes miss such an opportunity to eliminate both the emperor and Dylan? The assembly whistle blows, and the guard members quickly gather. Rick Walkman stands in front to instruct. Tomorrow is the National Foundation anniversary. Everyone must concentrate fully to perform the protection duty well. Lin Ali and Rick Walkman's eyes accidentally meet. Both of them blush and look away, not daring to make eye contact any longer. Arnold immediately notices and asks, "Did you and Rick Walkman have a fight?" Lin Ali quickly waves her hands in denial, not daring to reveal the truth. Arnold smiles. "If you didn't fight, then make up quickly." After the dismissal, Lin Ali and Agni bid farewell as they are assigned to different patrol sectors. She took a deep breath. Now was not the time to think about romance, she had to focus on the mission. Yet, deep down, she still felt as if she had forgotten something important. Kai suddenly appeared from behind, dressed like a detective. He adjusted his hat brim and spoke, "You've been avoiding me lately, so I had to come find you." Lin Ali felt like an unfaithful partner. Was it not because Kai had done things that embarrassed her, leaving her not knowing how to face him? Kai pretended to be heartbroken. "Liam, do you hate me now?" She quickly explained, "I don't hate you, I just need more time to think." Kai turned his back, feigning sadness. "If the person involved doesn't comfort me, this wound might never heal in my entire life." Lin Ali instantly panicked. He turned back with a mischievous smile. "Do you want to heal me?" Kai wrapped his arm around her waist. "So, how about dating me?" Lin Ali immediately pushed him away. To prepare for tomorrow's mission, I must stay in my best condition. The possibility of Kai being the mastermind was small but still existed, so the two of them absolutely could not be alone together. He smiled again. Being tense all the time is not good. Kai suddenly pulled Lin Ali into a dark alley and chanted a spell, causing a yellow light to flash. Her short hair immediately became long and thick. He smiled with satisfaction. As expected, you look much more beautiful this way. Lin Ali was still wearing her uniform. What if someone sees us? Kai gently lifted a lock of her hair. If you want me to undo the magic, you must go on a date with me. At the Imperial Palace, Dylan was having dinner with Emperor Victor. The premium steak in his mouth tasted as bland as wax. Victor said coldly, tomorrow, when appearing before the public, you must act like a crown prince. Usually, your conduct is already worth nothing, so at least behave tomorrow. Dylan lowered his eyes, completely devoid of vitality. The Emperor continued, you should also marry and have children. Because of your mother, I have no other prince. Even if you are useless, at least you can carry on the lineage. Victor rested his chin on his hand, smiling maliciously, no, how can someone who once wanted to execute his fiancée like you get married? As expected of inheriting the Ciro bloodline of that woman, acting against others due to ugly jealousy. Dylan slammed the table and stood up, I am full, father, please continue. He turned his back and walked away, half of the steak on his plate still untouched. Dylan walked down the hallway alone, angrily punching his fist against the wall. It was the Emperor who ruined his mother. She had once truly loved her husband, but he betrayed her time and time again, taking concubines, keeping mistresses, and completely neglecting her. His gentle mother gradually grew sick at heart, fell into madness, and eventually ended her own life. Since that day, Dylan's heart had died. He had no one he wanted to protect, the country, the people, even his own life no longer mattered. The title of Crown Prince was merely a name to him, and he was nothing more than an ordinary, lonely person. But now, everything was different, because Dylan found someone he wanted to protect. He would absolutely never follow in his father's footsteps to become that kind of emperor. At a busy little shop, Kai was eagerly waiting for Lin Ali. She had changed into a brilliant red dress, and the moment he saw her, his face instantly flushed red. He whispered to himself that she was incredibly adorable, and the dress suited her perfectly. Lin Ali shyly avoided his gaze. Kai took off his hat and bowed with a smile, beautiful lady, would you give me your hand? Though she wanted to refuse, Lin Ali still reached out. Unexpectedly, Kai immediately intertwined his fingers with hers, smiling, caught you. He pulled her outside, adding, once I've held on, I will absolutely never let go. Even when they reached the street, Kai still did not let go. Lin Ali said worriedly, if Rick sees this, he might slice us both. Kai adjusted his hat, it's fine, I can beat him. Lin Ali hesitated, but holding hands like this, isn't that something only lovers do? He stopped and turned to look at her, then let's be lovers for a day today. We're already holding hands anyway, so there's nothing wrong with it. Besides, you are planning to break off your engagement with Rick. Lin Ali turned her face, I still haven't decided on that matter. Kai said, if it were me, I wouldn't break the engagement with you even if I died. The space seemed to freeze, only Lin Ali's heart was thumping loudly. The two of them stopped in front of a jewelry stall, the glittering items immediately catching her eyes. Kai chose a hairpin adorned with precious stones and placed it on Lin Ali's hair. It was indeed very beautiful, looking as if it was custom-made for her. But then he shook his head, no, it is because you were so beautiful that all the gems become dull. Lin Ali stepped back, not knowing how to cope with his sudden enthusiasm. Kai sighed, I thought I had to be direct for you to understand. It seems I really need to pursue you seriously. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Was Kai really planning to pursue her? He turned his face away, looking a bit worried, but if I overdo it, I might also get rejected like Dylan. Lin Ali immediately cried out, how do you know about that? Right at that moment, two children ran past, and Kai quickly pulled Lin Ali into his arms to avoid a collision. He smiled, so, do you think I'm handsome? Fallen in love yet? She quickly shook her head. No, don't talk nonsense. What a pity. Kai bought a large ice cream and brought it directly to her mouth. During the banquet, I saw you staring at the cakes for a long time, so I thought you would probably like ice cream too. Lin Ali did not listen to the latter part at all, focusing entirely on eating. As soon as she tasted a bite, her eyes lit up. Looking at Kai's smile, her face grew hot again. He suddenly leaned close, and Lin Ali warily backed away. Were you just trying to kiss me, right? Kai froze for a moment, then burst out laughing, pinching her cheek firmly. You are overthinking. There was cream on your face, I only helped wipe it off. Licking the cream off his finger, he leaned in again. Did you just imagine us kissing? It seems you were looking forward to it as well. Kai lifted her chin. If you agree, I can kiss you right now. Lin Ali stepped back, shaking her head repeatedly. He pointed to his cheek. Is that not allowed? But you once kissed my cheek. Flustered, she explained, that time was only to say thank you. In any case, kissing on the lips is absolutely forbidden, only people in love do that. To avoid embarrassment, Lin Ali turned and ran away. Unbeknownst to them, the golden twilight had already blanketed the streets. Warily observing her surroundings, she demanded Kai return her guard uniform and restore her hair. He realized something and suddenly hugged her from behind. We don't have to do that. Right now I don't want to let you go back yet. Lin Ali struggled to break free. Kai helplessly smiled. If you want to go back, dance one last dance with me, then I will lift the spell. She quickly agreed. He led Lin Ali to the fountain, whispering softly, I can recognize and grasp your weakness, I will absolutely not give up. A gentle melody played as the two began to dance. Lin Ali once suspected Kai, but at this moment she believed he couldn't be the mastermind behind it. Kai smiled and said, Today I am very happy, as if we are truly lovers. Can I become your lover? Can we take a step further into a more special relationship? Their faces drew closer and closer. No matter how many times, I will still say I like you. Through his gentle gaze and touch, Lin Ali could feel his sincerity. Kai began to confess, at first, I only wanted to tease you for some fun, but by the time I realized my eyes couldn't leave you, I had already liked you. I don't want anyone to steal you away. Every hour and every minute, I think of you and want everything of yours. Isn't that what liking someone is? Lin Ali was stunned. If liking someone was that kind of feeling, she still didn't truly understand her own heart. Kai placed her hand on his chest. Just dancing with you makes my heart beat relentlessly. Can you feel it? I want your eyes to only see me. The one who can bring you happiness is only me. He lifted her face. Lin Ali was swept away by those words, with only Kai left in her eyes. Just then, Rick appeared. Lin Ali, what are you doing? She immediately let go of Kai's hand. He took off his hat, his expression turning cold as it seemed he could no longer remain gentle. Kai pulled Lin Ali's arm and brought his face close. Under Rick's astonished gaze, he shielded them with his hat and kissed her cheek. Rick immediately rushed forward. What did you just do? Before Lin Ali could stop the clash between magic and swordsmanship, a tragic scream echoed from afar. She immediately ran towards the sound. Kai picked up his hat and sighed helplessly, frustrated that the progress he had finally made was now ruined. In a corner of the street, a woman was being attacked by a group of thugs. Lin Ali leaped down from above, knocking one man down and shielding the woman. The thugs drew their swords all at once. At that critical moment, Rick and Kai arrived. Rick tossed a sword to Lin Ali. She caught it and immediately charged into battle. Rick delivered a punch, knocking down the nearest thug. Kai picked up a sword from the ground and said coldly, I am not good at swordsmanship, but killing you all shouldn't be too difficult. Lin Ali disarmed another thug's dagger and pointed her sword at his throat. You have made such a big scene, the patrol team is coming. You had better surrender quietly. The man broke out in a cold sweat, then took advantage of her distraction to turn and flee. Lin Ali was about to give chase, but Rick stepped in front of her. Your hand is bleeding, it must be bandaged. He took out a handkerchief and carefully wrapped it into a beautiful bow on her hand. Lin Ali happily thanked him. Rick originally intended to blame her for being reckless but couldn't bring himself to say it. Wasn't that impulsiveness and innocence the very reason he loved her? Lin Ali suddenly looked around. Where did Kai and that woman go? Kai was so strong, surely nothing bad would happen to him. In the Imperial Palace, Dylan was still sitting at his desk working, casually flipping through a stack of documents. His gaze stopped on a certain name. As expected, Liam was also participating in tomorrow's escort mission. He only hoped the boy wouldn't continue to do anything reckless. The bell rang, signaling 10 o'clock. Dylan immediately grabbed his coat and rushed outside, not knowing who he was planning to meet. In a dark alley, the woman who had just been rescued was running away. Kai coldly stepped out of the darkness. Where are you going in such a hurry? We've met somewhere before, haven't we? The woman's expression immediately changed. That reaction made Kai realize the attack just now was no accident. He detained her for investigation, then secretly followed the clues leading to the Osman family. In another room, Rick walked into Linali's bathroom. Actually, her hand was only scratched, and she hadn't lost the ability to care for herself. Outside, a whole team of maids was waiting to serve, but Rick still insisted on helping her wash and brush her hair. Until your hand completely heals, I will help you every day. He stroked her beautiful hair, unable to stop himself from wishing he could touch her forever. Looking at Linali through the steam, Rick wanted even more to keep her by his side, so she would belong to him eternally. The shower head suddenly slipped from her hand, making Linali turn around. She asked worriedly, Rick, are you alright? Are you thinking about something else? He quickly closed his eyes, trying to maintain his composure. To distract her, Rick asked, Linali, do you like Kai? I saw the two of you kissing. She immediately objected, no, Kai was just teasing me, he only kissed my cheek. My first kiss is still there. Linali suddenly recalled the few times she was close to Dylan and her face flushed red, telling herself those instances probably did not count as kissing. Rick let out a sigh of relief, so her first kiss did not belong to anyone yet. As her long-standing fiancé, he absolutely could not let anyone else steal this position. The atmosphere gradually turned suggestive. Linali hastily changed the subject. Why were you at the plaza at that time? Rick Walkman saw through her thoughts and asked, do you remember what day it is today? She tried to think but had clearly forgotten. He smiled helplessly. This was the Linali he loved, completely indifferent to her own affairs. I came to the square to find you. There is a gift I want to give you. Linali immediately turned around, her eyes full of anticipation. What is it? Rick blushed. Before I give it to you, can you agree to a request? He leaned down, his hand brushing past her neck. Linali, can I kiss you now? I really can't hold back anymore. She suddenly fell silent, while Rick drew closer and closer to her. But right at the moment their lips were about to touch, Linali slipped and fell straight into the bathtub. He broke into a cold sweat, frantically helping her up. I'm sorry, I was too hasty. I know I cannot force you. Linali clutched her bath towel, thinking that she was the one who should apologize. Having a fiancé yet constantly getting entangled with other men was truly unfair to Rick. He took the scissors, intending to trim her hair, but hesitated as he lifted the long, glossy locks. Was it really necessary to cut such beautiful hair? Linali did not care too much. It was fine, summer was hot, and short hair would be cooler. In truth, she also wanted to prevent her long hair from causing any more trouble among those men. Suddenly, the upcoming anniversary celebration flashed through Linali's mind. Both the Emperor and the Crown Prince would appear, and the mastermind behind the scenes would certainly not miss such a perfect opportunity. Rick sighed, tomorrow, I only hope you won't do anything reckless. Rely on me more, and don't go looking for those two idiots. Linali nodded half-heartedly. Locks of long hair fell to the floor. Linali fell deep into thought. A gentle Rick like this certainly could not be the mastermind behind everything. She knew she could trust him, but for now, she still could not tell him the whole truth. As for Rick, he was almost at his limit. He had just nearly forced a kiss on Linali, and now they were alone together in the bathroom while she was still undressed. He told himself to finish cutting her hair quickly and leave this place. After a while, Linali once again transformed into a handsome, short-haired youth. She gently touched her neck and praised him happily. You cut it so beautifully. When Lin Ali turned her back, her fair, delicate nape was exposed right before his eyes. Rick could no longer hold back. He leaned down and kissed her neck deeply, greedily savoring her scent. Only after a long moment did he finally let go, whispering, I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. Rick left with unsteady steps, leaving Lin Ali sitting alone in the tub. It was already late at night. After finishing her bath, she stood out on the balcony, reflecting on everything. Both Kai and Rick made her heart beat faster, but Lin Ali knew that might not necessarily be love. Even so, their sincere eyes proved that both of them truly loved her. If neither of them was the mastermind, then among those who remained at the Noah mansion that day, only Eldic was left. Then Lin Ali suddenly realized a terrifying thing. Since when had she been so sure that Dylan was not the culprit? No matter how much he had changed in this life, the truth of the previous life, that he was the one who ordered the execution of her entire family, remains unchanged. Just as she was about to sink into panic, a figure riding on a brilliant magic circle appeared in the night sky. It was Dylan, who said happily, Thank goodness, I'm still in time. Lin Ali asked in bewilderment why he had broken into the female quarters. Dylan did not explain much, only extending his hand and saying, Liam, take my hand, I will take you to a certain place. Where are we going so late? Can't it wait until tomorrow? Lin Ali asked. He firmly replied, If it is tomorrow, it will no longer have any meaning. It must be now. Dylan grabbed her hand, but the sharp pain from her wound made Lin Ali let out a soft cry. He immediately let go and asked worriedly, Are you injured? I'm so sorry. With that, Dylan leaned down and lifted Lin Ali up gently like a princess. He softly said, Holding you like this won't hurt you anymore. Immediately after, a teleportation magic circle appeared beneath them and quickly carried both of them away. They materialized on a high rooftop in the city. Seeing that the night sky was still quiet, Dylan finally breathed a soft sigh of relief. Fortunately, they made it in time. The streets below were still brightly lit. Lin Ali asked in confusion, What are we doing here? Dylan sat down. There is something today that I want to show you no matter what, but first, give me your hand. A healing light glowed in his palm. Lin Ali was astonished, not expecting the crown prince to not only know how to fight but also how to heal. Dylan shook his head, I don't actually know healing magic, it's just thanks to this magic boosting ring. The pain in Lin Ali's hand gradually faded away. The person before her no longer seemed like the proud crown prince, but just a gentle, caring person who worried so much over a tiny wound. She knew she shouldn't trust him so easily, but she could still see Dylan's sincerity. The two looked at each other, the distance between them gradually narrowing. Just as their lips were about to touch, fireworks suddenly burst across the night sky. Lin Ali opened her eyes wide, as this was the first time she had ever seen fireworks so close. Dylan gently said, Every year, there are fireworks on the eve of the anniversary. I wanted to watch them with you. He turned to her and said, Liam, happy birthday. Only then did Lin Ali remember that today was Liam's birthday, which was also her own birthday. Dylan continued, I couldn't say it directly to Lin Ali, which is why I asked you to meet at this hour. Dylan smiled, Thank you, because of you, I was able to change. Thank you for meeting me, and thank you for being born. Lin Ali's eyes welled with tears, knowing that this year's birthday would surely be the most memorable day of her life. She softly replied, Dylan, thank you for giving me such a wonderful birthday. Among all those who loved her, only Dylan realized that today was the siblings' birthday and prepared fireworks. Looking at that radiant smile, Lin Ali understood that he truly valued her. She asked hesitantly, Why do you treat us so well? Is it because we resemble the Empress? Dylan was stunned. Are you saying you two look like my mother? Lin Ali lowered her head. Isn't it because of that resemblance that your highness treats us so well? Dylan answered honestly, at first, indeed, it had to do with that. I tried to forget my mother, but when I saw you, the memories came flooding back, and back then, I took my anger out on you. But I have never seen you as my mother. Lin Ali asked, Then why do you treat me so well? Why did you risk your life to save me? Dylan almost shouted, Of course it's because of me. The fireworks exploded just in time to drown out the rest of his words, causing him to instantly fall silent. Dylan had almost exposed his hidden feelings for Liam. Linali did not hear clearly. She gently pulled his sleeve and asked, "What did you just say? Could you say it again?" Dylan was extremely tense. He was the crown prince, and Liam was a man. This love would never be accepted by society, and he could absolutely not let anyone else know. Perhaps the fireworks just now were a sign from heaven, stopping him from confessing. Dylan looked up at the distant sky. "I used to not care about the throne. Whatever happened to the country and its people was none of my business. But that was just dodging my responsibility as the crown prince. A person who has never been loved like me doesn't even know how to love his own people. It wasn't until I met you that I understood for the first time what love is, wanting for the first time to protect the country you live in." He looked seriously at Liam. "I will try to become a good king who can protect his people. So, can you stay by my side and be my friend forever?" Linali pointed to herself in surprise. "Me? Yes, when I make mistakes, please scold me. As long as you are by my side, I will never lose the strength to move forward." Linali smiled softly. "All right, as long as you promise not to execute me." Dylan immediately flared up. "How could I ever kill the man I love the most? I swear I will absolutely never execute you, never." Letting go of his past image, Dylan was no longer the cruel tyrant. He was truly changing for the better. Linali had to quickly find the mastermind and the truth. She spoke in a serious tone. "Dylan, I have a request. In the future, as long as I tell you to believe me, no matter what happens, can you believe me unconditionally?" Dylan remained silent for a moment and then clasped her hands. "Liam, I agree. No matter when or where, I will always believe you." While Linali was busy with the three men, the real Liam also began his own romance story. Wanting to meet Cecilia, he came to the mansion many times despite being repeatedly rejected by the butler. Each time, Liam brought a different bouquet of flowers and sat outside the door, telling interesting stories of the outside world. One day, the door suddenly opened. Liam did not have time to react and rolled straight into the room. Looking up, he saw Cecilia standing in front of him, the true young lady he had always missed. "I finally got to meet you." After Cecilia opened her heart, Liam came to talk with her almost every day. This was the first time he had met a girl more beautiful than his sister, and his heart had quickly skipped a beat. During an afternoon tea, Liam brought up the past. "Cecilia, I can help you remove the forbidden spell so you can speak the truth." Hearing this, Cecilia immediately hugged his neck tightly. He quickly reassured her, "Please believe me, I will definitely help you speak again. If I cannot hear your voice, I will never find peace of mind. You might be scared, but I will always be by your side to help." Cecilia's tears suddenly poured out. Liam was flustered as he comforted her, but the more he tried to soothe her, the harder she cried. "I will absolutely not do anything to make you uncomfortable. Although investigating the mastermind is very important, forcing a grieving girl like this is truly too much." He lowered his head and said, "Forget it, I won't interfere anymore." Cecilia slowly held Liam's hand, the tears on her face gradually disappearing. It was replaced by a sweet smile that left him staring blankly. In fact, the forbidden spell had already been dispelled by Liam, but Cecilia still decided to remain silent and did not say a word. Time quickly flew by to the national holiday. Liam and Cecilia sat in the high garden, looking down at the prosperous city below. He understood that the curse had been lifted, and the only reason she remained silent was fear. Therefore, Liam decided to respect her wishes, waiting until Cecilia voluntarily spoke up. Being with her made him feel extremely peaceful. Cecilia was not as stubborn and unreasonable as the rumors claimed. Liam stood up. "It is late already, I will head back first today and return tomorrow. I really look forward to hearing you speak soon." Cecilia blushed and suddenly called out, "Lord Liam, please do not go." He turned around in surprise. "You can speak now." It seems the dispelling magic was successful. Cecilia bowed her head and confessed, "I know. Actually, the curse disappeared a few days ago. But I needed a reason to keep staying by your side, so I remained silent." "I am sorry." Liam was not angry, as he had somewhat guessed it beforehand. "It is all right, hearing your voice at last is truly wonderful." Cecilia looked up and said, "I used to harm you in the past, yet you still treated me so gently. This time, it is my turn to help. You have something to ask me, right?" Liam spoke frankly. "Correct, who ordered you to harm me?" Cecilia's gaze became resolute, and she slowly uttered a name. Hearing this, Liam felt a chill run down his spine. If that was the truth, his older sister was in grave danger. The national founding anniversary celebration officially began. Dylan walked behind Emperor Victor. The Emperor warned, "This is an opportunity to show the royal family's authority to the public. Do not cause trouble to embarrass me, just sit there quietly." Dylan lowered his eyes. "I understand, Imperial Father." On a nearby rooftop, a figure in black watched them with a smile. At the guard area, Agni stood next to Lin Ali, asking impatiently, "Why haven't they arrived yet? I hope this mission ends quickly." "Yeah." Lin Ali looked at the crowd. The path where the royal carriage would pass was covered by a barrier, and she only hoped everything would go smoothly. When raising her hand, Lin Ali saw the bandage still wrapped around it. Thanks to Dylan's healing, the wound no longer hurt, and she had almost forgotten to remove it. But as soon as she took off the bandage, she was stunned to see traces of a forbidden spell on her skin that were not there yesterday. Looking at the location of the mark, she immediately remembered the cut caused by the thugs. It was highly likely that the blade that day had been coated with a forbidden spell, and the attack on that woman was a trap targeted at her from the very beginning. She suddenly had a bad premonition. A voice echoed in her ear, "Currently, there are many people dissatisfied with the royal family, and the mages of the West District can be easily bribed. Target the barrier gap at the corner of Street 3. Lin Ali looked around, but no one showed any unusual behavior. This was Noah's voice. The magic connection fiber she left behind was transmitting the thoughts of the person behind the scenes. When the carriage enters the guard's blind spot, assassinate immediately. The target is the Emperor. Lin Ali panicked. Dylan was in danger, but no one would believe groundless words, and it was already too late to stop the parade. What if this was a trap? She could be falsely accused again, just like in the past. Agni noticed and asked, "Liam, what's wrong with you?" But Lin Ali could no longer hear him. Even if it was a trap, if the target was truly Dylan, she absolutely could not stand by and watch. She immediately ran off, leaving Agni calling out loudly behind her, "Liam, where are you going?" Lin Ali truly had no time to explain now. Ahead, the voices of the crowd were still shouting, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empire!" Just as Dylan was about to get into the carriage, Lin Ali finally arrived. "Your Highness Dylan." He stopped, looking at her with suspicion. The soldiers immediately blocked her, "Do not get close. Arrest him." Lin Ali struggled, "I have an urgent matter." Dylan shouted, "Let him go. Liam is my friend." The Emperor grumbled, "Dylan, do not embarrass me." But this time, he was resolute, "Please forgive me, Father, I will return immediately." Dylan ran over, "Liam, what happened?" Lin Ali grabbed his shoulders, "Please cancel the parade immediately. Otherwise, your Highness and the Emperor will be in danger." The Emperor instantly flew into a rage. "I cannot believe such groundless words. The parade will not stop. Dylan, get in the carriage." Lin Ali was on the verge of tears, "Lord Dylan, please believe me." Actually, she herself was not entirely sure. With such a groundless statement, would he really believe her? Dylan replied without a moment of hesitation, "I believe you, I promised." He then turned toward the Emperor, "Father, please cancel the parade immediately." Emperor Victor could not believe it. Cancel it? Barriers have been set up along the route, it is definitely safe. How can you believe the random words of that person? Liam is not lying. Please reconsider, Father. The Emperor stared at him for a long time, then coldly said, "I am completely disappointed in you. Fine, it is enough for me to go on the parade alone." "Father!" But Victor had already boarded the carriage. At that moment, Noah's voice echoed in the ear again, "Continue the plan." The target is the Emperor. There was no time left. Dylan called for someone to bring his horse, but Linali had already rushed after the carriage. Along the way, the Emperor was receiving the cheers of the citizens. On a roof in the distance, an assassin had already aimed their weapon. Danger! Linali leaped onto the carriage, pushing the Emperor down. Even so, Victor was still injured. The crowd immediately fell into panic seeing His Majesty struck. Looking at the Emperor's wound, Linali's hands trembled. Dylan's voice echoed, "Liam, are you injured?" She was astonished. He was also a target and should not have come here. Dylan grabbed the reins, bringing the carriage to a halt. "I'm sorry for leaving you to face this alone, luckily I trusted you. Thank you for protecting my imperial father." Just as Linali was about to reply, an unexpected force suddenly took control of her body. She turned around and walked away. Dylan called out, "Where are you going?" Linali's mouth spoke on its own, "Dylan is coming too." Temporarily regaining consciousness, she immediately screamed, "Absolutely do not follow me, promise me." Then, her body ran away again. The guard team just arrived and asked, "Your Highness, are you alright?" Dylan quickly ordered, "Imperial father is injured in his right shoulder. Give him first aid and take him back to the palace. I leave him in your hands." Still worried about Linali, he immediately chased after her. Her appearance was very strange. Where on earth did she want to go? A person stepped out from the crowd and said, "The ruins on Street 22, Area A, maybe there is still time." Dylan stopped and asked, "Who are you?" That person did not answer, only handing over a necklace. He was stunned, realizing this was the very necklace lost during the ambush. The other person whispered in his ear, letting Dylan know that Kai and Jessica were only pretending to obey Arnold. Before running in the indicated direction, Dylan immediately sent a secret order to his guards, requesting them to alert the Lors family and the Walkman family. Noah watched him leave, thinking to herself, "I can no longer stop that person, please save her." Elsewhere, Liam activated the magic circle, his heart burning with anxiety. He now knew who the mastermind was. If he did not inform his sister quickly, she would be in grave danger. Liam knew he always overthought things and let fear paralyze him. But Linali was different. Though reckless at times, she always bravely faced any difficulties. "My sister's future has changed. You must protect her at all costs." Meanwhile, Linali's body walked up to the top of the tower on its own. Is the mastermind waiting ahead? She was completely unable to stop. He even forced her mouth to call Dylan to follow, surely aiming to lure him here to kill him, and then frame her. Linali would absolutely not allow that to happen. At least before being completely controlled, she had to avoid involving Dylan. His current self would not execute her family just because of a false accusation, and that was already enough. Yet, Linali was still utterly terrified. She had tried so hard, but in the end, must she still die? Dylan's voice echoed from behind, "Liam." She was astonished. "Why did you come here?" "It's too dangerous, go back quickly." Linali's voice trembled with fear, "I told you not to follow. This is a trap aimed at you, don't worry about me, run quickly." "Don't you believe me?" Dylan whispered, "You told me to believe you." Then he spoke up loudly, "But your face is clearly crying out for help, that is why I came to save you." Linali could not deny it, her heart skipped a beat. She turned away, her tears falling, "Dylan, thank you, and goodbye." "Liam, give me your hand, believe me this time." Linali hesitated but eventually reached out. Immediately after, both of them vanished into the magic circle. From the shadows behind, Kai quietly stepped out. The real Liam finally arrived at the parade area. Hearing that the Emperor was attacked and the castle was blockaded, he worried even more for his sister. A familiar voice called out, "Lors, where are you going? I heard you were supposed to be acting as a guard, but then you suddenly vanished." Liam slowly turned around, finding Eldic standing beside Noah. She explained, "This is the real Liam Lors." Eldic observed and then understood, "So that is how it is. You two look very similar, but looking closely, you are completely different." "Noah told me before, but I did not believe it." Liam also realized that Noah had restored her adult form and was finally able to leave the snowy mountain region. She smiled, "It is thanks to Eldic, but first we must see how the situation is. We have been acting secretly, yet we did not expect that person to strike so quickly. Currently, both Linali and Dylan have gone missing. It is obvious he wants to use the two of them to cause an incident, but I still do not understand what benefit bringing the common people into this chaos brings to him." Liam recalled the information. Perhaps they were inside the castle. Why? The royal knights were all participating in the parade. Castle security was temporarily handled by the Lors family and the Walkman family. Noah immediately understood. The mastermind intended to frame both families for a coup, arrest them as war criminals, and then take the credit for suppressing the rebellion. Inside the throne room, Linali opened her eyes. Dylan was still lying unconscious beside her. Dylan! He quickly regained consciousness and recognized this place. This is the Grand Throne Hall. Why are we here? A voice echoed. Finally awake, did you have a good sleep? Seeing the face of the other person clearly, Dylan shouted. What on earth do you want to do, Arnold? The man smiled. That is incorrect. Call me Big Brother, my little brother. His eyes glowed crimson. Linali immediately recalled Liam's words that red eyes were an innate trait of the royal family. Dylan could not believe it. Arnold, you are. He leisurely sat on the throne. From today, I will be the king of this country. Dylan, first of all, I will kill you. Don't you know? We share the blood of the same father. We are half-brothers. Dylan cast his eyes down. He never expected to have a brother, let alone Arnold. Arnold said coldly, how could you possibly know the hell I have been through, but everything ends today. Dylan said, if what you want is the throne, release Liam. Having me alone is enough. No, if so, the plan would no longer have any meaning. Arnold stepped down, grabbing Linali's hair. I didn't expect you to appear at the academy and disrupt the entire plan, did I, Linali Lors? She trembled. He knew her true identity. Fortunately, Dylan did not clearly hear the last name. He shouted, Arnold, let Liam go. Arnold released her and continued. The original plan was to use a forbidden spell to destroy Dylan's mind, controlling him to become a tyrant. Then, we would frame the Lors family for assassinating the royal family. The Walkman family, as a staunch ally, would surely rebel, weakening the combat strength of both sides. Linali did not understand. How could Rick rebel? Arnold laughed. When he returns from the expedition and hears of your death, he will surely lose his mind. Once both sides are weakened, I will wipe them all out. I will become the hero who subjugates the Walkman family, the ones who wiped out the royalty. As the only survivor of the royal Ciro lineage, I will be welcomed by the people as the new emperor. That was the plan, but I didn't expect you to appear along the way. Linali glared at him in anger. Everything in her past life had been planned by this person. By then, she also understood that the sole survivor in the previous timeline that Noah had mentioned was indeed Arnold. She countered, if any disturbance occurs, the Knights of the Lors family and Rick will quickly arrive at the castle. Today, they are the ones in charge of guarding. Arnold sneered, so what? The door behind opened, and a familiar voice rang out, all the knights outside have fallen asleep. Linali was shocked. Kai. Arnold patted his shoulder. Good work. She asked in pain, have you always been lying to me? Kai did not look at her, his attitude completely different from usual. Could it be that he was also being controlled by magic? Arnold put his arm around Kai's shoulder. Regrettably, it seems no one is coming to the rescue. Even though the plan was disrupted, the result is almost achieved. Today, both of you will die here. Dylan shouted, Liam is innocent, please let him go, I will accept death. Looking at him like this, Linali's heart pounded violently. Arnold laughed, do you think that if you give up your life, I will spare this person? You are still so naive. He needed someone to take the blame for killing Dylan, and then he would destroy the Lors family to cover up the truth. Arnold snapped his fingers, and the ropes binding Linali automatically untied. However, her body lost control and turned back toward him. He whispered, "Don't be afraid. You can die as the wife of a future hero. That is a great honor, isn't it?" He set the sword before her. "Use it to kill Dylan. If you do it, I might spare your family. After all, Dylan did many terrible things in the past." "Don't you hate him?" Linali knew his promise to spare her family was a lie. To complete his plan, Arnold would definitely kill everyone. Yet, her body still automatically gripped the sword. If this continued, the past would surely repeat itself. Could it be that Dylan in his past life was also controlled just like she was now? Linali tried to regain control of her body, but she couldn't. Amidst the despair, Dylan softly said, "Liam, kill me. If I die by your hands, I will be content." When Linali regained consciousness, the sword had already pierced his chest. She tremblingly let go, unable to believe she had killed Dylan with her own hands. He lay motionless, with no breath left. Linali's tears welled up. She wept and called out to him, hoping he would open his eyes, but there was no response. Arnold laughed out loud. "Well done, Lors. What a pity, fate cannot be changed." He raised his sword, intending to kill Linali. Kai's voice suddenly rang out. "How many times do I have to tell you, you are an amateur in swordsmanship?" Arnold froze. "Kai, why? You should have been completely brainwashed by me." At that moment, Dylan also opened his eyes. Linali was astonished. "Dylan, you are not dead?" Kai untied him. "Good morning, you woke up quite early." Dylan even joked, "Can I sleep a little longer?" Linali hurriedly touched his face. It was still warm. Thank goodness, he was still alive. Dylan took off the protective necklace and apologized for deceiving her, glad that he had this. Linali recognized it as the necklace lost during the raid. "Someone gave it to me and passed on the message that Kai and Jessica are both on our side." Kai sighed, teasing Dylan for being far too roundabout and making Linali cry. He turned to Arnold and asked, "How does it feel to be deceived?" Arnold sneered, "You still cannot win. The private army of the Osman family is coming, and I will kill everyone." Suddenly, applause rang out. Eldic chanted a spell, immediately using magic to restrain Arnold. "Your plot ends here." Noah coldly appeared beside him. Arnold was shocked, stammering, "Eldic, Noah, why are you two here?" Eldic calmly replied, "The troops of the Osman family won't be coming. They must have been suppressed by now." Arnold's voice trembled slightly. "What did you say?" He suddenly realized and immediately turned to Kai. Kai raised his eyebrows and replied, "Have we been found out?" The claim that all the guards were asleep was just a lie. The attack on the street exposed clues leading to the private army of the Osman family. Kai smiled and continued, "From the moment I learned of your plan, I had already begun to make preparations." Outside the castle, Rick Walkman was leading his men to surround and capture the private army of the Osman family. "Arrest them all. It is time for our alliance to unleash its strength." Liam, while dodging the wild sword strikes, cried out, "I told you I don't know how to use a sword." Rick Walkman immediately shielded him, "Then hide behind me." In the Great Hall, Arnold still refused to surrender, his wild rage helping him break free from Eldic's binding magic. He grabbed his sword and rushed straight towards Dylan. "As long as I can kill you." Linali did not have time to think, immediately throwing herself in front of Dylan. Just before the blade could reach her, Jessica suddenly appeared, knocking the weapon out of Arnold's hand. He was stunned. "Jessica? Please stop, Lord Arnold." Arnold shook with anger. "Even you betray me?" Jessica looked at him, speaking painfully, "I have always truly respected and loved you. Even if you do not love me, even if you only use me, I still cannot stand by and watch you continue like this." Arnold held his head, laughing bitterly. "My life is nothing but betrayal." His mother was a daughter of the Osman family, once deeply favored by Emperor Victor and became pregnant. Fearing that the Empress would eliminate the child carrying royal blood, she hid Arnold's identity and secretly gave birth to him. However, only a few years later, the Empress, driven mad by jealousy, took his mother's life. Her crime was covered up, and the Osman family suffered heavy suppression. Since then, Arnold's life was also shrouded in the darkness of revenge. The members of the Osman family constantly planted vengeful thoughts into his head. You hate the one who killed your mother, don't you? You want revenge, don't you? You have royal blood in your veins. You must become the next emperor and fulfill the wishes of the Osman family. For that purpose, they taught Arnold the forbidden spell. He took the lives of many people, and his heart gradually grew numb. He was raised as a tool for revenge, never allowed to live for himself. Arnold looked at Dylan, screaming in despair. Clearly we carry the same serial lineage. Why is it that only you can be happy? Why must I be the only one to suffer everything? Arnold. Dylan softly called his name and stepped forward to embrace his half-brother. I am sorry, you have always been right by my side, yet I did not realize what you had to endure. But please do not continue this revenge. I promise to change this country, so that no one else has to suffer the pain you did, and everyone has the chance to find happiness. Therefore, you can let it go now. In that moment, it seemed as if the invisible vines that had bound Arnold for so many years had finally vanished. The circumstance of imprisonment was no longer a shackle to his soul. After the coup, Arnold Osman was imprisoned in the West Tower. Thanks to the warning Kai secretly sent through Noah, Dylan knew that Kai and Jessica were only pretending to be controlled in order to act in secret. Before chasing after Lin Ali, he also managed to send secret orders to the Walkman family and the Lors family. Thanks to this, the rebel forces were quickly suppressed. Only Lin Ali was completely unaware of anything. Emperor Victor luckily survived his wounds. When Arnold's true identity and the entire cause of the coup were exposed, he was forced to admit that his betrayal, indifference, and wrong decisions had sown the seeds for a series of tragedies. Victor decided to take responsibility by abdicating. Dylan succeeded to the throne, and one of the first actions of the new emperor was to sentence Arnold Osman. By law, Arnold could hardly escape the death penalty. However, considering he was raised by the Osman family as a tool of revenge since childhood, and the coup was stopped before causing irreversible consequences, Dylan decided to reduce the sentence to 5 years of confinement in the West Tower under strict supervision. I will definitely keep my promise. After you have atoned for your mistakes, watch with your own eyes whether I become a worthy emperor or not. Arnold bowed before him and said, Thank you for your majesty's tolerance. Afterward, Noah and Liam joined forces to dispel the remaining forbidden spell on Lin Ali's body. The black roses on her hands and feet completely vanished, meaning Arnold could no longer sense or control her. The days of anxiety finally passed, but Lin Ali was still deeply disappointed and self-reproachful. She felt she had done nothing to help, and had even stabbed Dylan with her own hands. Liam gently comforted his sister. His Majesty will definitely forgive you. It was you who made him change, and you also changed the future for all of us. What you have done for our family is already more than enough. Lin Ali emotionally embraced him. You really are my good little brother. Liam continued, His Majesty is coming soon. Stop pretending to be me, and tell him the whole truth. Indeed, Lin Ali had no reason to continue pretending to be Liam. She had to let Dylan know that the person who had always been by his side was not her brother, but Lin Ali Lors. Since the incident, Lin Ali had not yet returned to the academy, so she had not met Dylan again. Although she was under the control of the forbidden spell that day, she had still truly injured him. She had to sincerely apologize to him, while also confessing that she had been pretending to be Liam all this time. Lin Ali believed that the current Dylan would not get angry, yet when she actually stood before him in her female appearance, she was still so tense that she did not know how to speak. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Dylan turned around. What took you so long, Liam? Seeing her, he paused. Lady Lin Ali? Why are you here? Lin Ali suddenly remembered that the last time she met Dylan in this appearance was the night she rejected his confession. Dylan still thought it was just a dream, but she could not forget it. The atmosphere between the two of them instantly became awkward. Is your Majesty well? I congratulate you on becoming the new emperor. Thank you, Lady Lin Ali hasn't changed at all. After a few polite words, both of them fell silent again. Normally Dylan would talk non-stop, yet at this moment, even he could not find any topic. Finally, he spoke first. I came to see Liam today. Where is he? Lin Ali knew the opportunity had come. She only needed to say that the person standing in front of him was Liam, but the confession got stuck in her throat. Liam is having a stomachache today. As soon as she let the lie slip out, Linali regretted it. She clumsily tried to salvage the situation with an explanation. Maybe he ate something bad. Dylan immediately looked worried. Is it serious? If it's convenient, I would like to visit him. No need, Your Highness, please don't worry. Dylan's face showed a hint of sadness. Is that so? Linali secretly blamed herself for being foolish. If this continued, she would never be able to tell the truth. Dylan slowly asked, Is Liam still feeling guilty for stabbing me? He was controlled by a forbidden spell and couldn't do anything else. Liam doesn't need to blame himself. On the contrary, I am the one who regrets making him afraid. Hearing him only thinking of others, Linali felt even more reluctant to continue deceiving him. Just as she was about to gather all her courage to confess, Dylan continued speaking. Speaking of regret, I have always wanted to apologize to Lady Linali. I didn't consider your feelings and forced you time after time. I am truly sorry. Linali's heart instantly fell into chaos. It's alright, Your Highness does not need to worry. Actually, I also have something to tell you. Thanks to you, I have met someone I want to cherish. I truly thank you. The courage Linali had managed to gather with great difficulty instantly vanished. Dylan already had another important person. He asked, What were you about to say just now? It is nothing. I am very glad that Your Majesty has found someone important. Please excuse me, I shall take my leave first. Very well, give my regards to Liam. Linali turned and left, utterly unaware that Dylan was still secretly watching her. His mind could not stop thinking about how lovely she was, but immediately after, he quickly reminded himself that the one he loved was Liam. That encounter in the night must have been nothing but a dream. Therefore, Linali's strange reaction was not difficult to understand. Dylan had been gone for a long time, but Linali still stood there in a daze. If she told the truth, would he happily accept it? Her heart ached as if it were about to break. She should have been happy that Dylan had found someone he wanted to cherish, yet she only felt suffocated by sadness. At that moment, Linali finally realized she had loved Dylan for a long time. She had once hoped he still liked her, but by the time she recognized her own feelings, it seemed all too late. That evening, Liam excitedly ran over. How did your talk with His Majesty go? He thought the two of them were in love, and that his sister must be very happy right now. To his surprise, Linali only replied sadly, I'm not going to say it anymore. Liam squatted down in front of her. Are you planning to tell him at the academy instead? Linali shook her head. She would not continue studying there after the school year ended. The agreement with her father only lasted for 1 year, and now it was time to return. While her true identity was not yet exposed and had not caused any further trouble to anyone, she should return to her own life. Did she really want that? She liked His Majesty, didn't she? If she left the academy, she would never be able to see him again. Linali could not hold back her tears. Dylan said he already had someone important to him. When mentioning that person, he looked extremely happy. She already knew where his heart belonged, so how could she possibly tell him the truth? Perhaps keeping their current relationship as it was and treating the past as a beautiful memory would be better. She had never known that loving someone could be this painful. If possible, she would rather have never realized these feelings. The next day, Rick came to visit. Despite having overcome many dangers, changing the future, saving her family from the death penalty, and finding the mastermind, Linali still felt as if a piece of her heart was missing. She told herself that she would eventually marry Rick. Although this was a political marriage, he always respected her, and life in the future would surely be happy. Obviously, there was nothing to be sad about, yet she still couldn't cheer up. Rick looked at her distracted expression and asked, heartbroken, ever since His Majesty arrived, you have been listless. Liam told me. Linali, I came here today because I have something to ask. It has been almost a year, and you are preparing to leave the academy. Do you want to come to my side? I don't want you to continue living in a place filled only with men. Okay. Rick was startled. What did you just say? I will leave the academy as you wish, and then we will get married. After all, our families have always had an engagement. Rick was not happy at all. He clenched his fists and asked seriously, do you truly want this? Of course, did you make this decision so quickly because of His Majesty? Lin Ali quickly denied it. It has nothing to do with Dylan. Even if he was once manipulated by someone else, the fact that he executed my entire family in our past life remains unchanged. I also once held a sword to assassinate him, so perhaps fate has decided that we should not be entangled with each other. Rick looked at her sadly. You are still the same as before, completely unable to lie. I am not lying. I have known you for so many years, and I am the one who has watched over you the longest. How could I not realize your true feelings? You love His Majesty, don't you? That is not true. Have you told him yet? I told you, it is not like that. You will regret it, just like I did. Rick gently bowed his head. Perhaps this is my punishment. I always relied on my status as your fiancé and never seriously expressed my feelings. You were clearly within arm's reach, yet I still could not reach your heart. He looked straight into her eyes. I love you, Lin Ali, and I do not want to leave you. But let us call off our engagement. Lin Ali was stunned. Rick, what are you talking about? I know I am very contradictory, but even so, I still want you to always smile. The person you truly want to be with has never been me from the very beginning, has it? Upon hearing that question, Dylan's figure immediately flashed through Lin Ali's mind. Rick gently asked, who is the person who just appeared in your mind? If you are rejected, it won't be too late for me to marry you then. It's just, I know that day will never come. He lifted a lock of her hair and placed a kiss upon it. I always wish for your happiness. I have always loved you. Farewell, my first love. After Rick departed, Lin Ali went to Duke Gracia's mansion to give Kai her answer. As the butler led her inside, two identical twin girls blocked their path. Lin Ali smiled warmly. Hello, girls. Are you Kai's younger sisters? Are you twins? Zia excitedly cheered. A girl came to look for brother Kai. Silly folded her arms, assessing her seriously. So he likes this type of person. How unexpected. Lin Ali could not help but laugh. Although the two girls had identical faces, their personalities were completely opposite. A male voice rang out, you two are being too rude. You shouldn't treat a guest like that. The two girls happily called out, Brother Win. The newcomer introduced himself, nice to meet you, I am Win, Kai's older brother. She smiled in response, I am Lin Ali Lors. Win observed her for a moment and whispered to himself. So that was it, she was the one who made a person who only acted on whim become serious. Before Lin Ali could understand, Kai quickly walked over and asked what he was doing. Sia and Silly immediately ran over to hug him, saying that they came to welcome the guest on his behalf because Kai had not arrived yet. Win laughed and said indeed, there was no need. Kai then grumpily pulled Lin Ali away, telling her to go this way. He brought her to a room, told her to wait inside, and closed the door. After that, Kai turned toward the corner of the hallway and told them to stop sneaking around and come out. The three siblings who were hiding immediately showed their faces. The two little girls were dissatisfied, complaining that it was too selfish for only him to go in, and they wanted to play along too. Kai sighed helplessly. He warned them in advance that he really wanted to win her heart, so they must absolutely not disturb him. A moment later, Kai finally returned to the room. Lin Ali smiled and praised that his younger sisters were truly adorable. Being cute and being noisy are two different things. Kai looked her up and down, then teased, are you dressing up like this to see me today, planning to go on a date with me? Lin Ali summoned up her courage, I have something to say. Could it be a confession? Kai asked in return. Lin Ali replied frankly, I will leave the academy and stop pretending to be Liam. Kai was slightly disappointed, is that all? I thought you came here to propose. I am being serious. If you keep behaving like this, then forget it. Lin Ali was about to turn away, but Kai quickly approached from behind, don't misunderstand. From the very beginning, I have always been serious with you. Lin-Ali backed off. You're too close, step back a bit. No, Kai said bluntly. You cancelled your engagement, and now you dress like this and casually enter a man's room. Don't you know how to be on guard? Or in your eyes, am I a very safe person? Lin-Ali was startled because his news was frighteningly fast. She hastily pushed Kai away. No, today I want to tell you. The weather is really beautiful, let's go outside and talk, I will take you to a place. Kai did not give her a chance to refuse. Before long, the two of them were lying on the grass under the clear blue sky. Lin-Ali tried to bring up the main topic several times, but Kai kept looking at the sky and complaining about being sleepy. He even rested his head on her lap, making her quickly back away. Kai, stop joking around. He looked disappointed. Is it not allowed? Then you should lie down too, it is very comfortable. Lin-Ali had no choice but to lie down beside him. I will leave the academy, from now on, I want to live as Lin-Ali. Kai asked, have you told Dylan yet? Not yet, and I don't plan on telling him in the future. Kai was slightly surprised, then whispered, that is also good for me. He asked further, what do you plan to do after leaving the academy? I want to enter the Panthers Girls Academy, become a female knight, and serve Dylan. My goal is to become a knight belonging only to the Emperor, protecting him and always staying by his side. Kai asked with difficulty, is it because you love Dylan? Lin-Ali was silent for a moment, then honestly replied, I will not let him know about my feelings. I know this choice is very selfish, but I do not want to marry anyone. I want to keep this feeling hidden for the rest of my life and stay by Dylan's side. That is my choice, and I will not regret it. Kai looked at her for a long time, then spoke seriously. You can continue to love Dylan, and I am in no hurry to win your heart. As long as it is what you want, I can give it all to you, so can you let me wait for you? Just then, a raindrop fell on Lin-Ali's cheek, and she quickly sat up. It is raining, let us go back quickly. Kai pulled her hand and ran. Luckily there was a shelter nearby to escape the rain. Just as both of them got inside, the rain poured down, soaking their clothes. Kai asked worriedly, are you cold? I am fine, if you don't believe me. Lin-Ali sneezed before she could finish her sentence. Kai sighed, placed a towel on her head, and carefully dried her hair. How can you say you are fine? Do not lie to me. You are also wet, let me dry it myself. I will wipe it later, just sit still. Kai looked at the towel covering her head and suddenly smiled. This look really makes you look like a bride, why don't we just get married? As he spoke, he leaned close to her face. Lin-Ali immediately blocked him. You are saying those things again, but my answer will not change, not even in the future. Kai was puzzled. Why? Lin-Ali forced herself to look straight into his eyes. Because I know how painful it is to love someone without being loved back, and I also know the pain of heartbreak. Because I am like you, I must sincerely give my answer, even if it makes you sad. I cannot return your feelings, not now and not in the future. I don't want to give up. No, if you don't let it go, I can't truly let go of my feelings either. I already told you, I won't confess to Dylan. As long as I don't say it, I will never be rejected, so my heart will never change. Kai still refused to admit defeat. That's not for sure. I am also a stubborn person just like you. Kai laughed helplessly. You really are stubborn, clearly the one who can make you the happiest is definitely me, yet you dare to reject me, unforgivable. I'm sorry. Kai laughed. Just consider that apology as the price to pay for rejecting me. Having said that, he stepped out from under the eaves, letting the rain pour down on him. That way, we no longer owe each other anything. Lin-Ali watched him go, feeling both sad and helpless. A moment later, the rain gradually stopped. A few days later, before officially leaving the academy, Lin-Ali participated in the final activity of the school year, the annual hunting festival. In the guise of Liam, she was paired up with Dylan. Dylan excitedly said, "Today's weather is perfect for hunting, let's do our best." Being by Liam's side for 2 whole days made him visibly happy. Lin-Ali nodded slightly. "Yes, I look forward to your assistance, Your Highness." She had already decided to leave the academy. The real Liam would enter the Magic Academy and never return here, so today she absolutely had to say her farewells to Dylan. Seeing her lost in thought, Dylan suddenly leaned closer. "You are unusually quiet today, is something wrong?" Linolly startled and stepped back, her cheeks burning hot and her heart beating wildly. Right at that moment, someone called Dylan from afar, forcing him to temporarily leave. The hunt began shortly after. Linolly felt her body growing hotter than usual, and her limbs felt weary, but she forced herself to endure it. This was likely the last period of time she would be able to spend with Dylan, and she did not want to miss it. By afternoon, the two stopped to rest by a river. Linolly leaned against a tree trunk, almost completely exhausted. Dylan asked with worry, "Are you all right? Your face is so red." "Let's stop here for today." Linolly softly replied, "I am fine, I can still keep going." Linolly was about to speak of leaving the academy, but Dylan had already stood up, looking at the river dyed in sunset colors. He softly murmured, "A year really passed by so quickly. Even though so many things have happened, you must still be my friend in the future, Liam." Linolly's heart tightened. Once spring arrived, she would no longer be able to stay by his side. In truth, she wanted to keep pretending to be Liam, to continue staying beside Dylan, even if only as a friend. Dylan turned his head and called out, "Liam, come over here. The sunset reflecting on the water is beautiful." Looking at his smile, Linolly was even more reluctant to leave. She still loved Dylan and did not want anyone to take him away from her. She wanted to have everything that belonged to him, but the one he needed was not her. In her daze, Linolly subconsciously asked, "What kind of person is the one your majesty wants to cherish?" Dylan was startled. "How do you know?" He blushed, thinking Linolly had heard about this from her sister. "That person is always full of vitality, very brave, but sometimes not reliable at all, making me always worry. Even though I know that person has no feelings for me, I have no intention of confessing yet." Linolly forced a smile. "It is all right, your majesty will definitely succeed. Because if I were a woman, I would certainly choose you." Dylan was stunned. "What do you mean by that?" Before Linolly could even answer, she slipped and fell towards the river. Dylan rushed over instantly, catching her just in time. "Liam, are you all right? What did you mean by what you just said?" Linolly wanted to tell him all her true thoughts, but her vision grew increasingly blurry. The last thing she heard was Dylan's panicked voice calling her name. When she woke up, Linolly was already lying in bed. Dylan's voice sounded right beside her. "Are you awake?" "Liam, no, it should be Linolly Lors, right?" She froze and looked down at the dress she was wearing. Since her male disguise clothes were wet, the maids had to change her outfit. At this point, no matter how foolish Dylan might be, he had realized she was a woman. Linolly panic-strickenly pulled the blanket to cover herself, not expecting her secret to be exposed in the worst possible situation. Dylan asked, "When did this start? Was it from the first day of school? Was he the only one kept in the dark until now?" "No, Dylan, please listen to my explanation. Why did you make my heart so disorganized? I was planning to give up." He grabbed her hand and continued, "I have so many things to ask, but first, answer one thing. Were the words you said before you fainted true? You said if you were a woman, you would choose me." Linolly confusedly tried to pull her hand back, but Dylan tightened his grip even more. He said, "If I misunderstood, I would give up, but first, I want to hear your true thoughts." "Dylan, let go. I won't. I like the person right in front of me. Whether you are a man or a woman doesn't matter." Linolly could not believe that the person she loved also loved her. Dylan softened his voice. "If you share the same feelings for me, close your eyes." Linolly took his hand and slowly closed her eyes. A warm kiss was placed on her lips, and when the kiss ended, Dylan held her tightly. "I've finally caught you, my own Linolly." Her tears kept flowing. Everything was so beautiful that it felt like a dream. "Linolly, I have waited long enough. This time, I will never let you go again." From then on, Dylan frequently sought out Linolly to hold her and act spoiled. "Linolly, I miss you so much. Let me hold you for a moment to regain my strength. Without Linolly, I feel like I'm about to die." Linolly could do nothing but give him a kiss, but Dylan was still not satisfied, not enough. Only after a long while did he reluctantly let her go, saying, "I have to go now." Lin Ali asked in surprise, "Are you leaving already?" "I also want to stay longer. Honestly, I want to marry you right away, but I still have to be patient for a little longer." Dylan was extremely busy, having to run the country while completing his studies. The fact that he could make time to see her made Lin Ali very happy. After that time, the two did not see each other again until close to his birthday party. Lin Ali was thinking about what to wear to the event when she suddenly realized a serious matter. She and Dylan loved each other, but he had never officially clarified the relationship between them. Right at that moment, Liam walked in and asked, "Are you free?" Lin Ali looked at her younger brother with a desperate expression. "Am I considered Dylan's fiancé?" Liam sighed, "You haven't changed at all. Quickly stand up, I'm even more anxious than you. Since it has come to this, just directly ask His Majesty to be clear." Lin Ali hesitated, "But Dylan is very busy." Liam decisively cut her off. "It's fine, just go, take this with you." Liam placed a ring on his sister's hand and immediately activated the teleportation magic. "Wait, Liam. I'm not ready yet." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Ali had already appeared in the middle of a brilliant field of flowers. She looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." Dylan's voice rang out behind her, "Do you like it?" Lin Ali turned around and immediately threw herself into his arms. "Dylan, I missed you so much." "I miss you too." Dylan held her tightly. "I'm sorry for leaving you lonely." He suddenly noticed the ring on Lin Ali's hand and instantly became tense. "Who gave you that ring? Could it be?" Lin Ali quickly explained, "Liam gave it to me before using magic to transfer me here." Dylan let out a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood." Lin Ali had just finished weaving a flower crown. "It's done, Dylan, do you think it's lovely?" He stood up, looking at her gently. "My Lin Ali is the loveliest of all." After saying that, Dylan suddenly knelt down. Under Lin Ali's astonished gaze, he solemnly placed another ring on her finger. "Lin Ali, marry me. Are you willing to spend the rest of your life with me?" "I originally planned to wait until everything was well prepared, but seeing that ring, I just couldn't resist." With a trembling voice, Lin Ali asked in emotion, "Can I really? The only one who can be by my side is you. We once promised to be friends, but now that promise must change. From now on, please stay with me as my only wife, alright?" Lin Ali burst into tears and laughed. "Silly, of course I agree. I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. I love you. I also love you more than anyone else." The wedding day of Lin Ali and Dylan quickly arrived. Her father was so reluctant to let go that he could not stop crying. "Lin Ali, actually, it is fine even if you do not get married." Her mother looked at her husband helplessly. "Didn't you always say before that marriage is a young lady's duty?" Liam could not help but comment, "Father, you are crying a bit too much." His father immediately replied, "Once the day you get married comes, you will understand." Surrounded by her loving family, Lin Ali held her father's arm, taking steps toward Dylan amidst the blessed gazes of their friends. That day, Dylan looked more handsome than ever. Lin Ali had once only thought about her family's grudge, never imagining they could go through so many hardships, change together, and ultimately stand before the altar like this. The priest officiating the ceremony spoke, "Whether in sorrow or happiness, will you go through it together, loving and supporting each other? Do you accept?" Dylan looked deep into Lin Ali's eyes. "I do." Lin Ali smiled, "I do too." "Then, please exchange your vows." "Lin Ali, I love you. I love you more than anyone else too." After the wedding, the two of them joined the congratulatory parade. Cheers echoed throughout the capital. "Long live the Emperor, long live the Empress." Rick stepped forward to congratulate them. Lin Ali smiled. "Thank you, Rick." He looked at her gently. "You look even more beautiful today than usual, Lin Ali." Kai also appeared shortly after. "If one day you get tired of Dylan, just come find me. I will always welcome you." Rick immediately frowned. "Kai Gracia, don't talk nonsense." Dylan stepped between the two of them and picked Lin Ali up. "You two truly never miss an opportunity, but you should give up." I have no intention of letting her go for the rest of my life. As time slowly passed, Liam finally gathered enough courage to confess his feelings to Cecilia. Agni also discovered that Liam had a twin sister who looked exactly like him. Eldic and Noah lived their days in peace and happiness together. 5 years later, Arnold was released. He looked at Jessica and asked, "Do you really want to stay here? You should go find your own happiness." Jessica interrupted him, "My happiness is to be with you, Lord Arnold." By that moment, Arnold could no longer continue to run away from his own feelings. In the Imperial Palace, a very adorable little boy is staring intently at the cradle. The two baby sisters are so cute. That boy is the firstborn son of Linali and Dylan. Linali and Dylan walk in. "You really like your two baby sisters, don't you?" The boy cries out, "Father, Mother." Linali quickly puts her finger to her lips to signal her son to speak quietly, but it is too late. Both babies in the cradle are awakened by their older brother's voice. Thank you for watching the entire video. If you like it, please don't forget to like, share, and leave a comment. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and press the bell so you won't miss the latest videos.